10-0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we doing dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you won. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss, time's right. And I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now.
To get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not afraid, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional, working devotion. We put in this time, look. You won't stop my shine. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
It's the penultimate day for the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals. More than 2 months in the making, and we are down to just 5 teams, but by the end of this weekend, only 1 team will crown themselves kings of Southeast Asia. My name is Husky, and alongside me, once again, is my partner in crime, Contra.
And we've been waiting for this very moment for such a long time to see who is the very best team in Southeast Asia for this whole split itself. Overall, after we had the off-season with the Global Championship that has happened, and we are finally seeing some of the top Southeast Asian teams here colliding, and we're bound to get ourselves some really good games. The players themselves will be playing directly from Thailand, and this is going to be the first LAN event for some of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Nigma Galaxy, I think this is their 2nd or 3rd official tournament and the first official offline tournament for these players, and they are one of the kind of the underdogs coming into this. But we have had a lot of interesting storylines. First things first, we thought that Team Flash would be the team that gets the bye in the bracket, but here they are fighting for the tournament lives later against NGX. And we have RRQ sitting in the upper bracket finals, but of course we also have the local representative of Thailand, Buriram United, about to take on Cerberus Esports. So a lot of best of 5s coming up, a lot of interesting storylines to be concluded today.
Indeed, and of course, let's talk about the very first series that we're about to get ourselves into, because we see both Cerberus as well as Buriram United. They both are tied up with their score of 5-2, and of course, they're about to lock horns to see who will proceed forward to meet RRQ.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the team intros first before we go further into today's tournament.
Start with Nigma Galaxy!
And next, Cerberus Esports! Okay, next one, Team Flash.
And the last one, Team Snapdragon Kion.
And there you have it, the contenders for today, all 5 of them doing that walkout. Obviously, I would say my favorite is none other than RRQ. It's always stylish as we've seen them from the very beginning. But I think the most interesting part is how Team Flash, they are going to be playing with a slightly different roster, right? Coyote and MT, they did announce, I think a few weeks ago, that they will be departing from the roster. So now you have Teddy and Joyce kind of filling in that void. And against Nigma Galaxy in an important match later on, I mean, what do you think about that one?
Well, overall, I think like it's great to actually see a familiar face with Joyce returning into the roster, though it might have been quite a while since we've seen him getting any form of action in the Riv. But we've also finally seen some of the boys for the very first time through our lenses overall, and I think like this is gonna give them a little bit more confidence to perhaps move into the game, or maybe a little bit of nerves on stage.
Well, I've actually seen a couple of footages from behind the scenes. You know, the players are really active on the social media. I think Nigma Galaxy and RRQ in particular, they've been posting a lot of those behind the scenes shoots and the entire journey to Thailand. So, you know, being able to finally step foot on that venue, I think is a very special feeling, especially for the boys at NGX, because this is, I think, their first LAN event.
Exactly. Shout out to Scott as well as Eat, probably getting ourselves some with all these great footages from Nigma Galaxy, and I think like they're really having a really splendid time over on Bangkok, and I think like Nigma Galaxy does have a lot to offer, but going up against Team Flash later on that lower bracket run, they really have to pull the best games of their life.
Yeah, absolutely. But before that, let's take a look at the format. We've gone through this multiple times, but this is just to refresh your memory of that journey thus far. We start off with the open qualifiers to find the best 8 teams to proceed into the open groups and finals. They play in a GSL best of 3. We get the top 4 teams to play in the open finals, and afterwards we crown the winners. The top 2 teams will proceed to the challenge groups from each region, where we play in a round robin format, and after 4 rounds of gruesome back and forth, we get to the challenged playoffs, where the top 5 teams qualify, with the teams that finish first getting a bye into the upper bracket finals, with the bottom 2 teams playing for the lower bracket elimination live today. And those 2 teams happen to be Team Flash and Nigma Galaxy, whereas for Cerberus Esports and Buriram United, they gotta play the first upper bracket match to find out who takes on RRQ.
Exactly, and overall, both of these teams have not been able to break apart from one another, where they managed to finish off the entire group stage with the same results. But the last I do recall, Buriram United might have actually gotten the upper hand against Cerberus Esports, but Cerberus Esports have gotten a brand new form, and of course, we got a lot of money at stake for the entirety of the playoffs.
Yeah, 14,625 Singapore dollars on the line for the champions, and you know, all the way down to 2,610. And those 3 teams, you know, the 6th, 7th, and 8th place, they still walk away with something. So not a lot is lost. You know, we've seen Persis Esports, we've seen Echo 4 Tiers and Evo's Thailand. They were also a part of this journey, and at least they get a small slice of the pie. Coming down to the top 5, I think one of the key points coming into this weekend is how dynamic the group stage has been, right? We've seen Cerberus Esports take down Team Flash. We've seen BRU taking down, I believe, NGX, and I think Lion Nation has been incredibly proud and vocal of his team's performance on Twitter. This guy was going off every time they win, and I think, you know, some of us are convinced that BRU might stand a good chance of maybe beating Cerberus again. and afterwards the winner will face off against RRQ in the upper bracket finals for the first slot in the grand finals tomorrow. But of course, Team Flash against Nigma Galaxy will be fighting for the tournament lives right off the bat today.
Exactly, and you have RRQ basically being undisputed. I think they've only dropped one single game throughout the course of the group stages, but Buram United, they're definitely banking on hopes that the hometown crowd will be able to supplement their efforts heading into this upper bracket semifinals. Will be our very first game for today, and later on we'll see Team Flash take on Nigma Galaxy. All of the matches will be played out in a best of 5 format, and of course keep in mind this GMT +7, so if we are seemingly ahead of time, just +1.
Yeah, just +1. So it's actually just 10 a.m. over there, right? It's a pretty early day for these guys. But nonetheless, you know, you wake up, get some good Warif in, and your day will be as good as perfect. With that being said, I think looking at RRQ's record, before we started off the Snapdragon Pro Series, we looked at Team Flash and we were like, these guys, undisputed, best team. Vietnam, the VN region is the best region of the entire Southeast Asia. Without taking into account that RRQ actually have not faced off against Team Flash up to SPS. And once that happened, we realized that RRQ stood a pretty good chance. And I think that really did affect the narrative a bit. Maybe it's time for us to acknowledge maybe RRQ is the better team. But we have to see them face off in the grand finals potentially, right? If RRQ makes it all the way there.
Exactly, especially after the global tournament that has happened months ago. We've seen basically a dynamic shift coming in where RRQ just have this ooze of confidence when it comes down to how they basically execute their plans. Their mid-jungle duo, Helios, and of course, the best jungle probably in the world, RRQ Chaz, has just been absolutely on fire. They've never been having any sort of a bad runs thus far, and when we look at how the rest of the teams are doing, there's a lot of shift of plans when it comes down to how they adapt back into the meta, especially with new champions set into place. We've seen maybe a couple of Scions. Samira, we didn't really see all too much of in the competition. I'm hoping to see that in the playoffs, but to really pull that off, it definitely takes a lot.
Yeah, and we know some teams have the courage to do it. All of this made possible by our partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. And these guys have been with us for such a long journey. I honestly feel like, you know, they've been around me, been with me my entire life, but they definitely have been great comrades, and you know, it's been a pleasure of working with them and having this manifest into a reality. They not only do this for Wild Rift, but also for other mobile titles, and I think that itself is a very it's a big honor to have them on board. But also, you know, we gotta thank our friends over at Monster Energy, unleashing the beast within everyone. I think these guys have also been an integral part of the tournament. But with that being said, I think you're right. I think we would see some interesting pick. I think what I'm looking at is actually Gwen, right? I think when Gwen first got released, there was a lot of people really testing her out in the jungle. We're running this Smite Ghost. The Baron lane was also a good option. And I do wonder if some...
Yone.
And
what about Yone?
That could be a good shot. Has the embargo been lifted? I feel like it has been, right? It has been 2 weeks. Yone now might be in the equation as well. So that could really shift a bit of that meta in those solo lanes. Just see if that is going to be the case. I mean, we have 3 best of 5s to figure it out. There's plenty of games for us to go through. But here are some stats. The most picked champions, the top 8 most picked champions in our tournament so far, with Renekton sitting on top. Uncontested, 54 picks in total with a positive 61% win rate.
Exactly, and you're seeing some of all these top 4 picks to be flex picks overall, where we see majority of the games that Morgana has been played out has been placed in the jungle. Well, of course, you gotta thank Nigma Galaxy for picking it for many of these times as well. And then we may have actually seen a couple of Zeds, especially from RRQ's side. And though we didn't really see too many frequent games as for Fiora's, that's also due to the fact that usually she only comes in as a counter for a certain matchup to go even in specific as well. But I'm hoping to see even more of a drastic change, especially with the brand new patch. We have things like what we've just mentioned, Yone, Gwen, that will be played out. Though we did see a couple of games where Gwen was not just played in the solo lane overall, You can even place her in the jungle and she will fare pretty well to ramp up the speed.
Yeah, and we have 3 new items, right? We have the Rift Maker, we have the Cosmic Drive, I believe, and the last
Meteor
one,
enchant.
we had the Meteor enchant. I think that was a big thing. It's been around for quite a while, and a lot of people seem to really like the Meteor enchant. I think RRQ went for what, 4 Meteor enchant at one point. That was chaos. But you're right, all top 4 picks. Flex 1. I think Morgana has been incredibly diverse, right? We've seen Nigma Galaxy being the first team to bring it out, then RQ started picking it up, and now everyone is looking at the Morgana first ban, especially against NGX. But, a portion of the Renekton picks have been in the jungle thanks to RQ as well.
Yeah, I really gotta say that the way that Renekton has been utilized for this specific split of the SPS Wild Rift has been immaculately been put to really good use. You oftentimes see other regions having the Renekton hitting up to soul lane, mid lane, jungle. Very unlikely.
Very
but
unlikely.
Now you're basically opening the park where it just could be anywhere it goes, and generally the Renektons are not supposed to have a bad matchup.
Yeah. You know what I miss from RQ? I miss the Chess Irelia jungle. That was a spectacle back in the regionals. But we will have to put RQ aside for now. They have a lot of time to study, right? We have it's 5 or 6 hours before RQ even steps foot on the stage. We gotta look at Buriram United against Cerberus Esports. This is a very interesting matchup because BRU did beat Cerberus when we thought that the odds was the other way around. But Cerberus Esports did beat Team Flash, and I think that itself was a historical moment because CS has never beaten Team Flash, let alone drawn blood from them in more than 1 year. And now suddenly they come into the SPS group stage and beat Team Flash. I think that's a new record.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think this is the prime form of Cerberus Esports. But then again, the question remains is that how far can they go? Are they good enough to challenge our RQ for now? Where I think like majority of the time, all these sort of plays have been made from the jungle with all the gangs being set up. And I think with the new introduction of their new Baron laner, I believe his name was
Y1?
Y1,
yeah.
Exactly. And it further solidifies the squad where there's no point in time where in the early game they'll be giving away all these first bloods or so. So I just think that Cerberus Esports, with them having at least close to 2 weeks, same goes to Nigma Galaxy, to prepare for this battle itself. A lot of studies have been done, but I wonder what do they really need to ensure to actually crack the code to get themselves some smooth games ahead.
Yeah, and I think for Buriram United, you can say the same thing, right? The Dragon Lane has been kind of the focal point with Bank and What the Jazz being, the driving force behind it. And if you guys are watching on Twitch right now, which I am very convinced that you are, do remember to cast your vote in the chat. This has been a long time coming. We've been repeating this, for every single broadcast. But yes, cast your vote. Tell us who you think is going to win in this opening series between BRU and CES. I know that there are a lot of diehard BRU fans right there. You're probably in the LAN event, but if you're at the LAN event and still watching on Twitch.tv, you are a goddamn hero. But I also want to look at our predictions coming into this series, and I think we both had this conversation, right? We both think that BRU would take this, but it would not be a smooth ride.
Exactly. In fact, I would say that this could be as close as a 3-2 matchup.
Yeah.
I'm just basically having a little bit of a copium as well.
The LAN event buff?
The LAN event buff is exactly the word I'm looking for, where, What the Jazz and the rest of the squad has been showing a lot of strength, especially with Golden Feed just coming up with a lot of flexible champion pool inside of the jungle. Let's also take a look at our other friends who have gone in with the vote. The reason why we go on 2-2 is probably them just cutting against the grain, right?
Yeah, you gotta understand that I cannot believe that our friend Pondo is actually leading the pack, right? That guy is... He's been getting things right so far. I've been underperforming in the playoffs, but no, it is fine. I think at the end of the day, what matters most is those upsets, right? And I think most of the series I got wrong was, Team Flash against Cerberus. I vote Team Flash and Cerberus won. And I think these kind of upsets are what define the team's growth in general. And maybe this would be one of the case where we think that Buriram takes it and CS just comes back and makes another statement again that them beating Team Flash was not a fluke, but more of them actually growing, across the few months that they've played together as a team. And once again, we gotta thank our partners for making this happen. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. What's more, they've been with us for so long. I cannot emphasize how long it has been, but it was a pleasure working with them, and we hope that we get to work with them more in the future. And aside from that, Monster Energy for helping everyone unleash the beast within them. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. You do not want to miss out any updates from these guys. And of course, last but not least, we got a Discord channel, so do join us at discord.gg/Snapdragon Elite Gaming if you haven't joined that yet.
Exactly, and of course, for those of you guys who are in the LAN event itself, just go ahead and cheer for your favorite team. And of course, we got great deals and a whole lot more at Kachi Shop. So make sure you visit their website if you're looking for some sweet deals to top up some wild cores, perhaps.
Guess what? Supercell, is this Supercell sells the new skin line is coming up, right? With Zed, with Canon, I think with Set as well. I'm looking forward to that. If I'm not mistaken, it's called Supercell skin line.
Yeah, and
right.
we're already looking at these sort of groups and social media that's been talking about it, and well, I think there's a lot to look forward to in this upcoming patches that will offer a whole lot more.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, it's a good time to kind of close the chapter on SPS by the end of this weekend before the new patch drops. But we're going to head to a short break and let the teams get ready, because when we come back, it's action all the way in the first series between Buriram United Esports and Cerberus Esports.
สวัสดีครับพวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตนะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลนะครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข่งแล้วครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แก้ก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มดี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นนิดหน่อยถ้าเอาตามตรงไงพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ผู้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายามครับ สำหรับประโยชน์เด็ดๆสำหรับผู้ต่อสู้เหรอครับก็พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Hi, I'm Golden Heart, aka Demon Kite. I am the ID carry of Nigma Galaxy.
Hi, I'm Rainier Angara, aka Draw, support and team captain of Nigma Galaxy from Philippines.
We had a really great time before coming here, and I think it's a stepping stone to us in getting top 5. I think we are happy.
We're really happy to be here.
Most of the teams are very strong, and I think all of the team is candidate for champions. Yeah.
Since we made a lot of mistakes on playoffs, we did a little adjustment on our play style. I think that's when back on playoffs because we worked a lot on that recently. So we will try to overcome that weakness so we can do better on finals. All teams is candidate to like be the best. Be champion. Top 1, NGX.
NGX. Of course.
Yeah. Well, we have an advantage to them because they recently adjust their roster, so I think that's their weakness at the moment.
Of course, our main focus right now is the experience and
If you're watching this broadcast right now, you're at the right place because this is the first day of the playoffs for the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals. 5 teams remain in Thailand, in fact, and only 1 team will be crowned champions by the end of this weekend. My name is Husky. Alongside my partner right here, Contra, we are getting ready for the first series of the day, Buriram United Esports against Cerberus Esports.
Well, I have been looking forward for this matchup overall where both are evenly tied at the second place in the group stage itself. But of course, when you look at the head-to-head records, it's really hard to make comparison because they beat almost all of the teams out there. Of course, most of the teams struggle against RRQ, but even Buriram United have been able to pull some really strong games.
Yeah. And of course, we do have the lineup of BRU, on the screen. We have Cerberus Esports, the opponents of BRU, stepping onto the stage as well. I think this is gonna be a banger, right? We've emphasized this so many times. We might sound like a broken record, but we have to play this out until the very end. Cerberus Esports once more showing up on stage. We talked a bit about the Baron Lane Y1, kind of I wouldn't say replacement, but it's a switch between Taku and him. And this is a very important series because, like you said, Contra, according to record, it's very hard to tell, but it kind of feels like Cerberus are taking the lead a bit.
Exactly, and we have Duckby now being paired up with Genza that could basically throw off the bottom lane dynamics overall going up against Buriram United, where we've known what the Jazz to be the staple household name, but now he sees an unfamiliar face on the opposing side, and we really do wonder what does he really bring on the table this time around. Y1, I think he's also a really good, aggressive Baron laner that has been able to hold his own. He can play champions like Renekton, Fiora, anything that has been popular in these patches, he's been able to just put up a storm.
Yeah, and I think this does put a bit of pressure on BRU itself, but I want to quickly just turn our attention to BRU a bit because they have been dubbed as the shoe of Thailand, right? When we looked at BRU, we look at Coden Feet, we look at Noel, how they protect the team, and we also look at what the Jess and how he is able to make those big plays. But all these guys aside, I want to scope in on Bank. This guy shows up at SPS and has a phenomenal Dragon Lane performance, even copying some of those highlight reels for himself. How do you think he's going to fare against Cerberus' bot lane?
I think he's going to be able to do really well, and when we consider the fact that there's just so many great things that Buriram United have displayed to us throughout the group stages. They've been able to triumph due to their heavy macro plays across the map. And not only that, when it comes down to team fights, it has been absolutely clinical, especially when you give Cold Feet that leads in. And Banks overall have been one of the best marksmen of the whole group stages itself, where he could just basically go on mages, he can go for enchanter, marksman. Well, that's basically Senna, right? So, and he will even default back to things like Anasis and allow what the Jazz to come in to, of course, supplement the team.
Yeah, but do not let his common champion picks fool you, because this guy plays an incredibly nasty Lucian and Corki as well. He has some of those records, in the archives of that group stage. But the flexibility is kind of what allows What the Jazz to start making those plays. Though interesting enough, we haven't really seen as much playmaking champions as we would like, right? We were looking at Thresh, we were looking at champions like maybe the Leona, the Rakan, but Bank did shift the dynamic a bit. You put What the Jazz on the Nasus, you put him on something like a Nami to pair up with the Lucian, and honestly, the results have been pretty positive.
Exactly, and I really want to highlight that point because we have seen the changes that Brum United has offered this time around when they have been a little bit more risk adverse. They only do really calculated plays. And also, let's compare some of the stats that we have here. We've already talked about Bank, but let's also have a look at Genza. And he was one of the first few that has introduced a couple of all these picks, such as the Lux as well as the Ashe over the bottom lane.
Yeah, interesting enough, the Lux also was the first pick that was introduced by Nigma Galaxy, right? So we see these teams picking that one up. But Ashe was definitely something that Buriram United was familiar with, though not in the hands of Bank. It was VVV when they were playing at WCS Regionals. He did pick up that Ashe in that opening series against Sem9 in the upper bracket. So I think it is familiar territory for BRU, but for Cerberus, they are not strangers to it as well. I mean, their eternal rival, Team Flash, loves to play Ashe, even in the mid lane at one point. So this, I think, could be a contested pick if we ever go that deep into the champion pool.
Exactly, and overall, Cerberus Esports just thrives in those team fights where they will never say no to any form of battle to contest for the Drake, to contest for those Rift Herald really early on. So, of course, with that said, we are all ready for our first game to begin.
Yeah, this will be the draft, the opening series, the opening match of this LAN event. It's been a long time since we get to see the players in the flash, in the seats, in the comforts of the seat, and just playing on a for a live audience. But of course, you have CES on that blue side with that Lucian first ban. No surprise right there. It has been a staple ban for most teams, and of course, BRU responsive for Jace.
Exactly, respecting the ground game that Bank offers on the table, forcing him to go for somewhat of a mage or even any other form of pokes. Varus does happen to be played out from time to time when Bank is playing for BRU. Now, we are also seeing a little bit more of a heavy focus into flex picks, such as the Jace as well as Rekton, which is heavily played back in the Baron lane itself. But you still have to consider the fact that Karma has still been relevant in these recent patches, and nobody really wants to be hit by that Transcendence Embrace in those team fights.
And I'm glad you brought up the Varus, because that's something that I've been wanting. I was wondering, right? Like, if CS bans the Senna and Lucian to try and force Bank onto an onto a main support, will we see that Varus become an option for BRU? Because that has been a What the Jazz plus VVV a signature back in the regionals, but we haven't really seen Bank pull that up. And of course, CS, with no hesitation at all, they're looking at that Gwen first pick and it goes through.
They try to snip their way into the upper bracket slot, and we'll definitely have to see whether or not it will be Meliodas on the jungle with this pick itself. But Buriram United, they start off with something really safe here with the Ashe. You know, in recent games, Ashe has also been appearing as a support role overall over in the bottom lane. That could be one of the possibilities that Buriram United is currently looking at, and also giving the whole team with this global pressure coming with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and now they're looking to lock in that Zed really early on, and that second phase of the picks and bans is going to get even more interesting.
And in the event that this Ashe goes to the support role, we are looking at a heavy sustain, right? We are looking at Font of Life plus the Imperial Mandate really does keep your team alive. But I think, you know, with that being said, CS are responding pretty well. They have this Nautilus that, in case if this Ashe is a support, Nautilus is going to be that brick wall. If you have the Zed jumping onto you, Nautilus is going to be that brick wall. Generally, just a great solid support support to put in a Dragon Lane, and they double down with the Garen. It's such a CES thing, but it's also a shift from the CES that we normally see that wants to go fast. This one is a bit more mellow. This one's a bit more robust.
Exactly, and I just love the adaptation coming in as well. We have seen Garens that appear into the mid lane just to give some hard knocks onto any Zed that wants to pull off with any form of death mark, which is going to be rendered ineffective. Now, Brum United sees that Garen and they respond with Fiora. And in this current patch itself, I think Fiora is in such a good spot. And even if you were to match it with a Gwen, it's going to be a skill matchup where who gets to ramp up faster than the other. But there's also possibilities of Brum sending that Fiora into the jungle. And we'll move over to our second phase of the picks and bans. Quick thinking coming in from Brum United. They have weed out Lux. But then again, Morgana still available throughout the second course of the picks and bans. We'll see whether or not Cerberus will eliminate it.
Yeah, I think Cerberus Esports have plenty of options to go for, right? The Lux being a very integral part, but they are still respecting the possible Nasus pick, right? Maybe Nasus Ashe was something that Buram was looking for in that Dragon Lane, but now with that out of the equation, I think it's easier for CS by process of elimination to determine, or at least to force this Ashe into a very uncomfortable position for BRU. With that being said, I think for CS, this draft is pretty much open. Whereas for BRU, they are looking to eliminate those power plays from CS. They're looking at the Lux. They ban out the Meliodas Vi. And I want to quickly bring out something that you've been telling me, leading up to Gwen's release.
What's that?
Gwen is a better version of Fiora. Do you still hold by that, though, if we
Honestly,
see that matchup?
After playing some of these games, especially trying to get used to how she really works, there's a lot of plus points to Gwen, how she holds on to the lane, but it definitely takes a while. You still have to purchase things like the Rift Maker and plenty of other items for her to be able to contribute in team fights, whereas I feel Fiora offers a lot more mobility. Sure, the damage output from Gwen can be insane, and guess what? Let's debut all of these brand new champions into the Rift in the offline event itself happening in Thailand. We finally get ourselves our first Yone into this match, but take a look at this. We have not seen Camille being picked for quite a while, and it has been hovered by Cerberus Esports. They're also considering that, Riven could be really good here, but I'm looking at Cerberus Esports. There is going to be a cap of their scaling. Only Gwen will be able to last in the late game, and now they're also bringing the Yuumi into the match.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the Gwen and then you also have the Riven, I think that kind of makes it a bit more bearable when we talk about the late game. But obviously that Yuumi really sounded like a stretch, so the Ezreal would make a bit more sense. A very safe Dragon Laner, you put that out with a Nautilus, it's very hard to get on top of him. I think one of the weaknesses for Gwen is definitely that early game, right? I think you hit the nail on the head. When we look at Gwen against Fiora, it does feel slightly better for Fiora early on. You just get a couple of viral procs, and Gwen does get bullied out of lane pretty quickly. And BRU defaulting back to that Braum, you put Ashe on bank. There's no need to kind of risk that Ashe support. Overall, I think this is an incredibly interesting opening to the day, not just because we see both Yone and Gwen, but we see this dynamic shift for both teams. I expect the CS to go a bit more hard on their draft, but they are playing a bit more. They're providing a bit more safety net for the team with those two tanks in the form of Garen and Nautilus.
Exactly, and I'm just looking at Brum United here. Sure, they may not have much of a tank other than having the Braum to try to hold on in these team fights. And Cerberus Esports, they do have that sustainability, and it's going to be pretty hard for Brum United to get catches onto that Ezreal that's being picked up by Genza. In recent times, we've seen the popularity of Ezreal pickups, especially when you're playing solo queue, where he's just had a little bit of a buff, especially when it comes down to some of the stats of the items that have increased over the course of these current few patches. So I think he's in a really good spot. However, going up against an Ashe as well as Braum is never ever going to be easy. It's going to be a little bit more suppressive, especially in that early game where you just basically can't move anywhere forward. especially without your jungler's presence.
Yeah. And now let's realign the expectations a bit. We are getting a Riven into Fiora Baron lane. It's a very standard skill matchup that we have seen countless times. But we're getting the Gwen against Yone jungle. And how is that going to work out?
Well, this is definitely going to be pretty interesting, where we have known Yone to be able to zoom in and zoom out of fights. And I think like this is what they could possibly look towards, an element of surprise whenever Yone does have his ultimate available to slice into some of all these areas. And keep in mind, by using that spell itself, you can just basically go in for a steal over the wall if you're going for a dragon or even the Baron. But when take a look at Gwen, it will take a while before she'll be able to offer anything effective when it comes down to the ganks. And by the time we hit that 15-minute mark is where Gwen shines best. Are we two-item power split.
Are we looking at a slower ramp-up for Cerberus? I feel like this is something that we don't... I wouldn't hear myself saying a month or two ago, but do we feel like Cerberus is going for a slower game, or Buriram is just draft-wise?
It could easily be the case where we take a look at the current scenario overall, but then again, if they were to play on that timer, I would say Buriram United, they got one of the best late game possible.
Yeah, definitely with that Yone in hand. We just have to see how this plays out. Game number 1 in this upper bracket between Cerberus Esports and Buriram United Esports. It's going to kick off right now. I'm pretty sure the crowd is incredibly stoked to see. We have the home crowd favorites, right? The darlings of the TH region, BRU. Not only being the sole representative, but I would say being one of the favorites to at least bring Cerberus to their knees. Just give us a close fight. We'd all have to start with this one, but you called it the Zed into Garen lane. That's going to be one of those neutralizing factors for CES.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Archony to actually find anything fruitful being in the lane, and you're already seeing him soaking so much, but he's still retaliating against BMM. But Garen's be Garen's. You just basically don't take a hit, and you get your HP back.
Yeah, this perseverance. It's a normal kind of thing. You just have to get used to it when playing Garen. I definitely do not miss the days where you actually cannot kill the Garen, right? Now he's still...
Not at all.
Now now you can actually take him down.
Exactly, and of course, he starts off with the Grasp of the Undying as well, giving him a little bit more extra HP every time you go for the Zed, and he just regens so quickly.
Look at that, he's back up.
Yeah, of course, they also had the Honey to work around with. Now, let's take a look at the pathing for both sides of the jungler, as they managed to have the Scar's Bloom to seek out that Golden Feet's going to be around.
An attempted gank from Golden Feet does have that soul unbound. Meliodas also reaches in, has the Ghost Pop, looking for Archony, and cuts him into ribbons. First blood over to CES.
What a great read coming in from Meliodas, and immediately getting that first blood, and Buriram United may not be all too well prepared for that counter initiation that has come into place, and Archony kind of overstepped into this really open area, and that Gwen was just ready to strike.
Yeah, and I think the saddest part was that Archony went down to the red buff, not the ignite of BMM, so now you kind of have... Now BMM has an upper edge, right? You still have the ignite to deal with the Zed when he comes back into lane. Overall, like you said, a great read from Meliodas, just being able to not only launch the counter gank, but getting a kill. And that was supposed to, have Archony being in the lead. And let's take a look at this replay as Golden Feet gang just goes wide, and Meliodas just brings the trap.
Exactly, and it was just perfectly executed overall when we had most of all these sort of small skirmishes that was going on over mid lane. Like, both of the junglers were on high alert, like, okay, this is go time. And looks like the Buriram United fans out there were also shocked at how the turnout has become.
Yeah, and that kind of was something that I feel like if you are BRU, you do not want to happen. But all things considered, now you have Archony being put on the back foot. And that kind of might change what CS wanted to go for, right? We thought that when we talk about the essence of time, CS does have the Gwen and Riven the skill up. But if you get them so far ahead, I feel like BMM will start becoming a threat, much more earlier than BRU wanted him to.
Exactly, and this is where the ramp up finally begins, where this Gwen, which you don't really see getting first bloods most of the time when we were playing in the jungle. Now she gets to go back, get that early Rift Maker, and then you just have a huge power spike where whenever they go in for the siege of Sword, especially on those Drake contests, where if you do have it really early on, she don't really have to fully commit into taking the Drake. Just go ahead, turn it around, go for that team fight instead, and it's gonna be much better for them.
Yeah, and I think CS is still sticking to that core identity, right? Even though we look at the draft and we were like, yeah, now they have 2 brick walls in front, but overall, what CS is good at are these early skirmishes, and that has been kind of a point of concern for BRU coming into this series, whether they can match the tempo of CS.
Exactly, and when we talk about tempo here, of course, we're going to get back in our game once everything is well sorted up. And, I believe that this is also a really good time to also talk about a few things. Like the last couple of times that Brum United as well as Cerberus Esports have met, of course, we've seen them in the WCS. Cerberus have not been able to make it into the Icons, but Brum United did.
Yep.
And they managed to also have such a good showing. Cerberus, I think, like, they've been showing a lot of their hunger throughout the past couple of seasons. They have tried all kinds of different things, and now I think, like, this roster might just be it. Like, you just look at the way that they have been able to synchronize. It's just really very telling that they have a better streak running for them.
Yeah, and I think this would probably be one of the best records for Cerberus, right? Making it into a playoffs, right? And now in top 5. And if they can convincingly at least beat BRU in the best of 5, I think that really solidifies Cerberus's growth these past few months. And for BRU, the only change that they had to go through was Bank replacing VVV, and that's pretty much it. And I feel like that also was a minor upgrade for the team, because you have a slightly more flexible Dragon Laner that has been able to not only make plays for the team, but also be the play for the team.
Yeah, and speaking of Brum United, if you notice, almost every single tournament there seems to be a little bit more of a switcheroo going on. You just mentioned VVV as well as Banks. Back then, before what the Jets came in, I believe there was somebody else playing in Brum United. And then now we're also having, ever since Golden Feet stepped into the picture, I felt like they have been a lot more stable when it comes down to how they managed to hold their early game in particular, though that was a little bit of a hiccup coming in from Golden Feet in that first blood. But of course, we'll have all the marshals to rectify some of these technical difficulties that the players are going through.
Yeah, Golden Feet having a good time. That's how you know that the players are incredibly comfortable. Just Golden Feet, it's just another day in the office. Just a quick power nap would do. And it's no stress at all. It's just first blood. That obviously, doesn't really define the game, but yeah, it's been working hard.
Exactly. And I just love, out of all these other players, like, we've seen Noel still have his game face on, like, so focused onto what he needs to achieve. And, when I saw that Gwen pickup, I did thought about another sort of matchup that could have been quite favorable if it were to be a Baron lane matchup. And that is a Singe. Something that he's an expert on the field with.
Oh yeah, I think that honestly is one of those picks that we haven't really seen much, right? I think a lot of our teams right here just want to be the superstar. They want to make those plays. Singe doesn't really feel like it. There is a team that would pick it. I think Team Flash has the tendency only if the situation fits, but that was Coyote, and Coyote isn't playing for them in this event. So like what I think Demon Kai and Draw mentioned in their earlier interview, maybe that could be Team Flash's weakness. We'll have to find out later on. But it's good to see how Cerberus came into this, and we talked so much about their growth and all, but Cerberus has not really lost that core identity of wanting to play fast early on, and that's what Meliodas has been showing ever since the regional stage. We are looking at like almost half a year ago when Meliodas stepped foot onto the regional stage and was able to open up the map for his team regardless of what pick he goes on. And even in the group stage of challenge group stage, his Vi has saved the game for the team in one of those series.
Multiple times.
Multiple
as well.
times, in fact. So this guy is definitely a force to be reckoned with, whether you put him on a Vi or a Gwen, and that first blood is monumental for CES.
Yeah, I just love that Meliodas now is playing on that Gwen, and he's always the player that goes in your face against all his other opposers overall. And Golden Feet on this Yone definitely is a first time. I don't really know how to basically put my finger onto how much it could basically offer, but we see Y1 initiating onto Noel.
The needle work for Meliodas. Both of them going wide initially. The last one negated a bit by the riposte. Cause a question mark from Noel just to rub salt in the wound, but he might need help soon though. And what the Jazz is making that early rotation. CS setting up for a dive. At least gonna get some plates on the way out. Should be able to do so.
Yeah, we'll just be able to provide slight backup, and with the rotations equally matched, leaves both Dragon laners to still be staying put. But it's also very interesting to take a look at Bank's Summoner spell. He's basically taking Ghost, so he's going to be a Kite Master in this matchup, where it's not fully uncommon for Ashes to go ahead to play this Summoner spell. We have seen, of course, frequently players go for things like a barrier, things like a heal, but because she's already having a passive slow with every single all attack, no point on going for exhaust unless you want to negate some damage, which she's not even supposed to be anywhere near to take damage.
Yeah, and against the lineup of CES, I feel like Bank is a too worried. Also has a lethal tempo, right? So kind of a very standard combination for BRU. But that being said, CES have been making 2 early moves, and I would say both of them got a bit of value, right? You get a first blood mid, you get that turret plating, the first turret plating at top at the Baron lane. BRU so far have not been able to come up with a countermeasure.
Then again, there is not too much of a drastic difference when it comes down to the scores of both sides of the coin.
Yep.
And now, here comes the enchanted crystal arrow.
Yep, and Fate Seal from Golden Feet to get an easy double kill for Bank in the Dragon lane. A perfect one. BRU really needed that, right? Golden Feet wasn't able to get that one done mid, but was able to return with both and really punishing this Genza Dugby Dragon lane duo. Not really the strongest one you have. It's a very safe one, but if you get caught up like that, it is kind of a death sentence. And just love what the Jets setting it up with that Glacier Fissure as well.
Exactly, and it seems like I caught a glimpse of the camera from Cerberus' side, and seemingly there was frustration on Genza's face. Not being able to respond to that unless we managed to tell that he couldn't really pull off his summoning spells in time at the very least.
Oh, yeah.
So this itself, I would say, Brom United just came in with a really great setup, especially with the presence of Golden Feet. Like the Fate Seal clipped onto both of them. Honestly, what can be done from there?
I think it's a very good point of attack from BRU as well, right? You kind of want to shut down that Dragon lane. They're, again, not the strongest Dragon lane to begin with. And if you can really punish them early on, I think this not only puts Bank in a good position to help the rest of his team, but it also kind of shuts down a huge avenue that CES can utilize to skill into that mid game, which is the Ezreal. Exactly,
and sure, Ezreal does have a good mid game power spike, but hitting the late game, there's going to be a plateau for this marksman overall. They're pretty hard to catch, but you have a Zed for that very reason. So Arsenal will eventually go on for a chase, which is why we mentioned that Cerberus Esports, they are playing on that timer, and they need those early game initiations to be really effective in this matchup. Sure, Gwen has gotten that pick now with a deficit going on that bottom lane. It definitely is a little bit harder to do when it comes down to how they get back on track. And you just really go back to the drawing board and see whether if you can actually get more coming in from the Baron lane itself, which is a lot of pressure on Y1.
Yeah. And we haven't really talked much about them, right? We haven't really saw much of Y1 against Noel, aside from the attempted get from Meliodas early on. But This skill matchup thus far, I feel like Noel has been having a pretty decent time. Not really, he's absorbing not just the pressure from CES, but also being able to match up against Y1. I think that is also that minor win for BRU.
Exactly.
It kind of puts a lot of pressure on Y1 to really make things happen, right? Because if your bottom lane isn't doing well, and BMM is the Garen, kind of that brick wall for the team, it comes down to this Riven to buy time for Gwen.
Exactly, and when we look at Cerberus Esports, they can still default back into a deathball team fight playstyle when you have so many beefy, sustainable unit over on the front lines. It will need a little bit more effort for them to build into, some of all these defensive items, especially for that Garen that we're looking at. And for Brum United, I think they're really putting all the money on Banks, who would now have such a great time now securing that double kill. Probably walked back and got himself, like, what, Blade of the Ruin King, and even more stuff to come. So he's going to be able to hold his own and won't have all too much of a heavy pressure coming from Y1 as well as Meliodas heading into some of these team fights.
And you know that Noel is having an incredibly good time, right? He is far ahead in goals, able to get, I think, 3 platings from the Baron lane turret. I don't think Y1 can stand up to him in a head-to-head fight, right? He has that Sheen, Divine Thunderer coming up just in time for the objective to spawn. CS taking posture down mid, looking for the Rift Herald.
And we're already having even some disparity coming in from each lane's goal difference overall. CS, they might have to lead, but will they get the catch?
Yeah, Dredge line into an ultimate, what the Jess knocked up, but Golden Feet shows up. And Noel also drops that grand challenge, forcing CS to completely back off, the Glacial Fissure to cut off any point of entry, and Genzao cannot assist his team. BRU now looking to take the Rift Herald for themselves, and CS, they're not done just yet. True Shot Barrage coming through, Meliodas goes right in, Face Seal use as well. The execution comes through, but not enough damage is there. And Golden Feet secures the Rift Herald, Y1, Meliodas, BMM, all of them go down. Genza to follow, 4 kills for BRU, and they lose none.
The home crowd cheering them on, and they have been able to strike goal when Archony has held his death mark for such a long time and only looking for the opportune moment as they understand CS, they will come back into attempt on this Herald. And just look at his sublime positioning. He's been able to finally catch Genza as well. And Golden Feet walks away with the skin of his teeth. We saw BMM hopping on top of him, and somehow he still managed to make the cut, and I believe it's all thanks to the smite that has kept him alive.
Yeah, and that was unlucky, right? BMM was looking for that Demacian Justice and wasn't able to get any kill. BRU, they won this mid-tier 1, but CES at least was able to protect the structure. But question number 2 is, how do they contest this Dragon? Because Golden Feet, he's on top of it. You have Bank constantly spamming those volleys to keep him away. And what the Jess is around as well.
There's just absolutely no entry.
And they have vision, right? Days. And they have vision of CES.
Yeah, and it's really hard for CES for the moment. The only form of vision that we're seeing.
Well, Death Charge, they gotta do something with the Jess. Just Glacial Fissure. And jumps onto Bank, protects his carry. Can what the Jess at least be the victim? He can. Duck B with the Ignite will finish him off, but it took a lot. All 5 members of CES had to be there.
Yeah, they basically utilized everything they've got. And that's 3 helmets already being expended. Well, of course, I'm counting on Y1, which was a 1v1 over the top side. But Noel is doing an excellent job, not only winning that Herald, he didn't even need that Herald over the Baron lane, and has been able to shove Y1 aside on this Riven, which is definitely a huge news when you put a Riven behind. He's not going to have an easy time hitting the late game with these couple of items. We see a Sheen, and eventually, what are we getting here?
The Sunder, right?
Probably the Sunder.
Yeah, we're going to get the Sunder for Y1 as well.
Hopefully
you can
not.
kind of feel CS. Want something done with the Jess right in front. The Hollow Mist just prevent this damage, but Golden Feet again putting himself in an aggressive position, taking a ton of damage, having to force himself back with the Soul Unbound, getting hit by the Death Charge on the way out. BRU not being able to punish CS as much as they want to, but Y1 certainly pushed back by Noel.
Yeah, and though it wasn't all too much that has resulted over a Baron lane, here goes 4 members of Cerberus Esports hoping to take this dragon away.
Yeah, Golden Fist still has that ultimate. They force Meliodas back. Archony right on top of him and pops him with the death mark. He's on a killing spree. And I don't think CS can secure this dragon as Golden Fist picks up a kill, flashes over the wall for more. The dragon is so low. But at the end of the day, it's BRU walking away with a full team wipe. And once more, they all walk out with their lives.
BRU with a clinical team fight. None of these members have fallen through. And with this ace, they will be able to basically secure themselves a lot of room over on the map and extend their lead close to 10K.
And that is under 10 minutes. Just watch how this team fight unfolds.
And you just take a look at how well they've been able to execute. Archony is in those perfect spot, and Y1 was a tad too late. Every one of Cerberus members were just sent off from the pit itself. Though you see Golden Fit didn't really smite it early on, like they just basically focused down on team fighting. And Brave United just always being so ready to strike. And I feel like the biggest issue here for the rest of Cerberus Esports is that you don't really have anybody that could burst anyone of Brave United in time. And what you're relying on this Garen, who's going on the greedy build, just having that Hullbreaker and going for maybe a Black Cleaver next. He's not going to be tanky enough to survive these fights.
And you can see that CS, they're looking for avenues elsewhere on the map, right? Meliodas, he was playing with the support of BMM just to get into the enemy jungle. No turrets yet for CES. Secondary Pharaoh also secured by BRU. And this was kind of the problem we foresaw with Genza on this Ezreal. He was not able to deliver any impact in those fights. We saw how trapped he was at the Dragon Pit, outside of it in fact, and having Archony jump on top of him just like you predicted. And I'm just wondering, how does CES come back into this game?
Yeah, they just really have to stall it out. We have finally seen BMM starting to get himself that Bramble Vest at the very least. And Meliodas, even getting that first blood, it has been halted ever so slightly. Noel have proved to be the player to look out for the rest of Cerberus. Even despite Riven going even against her, there was such a huge build-up in terms of gold that Noel's just gonna go up to speed and just attack the side lanes here, which will have Y1 always on that Baywatch.
All of the players of BRU are just having a fantastic game. We saw how fast the pillars of CES collapsed in the last 2 fights, right? It really felt like there wasn't really much of a chance, but they have found some ground, kind of slow down a bit, and find some breathing room for themselves, something that they really need. BRU not shy to play that game.
Exactly, and I also really want to commend on what the Jess. Usually you see him on playmaking roles, the one that is the first mover, and even on something that what people call basic as a ROM, he's basically everywhere in all these sort of team fights, which not only protects Bank throughout the entirety of the process, but he just offers so much to hold the line for Brave United to launch attacks all around Cerberus Esports. So I wonder how Cerberus will fare with this though.
But the arrow connects, forcing a flash from Y1. That could be very deep in enemy territory, and I'm not really sure if he wants to be there though. This Nautilus not as tanky as they wanted him to be, and Golden Feet just goes on top of Y1, takes the Keyburst in the face, and Genza protects him on the way out. But Golden Feet comes back in with a Mortal Steel, goes Stasis, dodges the Dredge line, gets knocked up and goes down anyways, as Archony looks for a trade with the Death Mark. A 1-4 exchange in that mid lane.
Not too shabby after all, as they've managed to at least get what the Jess in the process at the very same time. So make it a 2-4-1.
All that considered, with BRU having such a substantial lead, CS a phenomenal juggle with that play. Had to use a couple of sums, but at the end of the day, you're shutting down one of the biggest players on the side of BRU. You're getting that go injection, and BMM also putting in a bit of that work. Baron Nashor on the board though. Still not an easy fight for CES.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a clean-cut answer for Brave United as well, where you don't really want to be boxed in against a Gwen as well as a Riven. When we've seen what Duckby can do, it's just that he really have to lock onto the right target when he does expend his ultimate. last time heading on to Golden Feet, it doesn't mean anything at all. Like, ideally, you want to look for a player like Bank, and that will buy enough spacing for Y1 to work his magic out. And BMM has got to be really careful about this because Golden Feet's pretty close by.
And I think Golden Feet found Meliodas as well. He was supposed to come in and help out his buddy, but he gets picked up on the way in. Not even close to assisting BMM, but the ultimate does come out. Dugby finally arriving at the scenes, but it's a bit too late. Noel should be able to make it out. Of course, the ultimate connects. Noel getting that shield from What the Jess. Surviving with literally a slither of Falcon. Genza pick him up. Of course, it finally does. A scrappy exchange in that river, but overall, BRU are just getting turrets everywhere on the map.
I just love how big brain Golden Feet was. Like, he went back for that auto just to ensure that that Ignite doesn't really take him off, and then he spots out that Skull Crab in hopes that he could lifesteal out of it. But, of course, with the presence of Genza, that will be taken out. But this Dragon, once again, will be in the hands of Brum United, uncontested by Cerberus Esports. Even though with that sort of extension, I felt like Cerberus Esports might have actually been a lot more worried, but they still managed to walk away with that kill onto Golden Feet, which is a great shutdown, by the way.
No magic damage from BRU though. And that is something that we see as getting the read on. That's why we see all these full armor items from Dugby and BMM. They still do need a bit of time. I mean, the entirety of CS does. But I want to look at Genza. I think he's going for the Riftmaker on this Ezreal.
On the Ezreal. That definitely will be really, really interesting. And in fact, yes, that is the build to Riftmaker that will basically supplement him with a little bit more of a burstiness when he does land most of his spells. And I'm just really wondering, sure, you have this Ezreal that still needs to get his item power spikes, but if you look at the way that Boremia has been able to take fights on multiple fronts, it has been rather convincing on 5v5s. I feel like the moment that Cerberus Esports split them up, they don't look as strong anymore.
Yeah, and that was kind of the result of the past two scrappy fights, right? Cerberus, they were able to pick up members of BRU. They got What the Jess, they killed off Golden Feet. They were even able to finish off Noel. And those are huge goal injections for the core of CES. And I do wonder if it is really going to be that Riftmaker for Genza. It could be a Leandris, but I feel like I'm taking this a bit too far. The Riftmaker does make a bit more sense for the Ezreal. Overall, when we talk about timing, you did mention that CES are playing on the clock, are playing against time. So does this change anything though for CES? Are they still kind of on the ropes and playing with a time limit?
Yeah, I guess like the only player that could basically pull some strings here is, of course, their very own jungler on that Gwen. But in order to create that spacing, it requires a lot of effort coming from their Nautilus and BMM. Just gotta be pretty much nosediving into the backline to cause all the attention to be drawn upon him instead. But they haven't been able to answer through the aggression that is being shown by Archony in many of all these team fights, where Archony could just sit by for a few seconds longer and then come in to pick up all these numbers back. And let's, of course, take a look ahead and what's really going on throughout the course of the battle. Well, we have...
I mean,
you can was that Golden Feet cleaning the screen, or...?
Yeah, Golden Feet just gotta make sure my buttons connect. So far, I mean, you can see kind of the shift of the mood, right? For CES, a bit more relaxed right now. There's more smiles on their face. Of course, Meliodas is the one that's incredibly focused. Good to see that Golden Feet woke up a bit. Power nap did help. So far, I mean, CES not really phased by that monstrous lead that BRU got for themselves in the game. Definitely not over yet, and I think CES have found some ways to claw back, and I think, you know, you're right, a lot of that responsibility lies on the shoulder of Meliodas. He's not that playmaker. Gwen doesn't have those tools to enable plays, but if you give space to him, then that's going to change the state of the game. And we'll see how CES kind of returns from this early deficit. They definitely are making strides.
Speaking of the state of the game, we are back in action. Rev United secures a Tier 2 tower up over on the Baron lane side. Well, it's Cerberus Esports yet again. Has to find ways to claw back against this 9K of a loss that they've been making.
I mean, all Tier 2s have fallen for CES. The only turret they got was the Baron lane Tier 1. It's inconsequential in the bigger scheme of things, but CES are sticking together right now.
Oh.
Had a Crystal Arrow landing onto Y1, forcing a very early flash.
And it's great response coming in from Cerberus Esports as well, where Duckby was ready to basically throw in any spells that he could, and the Riftmaker finally online coming in from Genza. Really want to see how much can he offer now that he could basically have a little bit more sustainability of his own. And BMM has to answer up to all these side lane pressure that BRU is causing. And Noel reigns free from the bottom lane. Still looking to be pretty difficult. True Shot Barrage sent out, but that doesn't really deter Rev United. They can easily start this Baron if they want. Well, the pressure is definitely on the shoulders of Cerberus Esports.
And the only person that can deal with Noel is BMM with the Hullbreaker. And even then, Noel just heavily outmatched him, and Duck B forced the flash as well. Glacial Fissure almost connects onto Y1. Duck B burning down low, but the Jets knocked up. The Gargoyle Stoneplay buying a bit of time. And BRU forcing number CS back. Y1 tries to go back and instantly stunned up by the concussive blows. Not able to get his combo off, and he goes down for 50 seconds.
Villain effort from Cerberus, but it absolutely wasn't enough. Overextended for a tad bit longer, and what Rev United just had to do is just wait for backup to arrive in time. And
he didn't get to use his Gargoyles, right? So
not at all.
Y1, rough game so far. CS checking that Baron pit, but BRU, they're not around. 25 seconds if they want to do this.
There's only another lifeline here left for inside of Cerberus Esports. One team fight, and it either will make or break this entire scenario. And perhaps they're just hoping that the Elder Drake will be their saving refuge. Well, the MM now spotted out by the Scarlet's Bloom as Archney continues to pursue on this push. And they're going for the Garen.
BMM not as tanky as he seems. Death Mark on top of him, forcing that flash and Death Charge as well. But it just clips him on the edge, but barely surviving that one. Unfortunately though, Genza is in the wrong part of the jungle, and he's going to be punished with Death Coden Feed on a killing spree. And Genza being there was...
How did he end up there?
Yeah, how did he get there? And then BRU, huge window for Baron, and they should be doing it right now. I don't think CS can contest this.
Not at all. It's been quite a rough game coming in for Genza. Not really hitting any sort of blows, but BMM charging right in, trying to force Rev United.
Yeah, BMM gone on. Isolated from the rest of his team. Duckby wasn't able to provide any assistance. Meliodas cut out by Archony. He's handling two members of CS as well. This game pretty much done and dusted as Noel. He's going for the prize. What the Jets, another Glacial Fidget clipping onto Y1. He won't be able to get out, but the base in absolute shambles. BRU torching every single structure. And Buriram United Esports, in the presence of their home crowd, draws game one in this series.
What a great macro plan coming in from Buriram United to be able to shut down the rest of Cerberus Esports. It went down to that opening team fight down the bottom lane that has been able to accrue this amount of wealth. And of course, Buriram United, they never held back. And that team fight over Dragon, on top of it all, has forced Cerberus to turtle back throughout the entirety of the game. And I wonder what else can Cerberus bring heading into game two. Well, at least they're not too fret about it. They still have some smiles on their face. They know that at any given point of time in the series, they can turn the tides around.
Yeah, the BRU snowball is a pretty scary one. Definitely a strong way to start off this series, but of course we'll see how Cerberus are going to recover from this. It is not over yet. It's a best of 5, and you know, in the worst case scenario, if Cerberus goes down, we still can witness them run that lower bracket. So there's plenty of lifeline for this team, but of course, like you say, a rough start. A rough start for the LAN event, especially losing in this manner against BRU. A very unprecedented opening, honestly.
Exactly, but we really have to go back to the drawing board of the draft itself, where I want to say it's all too questionable on some of their ideals of picks like Ezreal or even a Garen over mid lane, which is very unlikely of the usual play that Cerberus makes. They like to play something that can basically offer a little bit more of a range aggression at the very least. Sure, they managed to pick up this first blood, but I think like it really went down to team fighting where BRU United absolutely triumphed.
Yeah, and then we just see kind of like the lack of damage from CES, right? And this was one of the fight where Duckby wasn't even in there with the team. And that was kind of how the snowball began. CES were not able to recover at all. We started from the Rift Herald, then we transitioned to the Dragon Pit, and BRU just ran away with the entire game.
Exactly, and I just love the way you put it. I think like that basically identifies the main source of the problem, the lack of damage output, where you have Duckby being the CC machine. I would say that BMM tried to go in to offer some damage, forced to basically pivot back into towards a full tank build as well. It was still a little bit too late. Of course, we go into the results of this matchup, 18-5. I think like overall, Bank was given everything to be set for success, and he ended the game with 5 completed items compared to the likes of many.
Yeah, and I think this also feels a bit more uncomfortable for CES to play out, right? Usually we see Meliodas playing on champions that can really start a fight, and Vi being one of the highlights of his champion pool. But BRU showed a lot of respect. They took out that Vi, and I feel like this maybe put a dent in CES's plan to have Meliodas get the gears running. And this Gwen didn't really work out the way they wanted to. They have no one to buy space for Y1 and Meliodas, and then really just spiral out of control. And we thought that, and no, you pointed out perfectly, right? CES, they're playing on the timer, and with how BRU got off to such a strong start, they just accelerated the end game.
Exactly, and you also really have to take a look at how Golden Feet has been so proactive that, sure, Meliodas was always up ahead, but he's always out there contesting, and whenever he had that Fate Seal available, he doesn't really mind if it's going to be on a singular target. He just goes for it, try to make plays possible, and he just knows that there will be either backup arriving or at least he will get that kill before moving out. So Cerberus Esports have got a whole lot to address heading into Game 2, and really it has to start from the draft, because I felt like Nautilus doesn't really offer all too much in this spectrum itself. I guess like there's a certain good idea that, oh, you really want to find something that can match up to maybe the Braum itself, where you make it into a neutral lane. But pairing it with an Ezreal, I don't really think it's the best catch combo.
Yeah, it definitely does lack a bit a bit of firepower, and that's why we saw Braum really punish that early on. And this draft really feels like, from the VN region, is a more comfortable draft, right? It feels more at home. They are really prone to running that Garen mid just as that neutralizing effect, but it is pretty clear from game number 1 that teams from different regions have found a solution to that. The Garen is no longer kind of that Achilles, that arrow in the knee for the team. But we're gonna head to a short break, and when we come back, we will see if BRU can extend that lead in the best of 5, or will Cerberus Esports head back and tie up the series. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอน global เนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปๆลงสเปรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết, nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng nó khá là khó khăn, tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับที่พวกผมพลาดท่าให้ทีมเซบรัสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบรัสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมเรียดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัดดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมาย
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
Tất nhiên là có.
อยากฝากบอกเซบรัสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals. We are here, playoffs day number 1, and we just witnessed Buriram United Esports take an incredibly decisive win over Cerberus Esports, both from the draft, from the macro play, and it's Husky alongside Contra. Cerberus Esports have a lot of work to do if they want to get back into Game 2.
Exactly, and we are definitely excited to see both Yone as well as Gwen to be played out on the opposite sides of the jungle, respectively, and of course, both sides showing strength. However, I think like the draft itself for Cerberus Esports needs a little bit of fixing. I believe that they should be able to figure it out in a really short moment in time, where honestly being in a LAN event gives you a little bit more pressure. Like, you got to do everything on the fly. I mean, even back when it was online, it has been pretty much the same, except for the fact that they're in the comfort of their own home.
Absolutely.
This time for Cerberus Esports, they're in a different LAN overall. A lot of things are foreign to them, where they just really have to go back to what they know best, I do believe. So perhaps sticking back to what has worked out for them, such as making sure that the Baron lane has a really smooth time and giving a little bit of a good safe lane for Genza to work with, has been the usual way that Cerberus works around.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, the crowd, the home crowd in Thailand has to be ecstatic, right? Watching that victory, and pressure and all aside, I think for CS, you gotta be looking at a draft that allows Meliodas to do that playmaking, and I think it is something that BRU has resonated a couple of times in their interview during the break as well, where they talk about how Meliodas is going to be the one that makes the play, and this is why we saw some targeted bans towards him. And I think BRU have done a good job identifying the core issue and really putting a stop to it. And now it's CES's turn to troubleshoot that and find a solution.
Exactly, and when you look into some of these picks that Buriram United has brought out, I wouldn't even be certain if any of these champions were noteworthy to be banned out in these next upcoming rounds. Sure, Yone did create a little bit of a ruckus out there, but I'm looking more at the Zed, because Arshani just have so much free reign in all these team fights, especially it all started back into that Herald skirmish, and I think like Cerberus Esports with that overcommitment itself has basically given such a ramp up to Buriram United. Not like the Ashe was anywhere behind or in a neutral state. Already starts off with that 2 kills, then you supplement another 2 to 3 kills over onto Arshani. I think from that point onwards, it was almost over.
Yeah, and it was really hard for CES to kind of recover from the deficit because they already have a pretty slow ramp up, right? So in game number 2, I am looking at CES to draft a more active draft just to allow Meliodas to kind of do his work, get his lane ahead while having Y1 doing that usual Baron lane thing. Just hold that lane and wait for Meliodas to arrive. That has been the modus operandi for CES. If Genza wasn't able to step up the game, if Y1 can't do it, there's always Meliodas, and that's something that was lacking in game number 1.
And now that we take a look at how Buriram United has been able to achieve all these sort of success, we have all these sort of high pressure points created not only by Golden Feet itself, but what the Jazz, he didn't really have to leave the lane all too much, but when it comes down to team fights, he was in the best position possible, and that allowed both Noel as well as Archony to basically go in for the chase. And first, Bank, he was basically left untouched majority of the part of the game.
Yeah. And we now see some shift in the bans, with the Ashe being banned out first by BRU and CES going for the Gwen. Now Zed will be removed as well as BRU. They're done using it. It's a one-time use thing. We're not gonna do it again, and we will not let CES have their hands on it. This definitely is an interesting approach from BRU. Completely different from that game 1 ban, right? We were looking at the Nasus, we were looking at the Jace. But now CES also respecting the Golden Feet Yone.
It's such an interesting ban overall. Remember, there's a lot of powerful picks that are still left out in the open. We have seen Kassadin, and some even say Samura could still be a little bit more effective. It almost looked like the whole bans were just to eliminate the entire draft of the past matchup.
Yeah, we just ban all 10 champions picked in game 1 and we will have a brand new draft. CES though, still sticking with that Jace last ban, BRU having Karma in the pool as well, but this time BRU are going to be on that blue side, so first pick Senna will come true. And one good thing about BRU is that this Senna is also a flex for them, right? It's not tied down to bank. We've seen what the Jets play it, so they are not really solidifying anything just yet. But that also opens up the Lucian for CS, and this is what BMM and Genza loves.
But my question here is, do you really want to put bank on the Nasus role instead when it comes down to this form of composition that they're holding up with? Is I felt like bank definitely had a lot more safety net on some of these marksmen out there, and then you have other options like perhaps a Lux that we could basically have a double snare lane. Could be something, but Cerberus managed to at least identify that, hey, we got ourselves some really strong picks that was banned out on the past game, and now we get 1-1 his Renekton back, and Golden Feet, he says, I don't really care, I just really want to play as aggressive as Archony in the past round.
Yeah, just such a strong opening from CES, I would say. It's a bit stronger than BRU. Fiora now makes it through the draft. And I wonder if CS will pick that Meliodas champion right now, right? Because you have seen that Kha'Zix. I don't think CS are going to be too worried getting their jungler in the in this third pick as well. The Vi would comes to mind, but we also have that Lee Sin that BRU let through, so that will be the choice for CS.
Exactly, and initially I thought that there is still a little bit more opportunities for Cerberus Esports to also flex the Renekton, but since the hands have been dealt by Buriram United, it has to be the case where they just have to quickly pick this before moving into the second phase of picks and bans. And they have noticed that the Nasus was not being picked up on the first phase itself, and they want to take away the odds of Buriram United of having such a good sustained back end lane.
Probably a Gragas would be the next ban from CES after this Nasus. So we are looking at BRU going down the line. What the Jets can still pick that Galio if Galio is led right through. There are some good options, but BRU, they will now focus on that BMM champion pool, which will be that Akali. But you said that the Renekton can't really be flexed. I still think that there is a slight chance, right? Because BMM and Genza do play that Lucian, so CS have a bit more of a breeding room to work with. They do ban out that Galio, so Gragas now kind of becomes the default choice for BRU.
That's a really good point that you've mentioned right there, and we've also seen Lucian Baron lanes from time to time, or if it permits, Lucian mid lane, but going up against Golden Feet on the Kha'Zix, you probably don't really want him on the side lanes overall. I mean, other than being babysitted by support. So Cerberus Esports, they did not ban the Gragas. Instead, they banned the Gallo to pick it up for themselves. And I guess the answer here is, let's put another Juggernaut over the bottom lane and have infinite sustain. And Buriram United shows that, hey, you know what? It could be a different case altogether. We'll make that mid lane matchup into a Baron lane matchup if we want to. We want it to be.
This is a very slow. This kind of feels like a slow dragon lane for BRU, right? You have the Senna and the Nautilus. There's a ton of crowd control, but on the damage department, it does lack a bit. And with that Ziggs picked up, I think this is a BMM Lucian mid lane for sure. And if this is a mid into a Garen, I think CS will absolutely love this arrangement.
Yeah, and despite him either facing Fiora as well as Garen, I think it is very, very favorable. And now with the presence of the Ziggs, I think like it definitely changes everything. You just go ahead, slice and dice, get a stun off of one of these squishy targets, and Genza throws in the Mega Inferno Bomb. There's nothing that you can do about it.
Yeah,
you just gotta force flashes or die.
I loved this draft so much more from CS, right? You have two incredibly... Honestly, it feels like all the lanes are strong by default in CS, right? In the Dragon lane, Ziggs, Gragas, absolutely menace to deal with. You have BMM, this Lucian into Garen matchup, range matchup, great for Lucian. And in that Dragon lane, a bit more neutral, but Renekton, once Y1 gets a hit, you would see a bit of problem that Noel starts to face. All that being said, I think one of the biggest points for CES with this draft is that they have 2 displacement skills, something that is really useful against BRU's draft.
Yeah, and I think like that itself could be a really huge factor in team fights overall. And BMM, I think like he's feeling relatively confident that he can basically have a smooth cruise in the very early game. But I really want to see what the Jazz now on this well, prom duty, and we are seeing so many Buraminat fans in the crowd. And
With
look who we have in the back.
We have a wild RRQ Chaz. They're scouting out his opponents, or his potential opponents, right? Because RRQ will not be playing.
I see Marky too.
Yeah, they will not be playing today. They're gonna have a really good time tomorrow. But it's gonna be a long day tomorrow. All things considered, right? RRQ might have to play 3 series, depending on the result. But for today, they get to rest, and they get to explore, or maybe just spend some time in the crowd.
Exactly. Of course, let us know your thoughts as we will be jumping out into our game in a few moments' time. So, Burma United, I think like this draft may not be as creative as compared to the ones that they had beforehand. But then again, I could definitely see the ideas where you essentially take ideas coming in from Cerberus Esports, but really implement it better, where now you have essentially almost the same few picks, like Fiora, and I think the Garen is definitely the oddball here, because this matchup against Lucian, he's not going to be able to do all too much unless you basically commit everything and basically land all the killing blows on top of it.
Yeah. And we have the playmaker of Meliodas, so we got to keep an eye out on that Lee Sin. But here we are, game 2 of this upper bracket, BRU against CES. BRU leading by 1 game, but judging from the draft alone, CES have already bumped up that odds a bit with what they have shown us. And when it comes to execution, if there's anything we learn from Meliodas on a playmaking jungler, is that these first 5 minutes are incredibly crucial for BRU to not give away any lead to CES.
Exactly, and Golden Fee definitely isn't the guy to do so. And looks like BMM didn't seem to be moving at all. So, of course, we want to ensure that he'll be able to at least get those creeps on the lane.
Yeah, yes.
You know?
So it's a range matchup trick. You know?
And of course, going back to what you've mentioned, like when it comes down to both ends of the junglers, we have seen Meliodas to have gone on either very linear champions that can do one good thing and one thing only, which is why the Vi was being banned out in the very first matchup. And now heading to this game itself, what do you think of his pick overall? Like, would this basically fit him much better?
I think it does, right? Because before Vi was kind of in the meta, we see Meliodas going for that Lee Sin time and time again. So this is your back to roots moment, I think, for Meliodas. Overall, I feel like if you are BRU right now, a lot more respect has to be given to CES. In game 1, we saw a lot of this run in your face. We are so strong, you cannot beat us. We run into you, we take your objectives, we take your base, but I don't think it would be the same for game number 2 simply because of what CES has gotten for the composition. It's all comfort picks. You have BMM on his signature Lucian, you have Meliodas on his favorite Lee Sin. It's something that I think BRU definitely have seen before. Last time they met on the regional playoffs in WCS finals, that was kind of the composition that they lost to against that they beat, in fact. So all things considered, CS feel comfortable in their skin, but Buriram probably not as scared as they wanted them to.
Exactly, and I think like there's another edge here for Cerberus Esports, where they do have a higher mobility rate for the majority of their champions to be able to really go into team fights, reposition, reset, and then come back into it. So a lot of flexibility on options, where Cerberus Esports, despite having that sort of loss, you can see the determination coming in the faces of Genza, BMM, and the rest of the squad. Of course, these 2 names are the longest standing members of Cerberus Esports from the early stages of the inception of their Wild Rift roster itself. they've been there for the longest. It really draws back to more than about a year ago.
Oh yeah.
That they make their debut into the Southeast Asia Championship.
Honestly, this kind of like minorly revitalized CES, right? When they played on the WCS regionals, they were able to qualify from that place as well. In fact, I believe it was the plane's first seed, undefeated, but they were not able to kind of deliver the same result in the playoffs. And afterwards, this minor roster shuffle did breathe new life into them. And again, it really comes down to whether they can overcome BRU, because these two teams have very mixed results, right? CS beat them in the group stage, but that was with this roster. So, BRU's account of beating CS in the regionals doesn't really apply entirely. But yeah, what the jest is absolutely mesmerized by the crowd.
Oh well, it's either he's mesmerized or he just have 1,000 things running on his mind that he couldn't even move a single muscle at all.
Yeah. If you see what the Jazz behind the scenes, whether he's streaming or whether it's the player cams during the draft, especially during the group stage, he is a super vocal guy. He really gets his words out there. But that's what makes BRU such an interesting team. Even when you
he's just got a lot of personality, I would say.
Absolutely. When you watch him stream, this guy does not stop talking in a good way.
In the best way possible,
Yes.
I would say. Like, he will read every comment, and I thought like he wouldn't, respond to me. It's like, oh, he remembers me. I'm like, yeah, thanks, Jess. And overall, like, you take a look at Golden Feet, like, what's not to love about this guy? Like,
I remember the funny part. Like, Golden Feet was he had a slight like error on his name on one of the like on some
right.
social media like things that I saw a few weeks ago, and like everyone was making fun of Golden Feet. And Golden Feet just took it like
what
a
was
champ.
that word again?
It was co something, right? It was just a typo in his IG, and it was very it was hilarious.
Oh, right.
They played it off pretty well though. Poor Golden Feet. That guy got railed by all, like, his teammates came and made fun of him.
And what I really do love about the crowd, the Thai crowd, is that everyone just looking so stylish today.
Honestly, they're so focused. I'm genuinely terrified. I'm genuinely intimidated. That is an incredibly focused crowd. Barring the two RQ players that we see on our cam, everyone else is incredibly focused. Of course, we have the coaching staff, and of course the players from the rest of CS is behind the scenes. The crew as well. And people coming on this early for LAN event is a different feeling. You know, like,
a lot of love coming in, and of course, like you said, it is definitely something really special for the Wild Rift esports community that's across Southeast Asia, and I believe this is one of the few offline events, or could this ever be the first one that's being held there?
Honestly, well, for Thailand, I believe that it is, right? In Thailand, at least for Southeast Asia, this is definitely, it feels like the first after the Icons Global Championship. I know that
they have those watch parties.
They have watch parties I think in the Philippines as well. I believe yesterday for a separate event, but it's just the activeness of all these players. We also have cosplayers on site as well, and of course KDA Ari, one of the most popular skins, in fact, skin lines, right? My favorite, in fact.
Yeah, I gotta say, she looks stunning, and of course, we're already charmed.
That's the charm, right there. Just keep this frame. And of course, we also have the booth. If you guys are on LAN and want to take photos with our cosplayers, our talents, you want to sign your names. I believe we saw RQ #1 back there. It's generally a very fun crowd. I miss the feeling of waking up early to go for a LAN event. Normally, this timing would be my wake up time. Well, actually, just a bit past my wake up time.
Just pass it.
Just pass. I would just be awake. Probably just getting like lunch or something.
You just woke up at lunchtime, so I guess that's breakfast for you. But
yes, it is.
These guys are hoping to at least get those wins before they get themselves a proper meal.
Pretty sure they had something, right?
Hopefully they had something.
Can't last.
Remember, they are 1 hour behind us, of course. So it's still
correct.
about 11ish.
Still,
it's just about time for lunch if they can finish off this entire series in time.
Oh, now we get the full view from behind the stage. Honestly, this looks clean. I love it. I love it.
Exactly.
How this is, in fact, I mean, being this close to the crowd definitely does put a bit of extra pressure, right, on CS themselves, right? BRU, this is just another day in town for them, but for CS, what we do worry is that these kind of unfortunate delays might start taking a toll on these players, right? That composure, that gameplay. You can see BRU definitely a bit more chill.
Exactly. What I really do love about what's going on the stage at the very least is like, Golden Feed. He's just basically being the ringleader in fact. Oh, looks like he's getting a little bit of a warning.
Jess. Jess.
What's going on?
Yeah, Jess is yawning. Someone wake him up. He has been ultra focused on whatever he's looking at for a long time.
Wow, we even have a little bit of Q going on. We have taken notice. I love that Naruto shirt, by the way.
Honestly, just great outfits. Like, sign me up for some of these. What do you call it? Some of the drip.
Yeah, especially this drip though from United jerseys.
I would want this. Like,
we know Omo have stolen one from Jess, and you can see maybe that's the reason why they don't go with this. Look at the fans coming from Cerberus Esports or.
Yeah, CS have a mini fan club there. Do not count them out just yet. Honestly, I mean, CS has a huge fan club back at home.
Exactly, and you don't know like how crazy it is. Like Wild Rift is absolutely huge in Vietnam, and I think like you could go even more massive from here on. And it's always great to see, you know, like dedication of fans, friends, family members to also follow on the journey to go overseas, have a fun time with, and make more new friends.
Just in time for the new season to start as well. I think it started like, what, yesterday or the day before? Yeah, just new season. Yeah, glad to see that these guys are a bit more awake. Like
I guess
he's finally broken from his trance.
Oh yeah,
has he? Or has he
just
not?
A little bit. At least like he's got a little bit of an itch to scratch.
He's moving, you know.
Cerberus fans.
At least he's moving.
We can see so much love going in for the players of Vietnam.
So I've been spending the past few months trying to figure out how do you do this thing on your phone. I figured out it was probably just an app, and I was finally able to replicate it. But I cannot believe I dedicated so many months to find out how do you put neon signs on your phone screen.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you managed to do so.
Yes, I did. There was a sense of accomplishment because I had to fetch someone from the airport. So it was, yeah.
Okay, so I guess that's what you do on the side, yeah.
You figure it out. That's what I do on the side. Exactly.
All right.
We do airport trips. I mean.
All right, I believe that will be moving back to us, and we will definitely have to look at what's gonna be the cause of the issue right now. We're sorry for the hold up, but we'll assure you that we'll be back here for the action that's coming up.
Yeah, we're gonna throw for a break while we figure out the issue. But do not worry, when we come back, everything will be smooth and we'll get the games rolling. So do be patient with us. We'll see you in a bit.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết, nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng đó khá là khó khăn, tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะที่พวกผมพลาดท่าให้ทีมเซบาสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบาสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมเรียดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัตดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมาย
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
Tất nhiên là có.
อย่าฝากบอกเซบาสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก เราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports นะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลนะครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับ ก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข่งแล้วครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แก้ก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มตี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นนิดหน่อยถ้าเอาตามตรงไงพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ผู้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังสำหรับกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายามครับ สำหรับประโยชน์เด่นๆสำหรับผู้ต่อสู้เหรอครับก็พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Ok, nickname của mình là Genya, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
Vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao. Còn điểm yếu thì đợi team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Bruiam. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả Gion cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi chứ.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas không?
Does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Thanks, he's chasing. Genza is down, Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely, and shots coming true and shy. Trying to get taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming out from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอน global เนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปลงเซเบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng nó khá là khó khăn tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับที่พวกผมพลาดท่าให้ทีมเซบรัสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบรัสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมริออดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัตดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมาย
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
Tất nhiên là có
อยากฝากบอกเซบรัสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
And we are back.
We are finally back here, and of course, we're going to bring you some of the best action of Snapdragon Pro Series here in Wild Rift, Southeast Asia. And of course, we're still having our series between Buriram United versus Cerberus Esports. My name's Contra. This is Husky alongside with me. And back in game one, we've seen Buriram United having quite the clean game going on for them. But now with the drafts changing, Cerberus Esports fare a better chance.
I honestly think that Cerberus Esports will have a great time in this game because we looked at them and they got the conflict picks, right? Meliodas, Lee Sin, or we have the BMM Lucian, and just generally much more appealing draft compared to game number one. So I think, Buriram United, they've kind of exhausted, or at least they have shown a lot of flair and pizzazz in the game one. But game two, CS deserves a lot more respect. And we did mention a bit about, the Swatch parties and all. And a lot of our friends from the Philippines are actually watching on Twitch right now. So shout out to you guys. You guys are absolute heroes for even waking up for this.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure there's also a lot of Vietnamese fans in the chat as well. Those who, may not be able to get their tickets to fly all the way to Bangkok. Don't worry. We got your back to fill you in what's really going on ground. And of course, there's some of them who have been able to make it to the mall itself. It seems like a mall. I assume it's a mall.
It is a mall. I have that actually I think one of the heartwarming things is that I recently found out that some of the players, family members, are actually watching the broadcast. So kudos to you guys, right? Just extra supportive, and your children are doing, your children or your family members, your siblings are doing extremely well.
Exactly, and they're also bringing money back home. What's not to love about that? And there's a lot of money to be won in the Snapdragon Pro Series for all the teams that are involved in the playoffs itself. So it is a culmination of work put in all together for the past 2 months, and it all comes into fruition right here, right now. Inside of this bracket itself, of course, it is always going to be a little bit more of a situation where one team wins, one team will eventually drop into the lower bracket. But we also have to talk about the lower bracket run. Whoever falters might have to meet up against either Enigma Galaxy or even Team Flash, which we don't even expect them to be down over a lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we have 2 lower bracket matches today, right? So by the end of the day, we will only be left with 3 teams. We will see our final 3 and, we wave goodbye to the other 2. Overall, I think, there's going to be a lot of pressure to the team that loses, especially in this series, right? Because whether it is BRU or CS, they will be fighting for the tournament lives if they ended up not winning this best of 5. On the other hand, again, Team Flash being in the spot that they are in is definitely something that we will not expect ourselves saying, but here we are, and they are coming in with a slightly refreshed roster with Joyce coming back, Taddy coming back as well. So that is some shoes to fill. Of course, again, if you guys are on site, do remember we have some fantastic cosplayers that you can take photos with. Seraphine, Ezreal, we see KDA Ari earlier just now. Get your name signed. Just fantastic, talented people.
I just love this whole Battle Academy suit coming in, and every single details is being displayed. I just gotta say, they look absolutely wonderful.
Arcane shift right now, just teleport elsewhere. Just
he must be really happy that Ezreal will debut on the very first game.
It is. That's
you know why they didn't win? It wasn't a Battle Academy skin.
Yeah, absolutely. So send this message over to Gens. I don't think they will be picking Ezreal anytime soon. At least not for CS, right? It definitely is kind of those an unorthodox pick. But of course, the crowd has been very patient. We see Amarki and Helios just having a great time. Just in the crowd. I wonder where the rest of them are.
Well, of course, we'll see them eventually. So, and I just love that everyone that has copped themselves that Grom United jersey is absolutely flexing it. Now they're being a little bit shy, trying to dodge.
Marking is posing a lot and awfully a lot for the cam. He is going off the camera.
Exactly that. We just love to see the joys on their face all the time, and everybody's sure to celebrate the love of Wild Rift all together. Whereas, of course, the game will continue to resume in a few moments.
Yeah.
We'll just have to wait and see. And of course, the draft that was so robust this time around from the side of Cerberus Esports, we'll actually have to keep an eye on BMM.
Yep.
How much can he do over the course of the battle with his Lucian up over the mid lane? And he should be suspecting that there will be a lot of attention being drawn to him. What the Jazz, as well as Colton Feet, will be looking to shut him down. And I wonder how much can Meliodas basically keep him alive. And not only that, maybe turn things around, gets him a few lead. And looks like, of course, the Fury Hounds of Hell, Cerberus Esports here to ignite flames over the course of the battle.
Honestly, just so much fans from Vietnam. I am pleasantly surprised in a good way, right? Going all the way down for Cerberus. I mean, again, big fan club over there. One thing that I do feel that separates Cerberus Esports and Team Flash is, I think Cerberus Esports, they feel like they shine more when you give the individual players champions that can make individual plays. This is why we are seeing so much of those Lucians. We're seeing so much of those Rivers and Fiora. And I just hope that we get to see, BMM really put that to work, because that has been one of his signature picks. But we do have an unfortunate update for you guys. We still are working on the issue. We gotta get it resolved, making sure that both BRU and CS can play to their maximum potential. So we will take another short break, and when we come back, we'll try to get the game rolling and get this best of 5 underway. Do not go anywhere.
Oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
He's chasing. Genza is down. Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely, and it's shots coming true and shy. United gets taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอน global เนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปลงเซเบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng nó khá là khó khăn tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับที่พวกผมพลาดท่าให้ทีมเซบรัสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบรัสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมลิออดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัตดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมายครับ
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
Tất nhiên là có
อยากฝากบอกเซบรัสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Okay. Nickname của mình là Genya, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao. Còn điểm yếu thì đợi team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Buriram. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả Gion cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi chứ.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas
พว
không?
กเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีม Buriram United Esports นะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลนะครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับ ก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข็งแล้วครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แกก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มตี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นหน่อยถ้าเอาตามตรงเนี่ยพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ผู้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังสำหรับกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายามครับ สำหรับประโยชน์เด็ดๆสำหรับผู้ต่อสู้เหรอครับก็พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Max, he's chasing. Genza is down, Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely, and shots coming true and shy. Trying to get taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอน global เนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปลงเซเบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng nó khá là khó khăn tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับที่พวกผมพลาดท่าให้ทีมเซบรัสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบรัสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมลิโอดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัตดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมาย
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
Tất nhiên là có
อยากฝากบอกเซบรัสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Okay. Nickname của mình là Genja, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
Vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao. Còn điểm yếu thì đợi team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Buriram. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả John cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi chứ.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas không?
ครับพวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีม Buriram United Esports นะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลนะครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับ ก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข่งแล้วครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แก้ก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มตี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นนิดหน่อยถ้าเอาตามตรงไงพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ผู้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังสำหรับกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายามครับ สำหรับประโยชน์เด็ดๆสำหรับผู้ต่อสู้เหรอครับก็พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
RQ does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Thanks. He's chasing. Genza is down. Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely. I think shots coming through and shy. Trying to get taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
Welcome back once again to the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift of Southeast Asia, all brought to you by ESL. This is Contra here alongside with Husky. The match is still ongoing between both Burma United as well as Cerberus Esports. Of course, we do apologize for keeping you guys waiting, but hopefully we do have a smoother cruise this time around. Currently at the score lines, it's Burma United taking the lead. If you guys just tuned right in, of course, shout out to all of you guys who are currently watching the broadcast, well, especially you, Autolus, because we know you're big fans of many of these teams.
He's been pressuring us to shout out his name, so Otto, you only get this one shot. We're back right in time to get a kill. It's the first blood, what the Jets grabbing that in that Dragon lane and Genza not getting a return. And a good start for BRU once more.
Yeah, and we see Burma United having Bangs just limping away. Didn't have to pull his flash though, at least he saves it for another time, but they are going for another takedown up against Duckby. I'm not going to be able to find the mark though. Is currently Burma United, after scoring that first blood, they'll be able to sit up ahead and go.
Do wonder how is CS going to deal with this, right? Because I think, you know, this is definitely not the position that they want to be in. We saw BMM at the very beginning accidentally took a turret shot as well while trading with Archony. So these are kind of the factors that BRU are capitalizing on. Y1 also forced to recall very early. Not really what we expected from this draft of CES that felt so comfortable for them.
Exactly, and I spotted something really interesting as well when you take a look at what the Justice build. He's going for either Raw of Aegis or Perhaps a Landry's. I'm thinking Route of Ages.
Route of Ages
does
right?
make a lot of sense, and comparing to Duck B, who starts off with Relic Shield, that will gain him a little bit more money in return. So I guess we will eventually have to seek out whether if this is going to turn into a takedown, as they are congregating against Noel with such a rotation. But keep in mind, Colton Feed is always keeping his eyes on the watch very closely. Duck B makes his way over top side relatively quickly, while bottom side we have Meloadis trying to look for a takedown.
Does not find anything. Even expanded the kick onto what the Jets as well. And all things considered, this is definitely a win for BRU. They didn't have to use too much. BMM though, really putting the pressure onto Archie. He tries to go for the ultimate, but BMM has the health to survive. A solo kill in the mid lane.
He sees the opportunity when BMM loses all his mana bar, and yet again he has been able to come on top, not even needing to expend the flash. Archie came in with the last stand, and unfortunately, of course, after a little bit of an action, we take a breather once more. All right, let's go back into the drawing board.
Let's do it. Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals podcast. We are your English panel for today. It's gonna be a long day. It's a lot to talk about. We've talked about the crowd. We talk about watch party across the world. In fact, let's talk about global news. The WRL actually is starting pretty soon for the next season.
Exactly.
That's insane. In fact, one of the things that I noticed was aside from the incredibly interesting format, is that to decide the first game side selection, guess how they decided? If you
Usually it's a coin flip, right?
No, they do it with an ARAM match.
ARAM match?
Yeah. So you play an ARAM match to determine who gets side selections for game 1.
I actually love that process.
Yeah, and then afterwards you play a best of 5 for for your group stage.
Imagine if the ARAM roles only allowed you to only have support champions. Like, it's gonna take forever. Heals, shields, and everything else.
Losing side selection because the ARAM gives you a bad draft. You know, it does
feels
happen.
bad.
It does happen.
But if you're a pro team, like, you don't really have to worry on which side you're on. It's just that you have to prepare for the game plan on both blue side as well as red side. But you know, like, other than that, we had the wall circuit going on recently, and we've seen a lot of great teams triumph, and RRQ definitely have stood the test of time yet again.
They definitely have. That was the same tournament that, you know, I think Helios really made a name for himself, right? Just multiple highlights, his outclassing Kwangdong Freaks in the grand finals. I think that was a bit of a spectacle. At the same time, Team Flash also made their mark. I think they did there was this Baron Steel clip from Jisoo against, I think it was KDF again. But, you know, with that being said, RRQ definitely still undisputed at this point of time. We're going to go back into the game and continue our conversation between CES and BRU. Thus far, the kills up 1-1. BM getting the solo kill early on onto Archie.
Exactly, yeah. And I just love that when a cam pans onto Banks, he quickly prepares himself again, wipes some sweat off of his thumbs, and he's back in action. So, guys, blinked, you might have actually missed the early contention between both BRU as well as CS that have gotten themselves one takedown apiece. Over here, Y1 as well up for a challenge.
Dominus used as well. We see the Dawning Shadow. Duck B is around there with the ultimate. Noel set on fire, used the repulse very early, and good patience from CES to get the kill. And 4 members on top. This turret is going to lose a couple of platings.
What a great rotation coming out of the rest of Cerberus Esports. Now, Burumi United will respond. Archon leading the charge.
Not going to be easy though. An early kick from Meliodas, and now BMS is going to be around. Meliodas flashes away, brings the death charge with him. But they do lose Y1. What the Jets gets a hook, a dredge line to lock BMM down. And he also gets fed to the Sharks. Bank picks up that kill.
Yeah, and of course, it's time for a little bit of breakdown of what went on. Of course, Noel, we're going on a 1v1 skirmish with the Grand Challenge also being invested, and he quickly realizes that, oh, this is going to turn very, very quickly. Now, Golden Feet doesn't seem like he's all too upset. He's giving us a little bit of a Kabilame signature moves across the table.
A lot of energy, honestly. Like when Bank, I think when Bank got that kill, you could see he actually had a minor pop off on that player cam. So a lot of energy very early on.
Had a lot of monster energy drinks up in the morning, I assume.
I assume so too. Do you know that they actually have this very special bottle cap? Actually, it's not a bottle cap. It's a can cap. So instead of fastening it on a bottle, you do it on the can drink instead. Of Monster Energy. It's actually pretty cool. So
yeah,
so now
I think I've seen it before.
You've seen it, right? So you can.
It stops it from spilling if you ever were that clumsy.
Yeah, it works as a bottle. Basically, it turns your can into a bottle.
Yeah, and I remember like back then somebody offered me that can with the cap on, and I thought like, oh, if I'm gonna leave it aside for a little bit too long, like the gas would just fizzle out, and it's gonna be another sweet drink without the carbonation.
Yeah,
but I was surprised, like it stays intact.
Yeah. So funny thing was when we first saw that our dear friend Pondo actually spilled his.
Oh.
Yeah. Good thing is that this is green, so we don't really see it. Yeah, but took a bit of effort to clean that up.
Oh.
So that's.
I guess I was lucky to dodge a little bit of a splash.
Yeah. The behind the scenes stuff, a lot of things, a lot of interesting things going on.
But of course, those that have made the splash here in this sort of matchup, we have a lot of great maneuvers coming out of Cerberus Esports. But then again, they were hoping to basically take down the first turret over on the Baron lane. Overstayed a little bit more, and I really like that United has been able to respond in kind, taking down 2. Honestly, one of the better exchanges that we are actually getting since Noel went down for a cost.
Yeah, and I do think that the macro play from BRU has been sublime, right? And that's something that they've been really using to punish Cerberus on a lot of these moves. Cerberus were the one who pulled the trigger. It was actually a pretty good start. Took down Noel, got a couple of platings, but BRU's response to that was also very well planned out, right? Very well thought out. And I think Cerberus Esports just thought that they could take the fight, and when they found out that they couldn't, it was a bit too late. BRU walked away with 2 kills. But is this another game where we are looking at Cerberus on a timer, or is it the other way around?
I feel like it's a little bit of the other way around, but then again, you have Illusion, so he is kind of on the timer, and you have the same exact thing that we did mention about Cerberus' game plan back in the past matchup where they did brought forward the Nautilus and also a Garen on top. So they will eventually scale up, and the beefier they get, it's going to be much harder for some of all these members of Cerberus Esports to be able to find much. But what I do see that they could basically benefit from is that we had the Renekton that could easily go in for heart block and engages over the backline. And when you talk about timers, what's better way to also have the Ziggs to hold out even if you're on the back foot, and also when you're up ahead, he's going to be able to do a lot more. So Genza is going to have a decent time at the very least.
Yeah, I do think that for CS they are going to really be looking at that 5-minute mark, right? They have all these spells to play around that objective, and you can easily. It feels slightly easier to punish BRU on certain turns. But so far, I still think that BRU are finding very appropriate responses to what CS is doing. So that kind of is a point of worry. And judging by how BRU are just having so much fun, from the player cams, I think they're just feeling really comfortable.
Exactly, and for United, it really does help that there is just a battalion of fans just cheering them on as well. Why I call him battalion, because like you could. If only we got a little bit of that mic over the crowd, like you'll probably hear that chant for every single takedown.
I would fly down there if I'm not on set, right? I would fly down there. I know our friend Omo is in Thailand. I'm not really sure if he's at the venue yet. Hope we get a glimpse of him.
Well, hopefully
Cameraman,
so.
do your job.
Maybe it's a little bit too early for Mr. Omo to show his special appearance on set, but. Yeah, who knows? Tomorrow he's going to be there on the playoffs.
Don't worry, BRU is playing. He will be there. He will be there with Jess's jersey. Do not worry. We will see him soon.
Exactly. And, whoever wins this matchup will be facing off against RRQ.
That's the first match tomorrow, I believe, right?
Exactly. And what I do love about RRQ is that they sat here prepared, looking at drafts, looking at how these teams are playing out. They're doing their research. And while they're also having fun at the very same time.
I'm pretty sure Marky is more focused on getting some good shots in, for the Twitch clip and he's trying to bring Helios in, and Helios was like, "No."
He's like, this is too early for this, Marky.
Oh, have you? Yeah. Well, we say that, but when they won the Asia circuit, the Asia Invitationals, Helios had the photo shoot of his lifetime. You know, he with the, I believe it was dreadlocks, right? He think he dreadlocks for the finals, and he did this Dunk Master Helios shoot or something.
Dunk Master.
Yeah. He had a bomb time doing his photo shoot.
You guys can have a bomb time in the chat as well. Make sure you put in your predictions for the series. Sure, it has been on a halt for, ever so slightly.
Yeah, it is.
And of course, we hope to accompany you throughout the rest of the ride, or you, in retrospect, you accompany us.
This is a very spontaneous podcast. Do not worry. You know, we are open. Give us your topic in Twitch. I don't know. Maybe production will let us know what other topics.
Maybe you could pull some comments while at it.
Maybe I would do that in a bit. You know, like my phone is a bit too small. But yes, any topics. I mean, overall, I feel like coming into this series, one of the picks that I was looking for all this time was definitely kind of the Gwen, right? But with that aside, I'm gonna take some time sifting through the comments to Twitch chat to find the topics that you want us to talk about, because we are going for another break, and please be patient with us. We'll be with you guys all day, so go for a break, grab some food, grab some snacks. We'll be right back, and hopefully by the time we come back, we'll get the action going.
Coming true and shy. Ryan gets taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอนโกลบอลเนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปลงเซเบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết, nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng nó khá là khó khăn, tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะที่พวกผมพลาดท่าให้ทีมเซบรัสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบรัสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมเรียดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัตดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมาย
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
Tất nhiên là có
อยากฝากบอกเซบรัสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Okay. Nickname của mình là Genja, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
Vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị, nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao, còn điểm yếu thì tại team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Bruiam. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả John cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi chứ.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết, nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con jersey của Meliodas không?
สวัสดีครับพวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports นะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลนะครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับ ก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข็งแล้วครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แก้ก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มตี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นนิดหน่อยถ้าเอาตามตรงเนี่ยพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ผู้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังสำหรับกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายามครับ สำหรับประโยชน์เด็ดๆสำหรับผู้ต่อสู้เหรอครับก็พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Thanks, he's chasing. Genza is down, Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely, and it's shots coming through and shy. Ryan gets taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming out from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอน global เนี่ยพวกเขาก็เดิมที่ผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปๆลงเซเบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng nó khá là khó khăn tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับที่พวกผมต้าท่าให้ทีมเซบรัสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบรัสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมลิออดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัตดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมาย
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
Tất nhiên là có
อยากฝากบอกเซบรัสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Okay. Nickname của mình là Genya, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
Vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao. Còn điểm yếu thì đợi team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Buriram. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả Gion cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi chứ.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas không?
สวัสดีครับพวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตนะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับ ก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข่งแล้วครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แกก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มดี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นนิดหน่อยถ้าเอาตามตรงไงพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ผู้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังสำหรับกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายามครับ สำหรับประโยชน์เด็ดๆสำหรับผู้ต่อสู้เหรอครับก็พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Thanks, he's chasing. Genza is down, Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely, and shots coming true and shy. United gets taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอนโกลบอลเนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปลงเซบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng nó khá là khó khăn tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับที่พวกผมพลาดท่าให้ทีมเซบรัสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบรัสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมลิออดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัตดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมาย
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
tất nhiên là có
อยากฝากบอกเซบรัสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก สวัสดีครับพวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีม Buram United Esports นะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลนะครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับ ก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข่งแล้วครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แก้ก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มตี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นนิดหน่อย ถ้าเอาตามตรงไงพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ผู้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังสำหรับกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายามครับ สำหรับประโยชน์เด็ดๆสำหรับผู้ต่อสู้เหรอครับก็พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Ok. Nickname của mình là Genya, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
Vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao. Còn điểm yếu thì đợi team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Bruiam. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả Gion cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi chứ.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas không?
Does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Thanks, he's chasing. Genza is down, Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely, and shots coming through and shy. Trying gets taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอน Global เนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปๆลงเซเบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng đó khá là khó khăn tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับที่พวกผมพลาดท่าให้ทีมเซบาสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอนครับ
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัว เราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบาสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมเรียดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัดดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมาย
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
Tất nhiên là có
อยากฝากบอกเซบาสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Ok. Nickname của mình là Genya, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao. Còn điểm yếu thì đợi team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Bruiam. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả Zone cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Zone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Zone cho mình chơi chứ.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas không?
พวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports นะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับ ก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข่งเหรอครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แกก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มดี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นนิดหน่อยถ้าเอาตามตรงเนี่ยพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ผู้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังสำหรับกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายามครับ สำหรับประโยชน์เด็ดๆสำหรับผู้ต่อสู้เหรอครับก็พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
RRQ does have the flag flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Thanks. He's chasing. Genza is down. Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely, and it's shots coming true and shy. Vine gets taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอน global เนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปลงเซเบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng nó khá là khó khăn tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับที่พวกผมพลาดท่าให้ทีมเซบรัสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบรัสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมลิออดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัตดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมาย
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
Tất nhiên là có
อยากฝากบอกเซบรัสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Okay. Nickname của mình là Genja, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
Vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao. Còn điểm yếu thì đợi team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Buriram. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả Gion cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi nhé.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas không?
สวัสดีครับพวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีม Buriram United Esports นะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลนะครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับ ก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข่งแล้วครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ น่าจะให้แกก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มดี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นนิดหน่อยถ้าเอาตามตรงไงพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ผู้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังสำหรับกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายามครับ สำหรับประโยชน์เด่นๆสำหรับผู้ต่อสู้เหรอครับก็พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Thanks, he's chasing. Genza is down, Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely, and shots coming through and shy. Trying to get taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming out from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอนโกลบอลเนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปลงเซเบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng nó khá là khó khăn. Tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะที่พวกผมพลาดท่าให้ทีมเซบรัสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบรัสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ที ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมเรียดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัตดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมาย
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
Tất nhiên là có.
อยากฝากบอกเซบาสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Ok. Nickname của mình là Genja, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
Vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline. Cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao. Còn điểm yếu thì đợi team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Bruiam. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả John cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi nhé.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas không?
want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they off of me. Just do it and stop at our target G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one son and don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the goal. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the goal. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Blue team aced. Red team has stolen the dragon. Blue team lost the turret. Blue team lost the turret.
Yeah, look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you won't wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My ground if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Here we go, back again, stereo. Win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh. Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade, you shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Coming to take what's mine. Can't stop, won't stop, won't. If you really want it, gotta own it. Blood, sweat, tears, when you take us down, keep fighting. Off day, gotta bounce back. Might have took an L, we don't count that though. Remember bad, we was down bad. Now the way we looking, gotta doubt that. I know you see the way we moving, giving game. Better listen like a student, don't talk bad it, be about it, do it. Look here, really ain't nothing to it. I got proof for your life tenfold. Always down for the team, 10 toes. You been hater, we been on. Won't quit till I'm in the end zone. Won't stop till I hit the goal line. Never been the one to need a cosign. Can't stop it already, emotional work and devotion. We put in this bedtime, look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Coming to take what's mine. Can't stop, won't stop, won't. If you really want it, gotta own it. Blood, sweat, tears, if you take us down, keep fighting.
loosen up, that's y'all's team, cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. Hey, I'm bringing the energy, I'm making you sweat. Feeling the chemistry, feeling the threat. We are the imminent danger, we are the final boss. We are your nightmares. You gotta shake off.
RQ does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Thanks. He's chasing. Genza is down. Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely, and his shots coming true and shy. Ryan gets taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอน global เนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปลงเซเบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết, nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng nó khá là khó khăn, tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับที่พวกผมพลาดท่าให้ทีมเซบรัสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบรัสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมลิโอดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัตดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมาย
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
Tất nhiên là có
อยากฝากบอกเซบรัสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Okay. Nickname của mình là Genza, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
Vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị, nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao, còn điểm yếu thì tại team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Buriram. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả Gion cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi chứ.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con jersey của Meliodas?
พวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports นะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลนะครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับ ก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข่งแล้วครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แก้ก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มตี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นนิดหน่อยถ้าเอาตามตรงเนี่ยพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ผู้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายามครับ สำหรับประโยชน์เด็ดๆสำหรับผู้ต่อสู้เหรอครับก็พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
I'm bringing the energy, I'm making you sweat. Feeling the chemistry, feeling the threat. We are the imminent danger, we are the final boss. We are your nightmares. You gotta shake off.
RQ does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
He's chasing. Genza is down. Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely, and it's shots coming true and shy. Trying to get taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอน global เนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปลงเซเบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng đó khá là khó khăn. tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะที่พวกผมพลาดท่าให้ทีมเซบาสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัว เราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบาสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมเรียดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัดดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมาย
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
tất nhiên là có
อยากฝากบอกเซบาสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Okay. Nickname của mình là Genya, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng play-off này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao. Còn điểm yếu thì đợi team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Bruiam. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả John cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi chứ.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas
พวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีม Buram United Esports นะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลนะครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข่งแล้วครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แกก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มดี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นนิดหน่อยถ้าเอาตามตรงเนี่ยพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ผู้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายามครับ สำหรับประโยชน์เด็ดๆสำหรับผู้ต่อสู้เหรอครับก็พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
RQ does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Max, he's chasing. Genza is down. Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely, and shots coming through and Shai. Trying to get taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอน global เนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปลงเซเบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng nó khá là khó khăn tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับที่พวกผมพลาดท่าให้ทีมเซบรัสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบรัสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมลิออดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัตดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมาย
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
tất nhiên là có
อยากฝากบอกเซบรัสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Okay. Nickname của mình là Genza, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
Vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao. Còn điểm yếu thì tại team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Buriram. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả Gion cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi chứ.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas
ครับ
không?
พวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีม Buriram United Esports นะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลนะครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับ ก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข่งแล้วครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แกก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มตี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นนิดหน่อยถ้าเอาตามตรงไงพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ผู้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายามครับ สำหรับประโยชน์เด็ดๆสำหรับผู้ต่อสู้เหรอครับก็พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
I'm bringing the energy, I'm making you sweat. Feeling the chemistry, feeling the threat. We are the imminent danger, we are the final boss. We are your nightmares. You can't shake off.
RQ does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Thanks, he's chasing. Genza is down, Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely. I think shots coming true and shy. Trying to get taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
Minions have spawned.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they off of me. Just do it and stop at I'm talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one son that don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I
I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Say, oh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like,
stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, coming from mine. Yeah, making them play the game on the line. Yeah, been on the grind. Yeah, jump in the spot, I'm taking my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align on stage. It's time to stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Coming to take what's mine. Can't stop, won't stop, won't. If you really want it, gotta own it. Blood, sweat, tears, will you take us down? Keep fighting. All day, gotta bounce back. Might have took an L, we don't count that though. Remember bad, we was down bad. Now the way we looking, gotta doubt that. I know you see the way we moving, giving game. Better listen like a student. Don't talk bad it, be about it, do it. Look here, really ain't nothing to it. I got proof for you like tenfold. Always down for the team, 10 toes. You been hater, we been on. Won't quit till I'm in the end zone. Won't stop till I hit the goal line. Never been the one to need a cosign. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this bedtime. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Coming to take what's mine. Can't stop, won't stop, won't. If you really want it, gotta own it. Blood, sweat, tears, will you take us down? Keep fighting.
saw me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all me. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we really lose no more. All about eating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never can stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what should we y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me.
does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Thanks, he's chasing. Genza is down, Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely, and shots coming true and shy. Trying to get taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอน global เนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปลงเซเบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng nó khá là khó khăn tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับที่พวกผมพลาดท่าให้ทีมเซบรัสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบรัสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมลิโอดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัตดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมาย
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
Tất nhiên là có
อยากฝากบอกเซบรัสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Okay. Nickname của mình là Genja, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
Vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao. Còn điểm yếu thì đợi team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Buriram. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả Gion cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi chứ.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas
ครับ
không?
พวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีม Buriram United Esports นะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลนะครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับ ก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข่งแล้วครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แก้ก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มดี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นนิดหน่อยถ้าเอาตามตรงเนี่ยพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ทุกคนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังสำหรับกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายามครับ สำหรับประโยชน์เด็ดๆสำหรับผู้ต่อสู้เหรอครับก็พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Thanks, he's chasing. Genza is down, Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely, and shots coming through and Shai trying to get taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอนโกลบอลเนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปลงเซเบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng nó khá là khó khăn tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับที่พวกผมต้าท่าให้ทีมเซบรัสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบรัสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ค ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมลิออดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัตดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมายครับ
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
tất nhiên là có
อยากฝากบอกเซบาสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Ok. Nickname của mình là Genya, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao. Còn điểm yếu thì đợi team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Bruiam. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả John cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi chứ.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas
ครับ
không?
พวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตนะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลนะครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับ ก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข่งแล้วครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แกก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มดี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นนิดหน่อยถ้าเอาตามตรงเนี่ยพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายามครับ สำหรับประโยชน์เด็ดๆสำหรับผู้ต่อสู้เหรอครับก็พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Thanks, he's chasing. Genza is down, Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely, and it's shots coming true and shy. Ryan gets taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอน global เนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปลงเซเบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng nó khá là khó khăn tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับที่พวกผมต้าท่าให้ทีมเซบรัสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบรัสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมลิออดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัตดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมายครับ
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
Tất nhiên là có
อยากฝากบอกเซบรัสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Okay. Nickname của mình là Genja, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao. Còn điểm yếu thì đợi team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Buriram. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả Gion cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi chứ.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas không?
ครับพวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีม Buram United Esports นะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลนะครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข่งแล้วครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แก้ก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มดี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นนิดหน่อยถ้าเอาตามตรงไงพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ผู้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายามครับ สำหรับประโยชน์เด็ดๆสำหรับผู้ต่อสู้เหรอครับก็พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Thanks, he's chasing. Genza is down, Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely, and shots coming through and shy. Trying to get taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
Sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, jumping the spot, taking my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my shine. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Coming to take what's mine. Can't stop, won't stop, don't. If you really want it, gotta own it. Blood, sweat, tears, liquor, boom. You take us down, keep fighting. Off day, gotta bounce back. Might have took an L, we don't count that though. Remember bad, we was down bad. Now the way we looking, gotta doubt that. I know you see the way we moving, giving game. Better listen like a student, don't talk about it. We about to do it. Look here, really ain't nothing to it. I got proof for your life tenfold. Always down for the team, 10 toes. You been hater, we been on. Won't quit till I'm in the end zone. Won't stop till I hit the goal line. Never been the one to need a cosign. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this bedtime. Look. You won't stop my shine. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Coming to take what's mine. Can't stop, won't stop, won't. If you really want it, gotta own it. Blood, sweat, tears, liquor, boom. You take
show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, 'cause they don't wanna with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, 'cause y'all don't wanna with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it
does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Maxi, he's chasing. Genza is down. Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely, and shots coming true and shy. Vayner gets taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอน global เนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปลงเซเบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng nó khá là khó khăn tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับที่พวกผมพลาดท่าให้ทีมเซบรัสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบรัสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมเรียดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัดดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมาย
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
Tất nhiên là có
อยากฝากบอกเซบรัสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Okay. Nickname của mình là Genza, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao. Còn điểm yếu thì đợi team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Buriram. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả Gion cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi chứ.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas không?
ครับพวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีม Buriram United Esports นะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลนะครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับ ก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข่งแล้วครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แก้ก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มตี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นหน่อยถ้าเอาตามตรงเนี่ยพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ผู้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังสำหรับกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายามครับ สำหรับประโยชน์เด็ดๆสำหรับผู้ต่อสู้เหรอครับก็พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
I'm bringing the energy. I'm making you sweat. Feeling the chemistry. Feeling the threat. We are the imminent danger. We are the final boss. We are your nightmares. You gotta shake off.
RQ does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight.
Thanks, he's chasing. Genza is down, Meliodas, you cannot stop him.
He's going to be stunned out completely. I think shots coming true and shy. Ryan gets taken down for 50 seconds. BRU just wiping. The amount of damage coming up from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one.
ก็สำหรับทีมเซบรัสนะครับในรอบเก็บแต้มเนี่ยพวกผมอ่อนให้นิดนึงนะครับเพราะว่าตอนรอบคัดไปไอคอน global เนี่ยพวกเขาก็โดนพวกผม 3-0 นะครับพอมาออฟไลน์เนี่ยก็น่าจะ 3-0 ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็คิดว่าเขาก็น่ากลัวพอสมควรนะครับเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงนี้ทีมแฟตก็ดูดรอปๆลงเซเบรัสก็ประมาทไม่ได้เลย
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram thì họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Chiến thắng nó khá là khó khăn tại vì hầu như là cả hai đội đều đánh hết sức mình vì kết quả của trận đấu đó.
สำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับที่พวกผมพลาดท่าให้ทีมเซบรัสไป1-2นะครับทีมพวกเรานะครับค่อนข้างประมาทในระดับหนึ่งครับรอบนี้พวกเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
คิดว่าพลาดจากการเลือกตัวครับโดยส่วนใหญ่การแบนตัวการเลือกตัวเราไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่ซ้อมมาเท่าไหร่ครับก็ครั้งนี้ก็จะเต็มตัวให้ดีกว่าเดิม
ก็สำหรับแผนที่จะเตรียมมาเจอเซบรัสนะครับถ้าเอาตามตรงก็ ทีมเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้น่าจะมีตัวแบกเป็นป่าอย่างเมลิออดัสนะครับซึ่งพวกเราคิดว่าถ้าเกิดว่าเราชัตดาวน์ตัวป่าเขาได้น่าจะไม่ใช่ปัญหาอะไรมากมายครับ
มั่นใจขนาดไหนแล้วครับมั่นใจมากๆเลยครับผม
tất nhiên là có
อยากฝากบอกเซบาสนะครับว่าสู้ๆนะครับรอบที่แล้วโดน 3-0 ไปยังไม่ลืมใช่ไหมครับ
Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus.
พยายามหน่อยแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าทีมพวกผมเก่งมาก
Trong game kiểu như là vị trí đường mình đi. Okay. Nickname của mình là Genya, mình đi vị trí đường rồng. Team của mình là Severus Esports, tụi mình đến từ Việt Nam. Trước hết thì mình cảm thấy rất vui vì team mình đã đạt đến vòng này và tụi mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chức vô địch. Cũng đã lâu rồi cũng không có đánh giải trên sân khấu. Lần này mình đã đến được vòng playoff này. Đối với mình thì cũng có một chút áp lực mà là áp lực để vô địch.
Vô được đây thì cũng là lần đầu tiên em được đánh offline, cố gắng hết để giành được chiến thắng.
Trước khi bước đến vòng này thì tụi em đã có một khoảng thời gian rất dài để chuẩn bị nên tụi em sẽ trình diễn cho mọi người thấy. Điểm mạnh của team mình là đoàn kết. Team mình có những người chơi kỹ năng rất là cao. Còn điểm yếu thì tại team bạn tìm ra. Mình nghĩ team mạnh nhất ở giải này là team mình và RRQ. Em nghĩ team hạng nhất đó là Severus, team hạng 2 là AAQ, team hạng 3 là Bruiam. Tiêu đến với giải này thì chắc chắn là chức vô địch.
Mấy bạn team khác nhớ thả John cho mình chơi chứ.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi.
Các bạn ở team khác nhớ thả vị tướng Yone cho mình chơi chứ.
Theo em thì đã đến với vòng này rồi thì team nào cũng có cái mạnh riêng. Riêng Buriram họ có một cái lối chơi rất là đoàn kết nên đó là điểm mạnh của họ. Kết quả trận đấu sẽ là 3-0 cho Severus. Các bạn còn nhớ con JC của Meliodas
ครับ
không?
พวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตนะครับผมชื่อนอยนะครับส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับเล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลนะครับจริงๆพวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับก็ชิวๆครับ ก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับเราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับเพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับเดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข่งเหรอครับน่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง5คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แกก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับเพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มดี้ไปนะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นนิดหน่อยถ้าเอาตามตรงไงพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจแล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ผู้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับก็สัญญาว่างานนี้จะไม่ติดตลกครับจะเอาจริงครับ ก็สำหรับแฟนๆที่จะมางานนี้นะครับก็สิ่งที่อยากให้คาดหวังสำหรับกับพวกเราเลยก็อย่างแรกเลยก็คือพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ต้องผิดหวังนะครับไม่สัญญาแต่จะพยายาม
And we're finally back for more Wild Rift action here in the Snapdragon Pro Series in the Southeast Asia bout as all the players are currently in Thailand for the playoffs itself when we'll continue on with our bracket runs here between Buriram United versus Cerberus Esports. My name is Hus. Oh, well, almost say that.
My name is Contra.
Yeah. So I'm Husky for now.
Yes.
And we're just going to dive right in, I hope.
Yeah, we will. I mean, we last we left off. Well, this sounds like a new season of a new episode. But last we left off, VRU and Cerberus were in that second game. We actually, witnessed a couple minutes of that gameplay, but some unfortunate circumstances has brought us to kind of a halt. But we finally gotten that fixed. So now we will probably jump back in. We'll see what the decision. We'll wait for some updates. But so far, I still think that based on the state of the series, it's just BRU leading 1-0 with the cheers of the home crowd. But we've witnessed CS also bringing a lot of attention from Vietnam over to Thailand to kind of give them that little boost that they need.
Exactly, and overall, like we've already seen a couple of skirmishes. Excuse me for that. I guess like my morning sickness have brought forward to the lunchtime.
Yeah,
it's past lunchtime actually.
It is. It is high tea.
Anyways, when we last saw the match to go about, there was a fight that has happened over on the barrel lane that has resulted in a couple of casualties when they were chasing onto Noel.
Oh, yeah.
And sure, they may have actually found a kill for Cerberus Esports, and that itself didn't really pay off all too much. They did get a couple of third platings, but after that, Rum United strikes back, and they have 2 members taken down. From then onwards, I guess it's either a clean slate. I'm not too sure if we're going to start all over from scratch, or we're going to carry forward from where we left off.
Yeah.
And this is where we go back to the drawing board yet again, where we look at the draft itself. We have gotten a huge pickup coming in from Cerberus Esports with Lucian over on mid lane that will be able to have the rest of Cerberus Esports playing a little bit more aggressively as compared to what they have shown us on the very first round. And once again, great to have the boys back over onto the stage. We're currently looking at Rum United. And this time, everybody has their hands all glued to their phones as we're about to kickstart our match.
Probably the only time when it's a positive thing to have someone glued to their phone, right, is when they're competing. I hope you guys brought your pajamas to the mall, because this is going to be an incredibly
long
and exciting day. I would say, it's good that it's long. You still get some wild actions. Of course, these players also get to catch a bit of break in between, so probably all pretty much ready to jump back into action and deliver the best possible gameplay. But no, you have to admit that it is still pretty taxing to kind of pick up where you left off.
Exactly, like whatever momentum that was created in that matchup has been kind of affected, where it's starting from ground zero again.
Oh yeah,
maybe with a little bit of slight advantages for those who have managed to find those opening picks. And of course, please welcome your friends back, or just message them to continue on with what's going on here if you guys are supporting your fellow Thai teams or even Vietnamese teams that's currently on stage. Cerberus Esports, we've seen them with remarkable runs back in the WCS finals, and even back in their local region itself, they've been able to consistently finish top 2 against even Team Flash. Of course, it has been quite the run for the team. Despite their amazing track record, they have yet to actually land themselves in any form of grand finals in the Southeast Asia stage. I believe that is going to be what they are aiming for, and same could be said about Burma United.
Yeah, and I think BRU definitely has a bit of a better repertoire just because they've been on that world stage, right? They were able to at least compete with the best teams around the world. And one thing that we didn't get to see much in game number 1 was kind of how Cold and Feet works together with what the Jazz. That has been kind of like the hidden synergy that BRU has brought on that regional stage. I believe one of our co-streamers, Riku, who's watching right now, she did brought this point up when we were doing WCS finals, the Colden Jazz combo. That was something that was very native to BRU. So we will see how this game 2 is going to play out. I assume that we probably would go for a hard reset, but nothing much was lost based off where we left off. So hopefully Cerberus can kind of get their minds back into things. We will still run with the same draft, the BMM Lucian May. We still get the Meliodas Lee Sin, so everything is kind of back to where it should be.
Exactly. Let's take a look at Bank overall, who has been able to achieve incredible KD over the course of the group stages. And of course, it's all thanks to a lot of all these creative drafts that they do have. And more often than not, I'm pretty glad that the meta has slightly shifted, where we don't really see too much of the Nasus Senna combo. We do still see it from time to time. And of course, Bank, just like in the match previously, he's the one who picks up the Rex shield instead of what the Jess. and already approaching onto Genza with a little slight poke, and this is a really great start for Broom United.
And this was something that I think Cerberus could look back at and try to rectify a bit, right? Because what BRU did, I believe, was to hit that quick level 2 with all these shove and just go for that first blood. That was what happened to Genza, and you can see that CES playing a bit of a safer game, and same can be said for the rest of the team, where now you have Meliodas just being on a very aggressive jungler, giving BMM the space that he's looking for and making sure that his Archie doesn't even get him room to breathe. Yeah,
You see Bank immediately coming into this rotation, assisting onto Archie, but that's going to be a real deep play coming in from Meliodas, invading the jungle, hijacking onto the Raptors instead. They're going to have that party on the bottom side of the river. And oh my word, first blood going in for Cerberus.
If anything that we've talked about regarding Cerberus before that long break was that, Cerberus, they were not able to stabilize that early game, right? We saw Noel kind of taking the lead. We saw Archie, sure, he solo died to BMM, but everything else was going the way of BRU. So that was great for Y1, that early invade. Looking at Meliodas just taking all the resources away. He was also working at the rip-off as well, making contact with Bank, and this is incredibly hard for BRU to deal with. They want the Jess in, but I'm not really sure if CES bothers about this though. Meliodas getting a free red buff.
Yeah, and there's not really much that can be done by Coldenfi. He's on the opposite side of the map, and it's being cleared out as well. He's being forced to parallel jungle for the time being, while topside being punished again.
Well, does have a couple of vitals to proc, but doesn't even have his level 5 just yet. No sums to work with, but does have the lunge to get over the wall, so able to find some safe haven.
Yeah, inside the jungle.
Mega Inferno bomb, just some assistance. Coldenfi, good dodge. Kicked away, flashes forward. Meliodas doesn't have his cooldowns, and Coldenfi gets some help and gets the kill. Dugby also in danger with the depth charge on top of him. Set ablaze by the ignite, but no damage to finish him off.
Yeah, that was really crucial for Coldenfi, as that has given him a little bit more of a recovery. And now he's ahead against this Lee Sin, up for 400 gold at the very least. So that has stabilized Broom United, as they have tied even on the kill feed itself. But Archie, I would say, as compared to Game 1, he's faring a whole lot better, though it was an oppressive start, especially with the visit of Meliodas that has been able to shove in over the turret, but it seems pretty rough for Noel, though. Speaking of which, Duckbee's here.
And Y1 definitely could use some help, because Noel also brought his entire team here. What a cast from Duckbee! Noel not able to finish the kill, and Y1 leaves with his life.
My goodness, Noel, at the very least, gotten himself a dash to work with.
Oh yeah?
Or else he'll just be a sitting duck, and a lot of investment coming out of BMM with that shove. And he's just going to be keeping Archie at bay. Broom United having great measures to try to pull some strings over on the top side of the map.
Uh-oh.
Here comes the call.
Archie eating a bit of a back massage from BMM. Does have Bank with him. Looking at Archie going for that first item, Hullbreaker. I wonder how that's going to work out, because they did get the snare onto Duckbee. And with Coldenfi showing his face, Meliodas would also want to be a part of this party. A 3-man stack in that mid lane. But 20 seconds away from the first objective, and seems like CES are making that early move to try to secure some ground around the Rift Herald.
Yeah, not only that, they are basically forcing Noel to retreat. Here comes connection.
It's a flash off, death charge in. Meliodas has that Grand Challenge, kicks Buster Jess away, and ends up going down to Noel, proccing that Grand Challenge. And Duckbee, he wanted to help, but he ends up sacrificing himself to the Sharks. BRU with 2 kills.
And now they get free access into the Herald Pit as well. And I would say that Cerberus were just too hasty on their approach, being overzealous to dive deep in order to catch Noel. And of course, that riposte does help them a whole lot more, even if Meliodas goes in for that full commitment. And what the Jazz, always responding so well in order to stop Cerberus on their tracks. Now with the Rift Herald, things have been looking so much better for Broom United. Got themselves the Divine Sunderer on the hands of Noel. Cerberus Esports hoping to secure the Drake while BRU have already gotten themselves prepared. But it's not exactly time for a fight yet, as they are establishing a little bit more of a jostle control over mid.
Feels very uncharacteristic for Meliodas. Kind of overextend. Feels like that aggression needs a bit of tampering. Pokes in the middle lane as well, going in favor of BRU. Duck B throwing out a very early ultimate to no effect, and Meliodas looking for a flash kick. Actually, kind of sidelined by Cold and Feet a bit. The angle wasn't really there. They had the assistance of the Mega Inferno Bomb, but Cold and Feet still gets away.
My goodness, a lot of damage being done to Buram United, and Cerberus Esports will still be spotted out by a ward. Let's see whether or not can Archony stop them on their tracks. There's still one to just over on mid lane that's hoping to find an entry point, but this one's pretty much gone and dusted.
Yeah, Archony flashes in to get a silence. Dragon still secured by Meliodas, but BRU, they can't go on the chase. And what the Jess? A good dredge line onto BMM, forcing a flash out. CES gets the Dragon and loses one, but Y1 will be able to get that that top tier one.
And despite Silvers getting themselves to the Drake, they're still having a lot of loss in goal. Another turret bites the dust, but that basically just makes things even for BRU for the temporary measure. Now, both objectives down, both sides. We'll track carefully until the next spot of the Herald first, before we get ourselves into the Ocean Drake contest. Now, let's also look at what we can expect heading into the late game, because Meliodas will definitely try to find many more of all these opportunities, just like how he managed to shove Golden Feet aside. And for Golden Feet, I do think that there is opportunities where he can skill, but to even find that pickoff as a Kha'Zix, your only field target is BMM as well as Genza, and that opportunity doesn't really come by all too easily when you have solid front lines that could just play front to back for CES. Now a lot of focus over the top though, and we'll see whether they get defend.
Two ultimates just to clear out the wave, and it will temporarily just do some damage and forcing BRU back. But I think to follow up with what you said, if we take away, if we look at CS, wanting to die BRU is not easy as well. Although Archony might lose his life though, he's gonna stay strong for a while, pop that ultimate, but Meliodas has a Sonic Wave right at the very edge of that. And we're gonna try to get this turret of Meliodas. Sacrifice his life, gets the shield from the safeguard. But you have Golden Feet coming in, and what the Jets will keep all of them in place. Y1 dashing, flashing into the hands of Bank. And that will be an easy pick up for BRU down bot.
But they also traded their turrets as well. 2 turrets down. Cerberus Esports opens up the map all wide for them to be able to find more catches. Despite losing 2, they can't really afford to go in for these really risky exchanges, I would say. Buram United now will be on deficit yet again. Herald coming up in 15, and Buram United just have a couple of wards here to at least spot out members of Cerberus Esports. And they're not going to be having the first dibs. We'll see where if Golden Feet could sneak an attempt for a steal. And the first one to charge right in has to be Archony.
And Archony, he is giving a lot of info. BMM putting some pressure with the calling, but BRU, they are just waltzing in, and Y1 found the first victim, and that is Bank. This whole fight is already done, but Duckby will flash forward with a body slam, forcing what the Jets to go golden and picking him up afterwards. 2 kills for CES, a good recovery at the Herald Pit, but they do lose the bot tier 1.
And there's not much they can do to fend off over mid side. Hull Breaker just to have the minute to last a little longer. But then again, it will still have the T2 crushed over a mid lane. And Cerberus Esports are just stealing away camps after camps, denying so much resource coming in for BRU. It's going to take a while before they reach their peak of power spike. Only 1 item on this Fiora still. And what a showing coming in from Y1. Getting that solo kill to initiate things for Cerberus Esports, and things have been looking mighty fine for the ones who have taken tickets to Thailand. The home crowd, I wonder how they're feeling about this though.
Definitely excited for a great series ahead, but a bit worrying if you are a BRU fan. And I do like CES's decision, right? They saw that BRU didn't have the full team. Garen showed himself, in front of the pit. The Fiora was at bot. I think Y1 just found the courage to face check the miss and get that easy pick off. I think one of the point of concern is when Codenfeet gets to the late game, he definitely has a bit more agency than Meliodas, considering how the Kha'Zix does skill slightly better. But right now, CES are just getting the snowball rolling. We are seeing this death ball finally form on the red side.
Yeah, that was a little bit dicey there where we saw BRU attempting to land that dredge line. That Culling will shove them aside, gets the red buff in hand, but Duckby's in trouble.
Good kick from Meliodas, looking for a disengage, but what the Jess, he wants this fight, gets a good ultimate onto tree, and now flash ultimate for Archony, but BMM, he's gonna go, Meliodas is gonna go golden, preventing himself from going down, and follows Codenfeet all the way to the back line. And Codenfeet has delivered the Lee Sin, a triple kill on the silver platter. CES gets almost everybody on BRU. Noel not going to be able to be a part of this fight, but CES, they will now go for the mid lane structure.
My goodness, CES are just masters of the duel. You just look at how confident BMM charges in, and knowing that there's going to be backup arriving now, Noel couldn't really hold on. He will go down.
And BMM doesn't even lose his life. CES breaking that base wide open 12 minutes in. Just to make it a bit of a lost time. During the break, CES trying to get that speed run going. But right now, they are in an incredibly comfortable spot. Second Dragon also backed by Meliodas. And BRU finally getting a taste of what it's like to be on the back foot. 7,000 net worth deficit.
Exactly this, and when we look at scaling heading into the late game, BRU will need to rely on Bag to hit all these sort of passive that he could basically collect to add into the artillery. But one thing was concerning to this draft that they basically have in their hand is that there's not exactly hard CC other than what the Jess if he does land the dredge line, or of course his ultimate, and if he's in the middle of the fight, sure, get a couple of stuns in. But he's currently so squishy. He does have a Crystalline Scepter, a little bit more health bars coming in from the Raw of Ages. On top of that, just as Hourglass, which honestly couldn't really offer anything on the table.
Yeah, and Dugby doesn't land a cast this time. Archony will be able to walk away. BRU just kind of plot a move, and maybe Genza would be the good target down mid. This Golden Genza most likely will be a victim. You see a TP coming in, and immediate exhaust onto Y1, not letting him get the damage through, and now Final Embrace comes in, and Archony finds the execute on Y1. Maybe CES are a bit too confident to take this fight. Dugby sent on the run, and Noel, he's poking and prodding with his blade. But of course, BMM will keep him aside. CES escapes with 3 members, but BRU now have the numbers.
They managed to get 2, but they still have to handle the wave that's crashing over mid side. They'll try to take over the buff.
BMM dashes forward, gets baited in. Now goes Golden, has no sums. Able to flash away actually, just in time. And CES protects that Lucian, a very crucial member of the team.
Yeah, and CES can't afford to go way too aggressive as we see the response coming in so quickly coming in from BRU's hand. And now, despite having a lot of advantage to basically roam around the map and force splits to happen, I don't think split push is really the answer coming in from Cerberus Esports. Though they do have gotten themselves the tier 2 up mid, that will constantly be applying a lot of pressure. So what Cerberus could possibly do is to bait Buram United to commit into certain team fights around that Baron pit, and hopefully they'll be able to find something in return. Melly already has the GA up online. This is going to make life much more difficult for the members of BRU. So they can't really focus fire onto the Lee Sin. Not that they need to, of course. While Noel's attending to bottom, something's happening.
And Archony gets a back massage, and that's an easy kill for CES. And now without that primary brick wall, BRU will find it incredibly difficult to protect any of their structures, honestly. And what the Jess, he wants an opening in, but you have Dugby keeping him at bay. BMM though, you have to be really, really cautious to not get caught by any crowd control. BRU still have the capacity to pick off isolate individual members, but CES now putting that Hullbreaker to work, letting Y1 do his push, and all outer tier turrets have fallen for BRU.
I think like there's not much time left for BRU. Cerberus Esports can just rinse and repeat the same process, looking for these sort of picks. One pick will be more than just enough for them to start off something huge. Baron's still available. As what just really wants to drop a ward just to check in. It's gonna be safe for now. Dragon spawning up real soon though. As waves after waves crash in. Pressure's on. A lot of work for Noel to do just to clear all these waves, as he was kept busy over on the bottom end of the map on what went on over the top side, where Arshani had to risk his life in order to defend. And yet again, the tier 2 turret has crumbled even with his attempt.
What worries me right now is BRU. Yeah, they're still gonna go in and attempt for a gank, but of course BMM gonna force them away. But yeah, what worries me right now is BRU going for double Hullbreaker on both that solo laners. And then you look at the state of the map, it feels like that Hullbreaker will not be put to use completely based on the state of the game. That King is going to send What the Jets into an awkward position. The Redemption and the center ultimate forced out as well by Y1. Oh, he's run the back. Big dominance on top of the members of BRU. They want to burst him down, but they just do not have the damage. This game is almost done and dusted. CES forcing BRU to be on the run, but not towards their base though. CES have the entire area on lockdown. Noel, can he save this fight for his team? He has the ultimate on BMM, but he can't even finish the job. And Noel once more will be the last survivor watching this entire game collapse. CES have found the equalizer, and BRU are in for a series.
Indeed, we are in for a series. Cerberus Esports having so many great picks moving to their way. Noel still fending off.
And there's no way that he can get this done. One last belly bob and an ace for CES. Nexus goes down. We will go the distance. It's 1-1 so far in this best of 5.
And here we are with both sides tying up with 1 point apiece. We'll see who comes up ahead in the upcoming game as Cerberus celebrates their first victory.
What a recovery from CES as well, from a very awkward start to this best of 5 to, you know, a very slow beginning before the break when we go into this game too. But you see this switch up, right? This is the CES that we know and we identify with. That BMM Lucian mid. We talked about that Meliodas big playmaker, and we see that all come together so quickly in the first 5 to 8 minutes. And BRU seemingly just do not have an answer.
Exactly that, and when we look at the drafts once more, there's a lot of bans, which I could have basically mentioned that it could have been used very effectively, but instead they opt to ban out the same sort of picks that they have went beforehand, and
they were banning the first game draft, right?
And then they went to pick up what Cerberus drafted, which obviously didn't really work out for Cerberus. Now they try to reenact it once again. There was a couple of fights that definitely went in favor of BRU in the initial stages, where they managed to punish Cerberus on some of all these deep dive attempts. And after that, many instances where we see Cerberus going for bigger plays, taking down objectives was their game plan after all.
Yeah, and we see how Cerberus, you know, they definitely had moments where it felt like Cerberus were kind of losing the plot a bit, right? That overstay in that top lane, but end of the day, I think Cerberus kind of figured out that macro play, and this was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. Meliodas going absolutely berserk in this particular fight, dodging that Garen ultimate, and was able to somehow deliver his way to that BRU backline and picking up a triple for his team. All things considered, I think, you know, at the start of game number 2, we said that BRU, you have to show respect to this CS draft, because we've seen this so many times, and I think BRU kind of finally understood what it's like to deal with CS when they are in their comfort zone.
Exactly that. And Meliodas, can I just say, he has one of the best games of his life throughout the course of this battle, where he was given every free room to basically engage upon anybody who has gotten themselves a taste of the Sonic Wave. And this front to back was so lethal, where none of the members of BRU has been able to reach the back line. So Genza, BMM, they have a lot of room to wiggle with, especially with BMM. Like, you just see this man running in the jungle all alone, charging right in with the culling, and he still walks away, all thanks to Duck B as well as Y1 that has been able to still get his back covered up overall. So going into game 3, I think like there's a few things that Brim United definitely has to look at. Like, don't give BMM a comfort pick. That's one. And 2, they gotta also factor in on how they approach certain team fights. They have been very responsive, but yet again, like on the 5v5s, you have to also have picks that could offer you a little bit more of a reliable crowd control. And I felt like it's kind of all in or nothing based on this composition where you're relying on this Nautilus Kha'Zix to do everything for the team.
Yeah, and the Fiora as well, right? The Garen, not your most consistent damage dealer, not the center as well. So some loose ends need to be tied up by BRU, but all of this is made possible by our friends and partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters. We still have plenty of games to go after this best of 5. We have 2 more to come, and we will also find out which team will be moving on to tomorrow and which team will be packing bags and going home. And also, we gotta thank the guys over at Monster Energy, allowing everyone to unleash the beast. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. These guys have been with us for so long, but you know, we hope to have them for even more projects in the future. But last but not least, can't forget our partners over at kachishop.com. If you guys want great deals, you want a good game top-ups, do check them out at www.kachishop.com.
That's right. I believe that we'll prepare ourselves for game 3, and when we take a look at the draft, once again, they'll definitely have a lot to figure out, so we'll give them time for that. We'll be right back, and of course, don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy. And Monster Energy.
We're back for the upper bracket of the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals between Cerberus Esports and Buriram United Esports. It is now tied 1-1 in this BO5, so we have a lot more games to come. My name is Husky alongside Contra. We've witnessed CES take Game 2 in a equally convincing fashion of what BRU did in Game number 1. So all the cards are laid out on the board. What are we looking for in Game 3?
Well, I hope it's going to be something different because when we look at some of these drafts early on, Buriram United started off Game 1, picking up that Yone, which they banned themselves in Game 2. We'll hope to basically see whether or not if Golden Feet's going to pick that up again, because that's a really good flex pick that he has shown into the jungle instead. And Arshani defaulting into a Garen doesn't really sit well with me, because he just played a sick Zed game back in Game 1. And after that, he just basically have to turtle in, and that gave too much room for BMM just to dominate that mid lane skirmish. And now, back to the stage we go. Cerberus Esports have finally won their first match here in the playoffs, tying the series against BRU only for the moment, as they're about to make the difference here. We see the coaches all being prepared for the draft. And if there's any sort of champions that you're hoping to see, what would that be?
I'm hoping to see the Archini Ari, honestly. And that was one of the few picks that I think...
That would have been a good matchup against Lucian at the very least.
It kind of feels like it, right? I mean, BRU, I think same as Evo's Thailand, they have went for the Ari pick at some point in time during the regional stage. But right now, it definitely has fallen out of favor a bit. But we have come a long way in terms of meta. I mean, back in the days, we still see Orianna. That was a big thing, and now a lot of players probably don't even know Orianna exists in
It
Wild
feels
Rift.
like it, but
it does feel
often
like
or not, when we do get an Orianna game, it will be put over on the bottom lane. Let's also take a look at one of the best performance that we are seeing coming in from Agenza, that has been able to secure not only high takedowns per round, but he's always been in the middle of all these team fights early on that Ziggs. Sure, it may not seem as if it was so significant that he's been getting many of all these kills, but the damage in every single team fight that he offers with Megalith Vauban and slowly chipping into the front lines as well as back line of BRU has made it very difficult for the Thai team.
Yeah.
And well, there's a lot of secret notes being jotted down here.
Yes. I've always wondered how it looks like in one of the coaches' notebook. I wonder how, what they write in it, how they write it. It's been a very fascinating to me. I know that
as Omo, he used to coach teams.
You are absolutely right. That is actually a very good point. I would definitely ask for some for it. But of course, for the guys over at CES, Game 2 was exactly what they needed, right? Because Game 1 didn't really felt like they were comfortable in their own skin. Didn't even felt like they were comfortable with the draft, right? There was a bit of a disconnect in terms of how they want to play it out, despite a very explosive start. Now the question is, going into Game 3, are we going to see Buriram just kind of be a bit more selfish for themselves, let some of the picks go through so that they could contest it alongside CES and not just completely remove it from the pool when they found success with it early on?
Exactly that, and they really have to be mindful of the draft overall. When we took a look at the first draft, when Buriram United had the blue side, they picked up that Senna really early on. They absolutely left out that Nasus, which allowed Cerberus to move into the second phase to ban it out and forcing Jazz to go on that Nautilus role, which I don't mind it. Sure, we have seen him go on Trash. It works exactly the same way. You just really got to land that huge projectile of the Dredge line, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's still more effective if he could get himself either the Gragas or questionably the Set. Though I'm not really a big fan of Set over Wild Lane. It might have actually been perhaps a little effective, but when you have a draft that can basically do it all in team fights from Cerberus Esports, it's a tough nut to crack. And let's see what they've got, though. Seemingly enough, like the rest of BRU boys, they don't look all too panicky. Even the coaches have already let them decide what's going to be up in this draft.
Yeah. And I feel like this has to be something that was projected from the get-go, right? I know BRU, they came into this with a lot of confidence. They know that they can take down CES, but at the same time, there's a lot of respect, again, towards Meliodas as an individual playmaker for the team. But with this Lucian being banned out immediately by CES, I think we are seeing another shift in the dynamic of this game number 3. CES back on that blue side and BRU taking out the Karma on the red side.
Really standard bans coming out. Cerberus Esports decide not to have the Renekton in the game, which we've seen Y1 do tremendously well on going up against Noel's very own Fiora. And keep in mind, picks like Akali could still be popped up in the middle of some of all these drafts, which both Cerberus as well as Burem have been able to use from time to time. Though not too much coming in from Cerberus Esports though. Gwen still up available. Same goes to picks like Kassadin, though throughout the series, when Kassadin was left available, it was not being picked up. There was hovers onto Yuumi, which I've tried it out for myself. The healing rate doesn't seem to be as effective as it used to be, as Yuumi has been nerfed in the recent patches.
Yep.
And there's plenty of options available. This might just be Meliodas on the Gwen duty again.
Yeah. But I do hope that CES keep that option open for Meliodas, right? Don't relegate him to that Gwen from the get-go. The problem is that Gwen does have a lot of incredibly bad matchups in that Baron lane. You just have a hard time in the early game, right? A set destroys you, Fiora, Riven just makes life very hard. But Meliodas on these playmaking champions like the Lee Sin and Vi does bring a lot more to the table for CES in the early game. So we'll see how that is going to pan out with BRU going back to the Archony Zed. That's what you want to see, and I think that's what Archony wants as well.
Exactly that, and BRU has to find something that could really poke and prod either from distance and still have a few members of the team to be able to deal with the Gwen in close proximity. We'll see what the answer is going to be. BRU has defaulted to take away Genza's pick of the Ziggs. And coming up next on the board, we have Galio, which didn't really get too much of an airtime as of late. But I would say that this is still going to be pretty decent, but going up against the bottom lane matchup will be very likely to be passed over to Duck B instead of BMM.
And this does look kind of reminiscent of the game number 1 draft for CES. They still have that Gwen, you still have this potential Riven going through, but at least there's someone to be that front line, there's someone to follow up with all these aggression of the CES players, and I think that Galio is a good fit, but now the problem, the question arises again, right? Who is gonna deal that damage? Who is gonna set up the pacing for Gwen to scale up? And I do think pivoting away from that Riven towards the Varus makes a lot more sense, especially when you're dealing with Ziggs in that Dragon Lane.
Yeah, and then they're also not really allowing too many of all these great picks to happen on the marksman role. From United opts to secure the Nautilus in favor of what the Jets, as this have been quite the heavy priority to ensure that they can please have a hard lock target onto very immobile targets like the Varus, and that could be something that could be substantial. But what could be paired with the front lines of Brum United, because we take a look at this, you always want the Ziggs to be on backline, and Noel is going to be looking for those backline targets. I guess it would supplement the pickup of the Zed altogether. Archony assuming to be playing on that champion instead. Now we see a ban invested on that Olaf. Could this be the game we see Morgana come into play?
That kind of feels like it is possible, at least for BRU. But unfortunately, I think looking at the BRU draft, you don't really see a way to fit the Morgana in, right? No one could really utilize that Black Shield to its maximum potential, and putting a lot of... And then this also puts a lot of pressure onto Noel. Not really sure if they want to go for that. This Yone pick confirms that we will get a Yone jungle for Cold and Feed once more. A rematch of that jungle matchup from game number 1. And CS, oh, they're looking for Graves. They're looking at the Jax. And it will be the Jax being locked in. So I would say that this is probably the the same matchup for game 1 again.
Wow. Am I seeing this
Is this
correctly?
a Camille mid?
It might just be it. Okay. Now let's talk about the interaction if that's going to be the case, right? It could still be Camille in the jungle, Jax over the Baron lane, and Gwen mid is a high possibility as well. And what did I tell you? Akali's coming into the picture, and we're going to be seeing BRU going on very high tempo plays, and they're just going to be looking for a lot of dives being set into place here. But then again, hitting to the late game is a cause for concern. Not many tanks, and there's a lot of crowd control being offered by Cerberus Esports that could easily stop them. And what I do love about this Jax pickup is that it does help Meliodas in these team fights. It's like, sure, you can try to go into where Meliodas pops her second spell to provide herself safety. And when that happens, you have the Counter-Strike available from the Jax to basically tag team upon anybody's in the ring.
So CS essentially has two players that you can't really attack them. You can't really hit them, you know, for a certain period of time. But this is BRU issuing a challenge to a CS. We are here to mechanically test you. We see if, you know, these individuals can really live up to their expectations.
Yeah, and when we talk about that, the ease of execution for BRU isn't exactly the most easiest to seek out from, where it requires multiple conditions to be met. You need hard shoves onto lanes and constant rotation to be brought out throughout the course of the battle. And we'll see how they fare against a team fight heavy side of Cerberus Esports that managed to thrive in the past game.
This is definitely a look of BRU that I don't think we've ever seen, right?
Not at all,
It has
and
always,
I love it.
And I do love it. It has always been Noel playing a very staple, a very standard pace to kind of keep the team afloat, to kind of be that one in front. But Noel, he's ready. He's putting his boxer's glove. He's ready to get in the ring against Y1. So I am super stoked to see how this game tree pans out. I feel like this does set the tone for the rest of the series. If BRU wins this, that will be a great morale boost, because, you know, if you can mech check CES, I think you put yourself in an incredibly good spot.
Exactly. What's better than double assassins? Make that triple. Well, if you want to consider Yone as an assassin, technically could be.
When was the last time we saw a double assassin draft? I think that was back
when RQ plays.
That and also NGX, right? These were the only two teams that has run a double assassin lineup. So BRU showing us a very different side, but and I do hope that they have done this before, because, you know, the risks are pretty darn high. We're going to see how this game tree pans out.
That's right, as we get ourselves ready to see who gets up ahead to lock themselves into match point here in Game 3 of Snapdragon Pro Series.
An interesting turn of events in terms of the draft for BRU. If CS does this, no surprise at all. We have seen them. This is what we know them for, but BRU kind of stepping it up a bit. And I think all eyes are on Archony and Noel. How are these solo laners going to fare up, you know, against Y1 and BMM? And this Camille mid is something that is very native. I would even say exclusive to the Vietnam region, right? They were the one who runs the Cinch mid from the beginning. They were the one who ran the Camille mid, the Ashe mid as well. So it's good to see a bit of that identity from, you know, represented by BMM.
And it's already giving a tough fight against Archony here, where BMM just understands his matchup so well, continuously poking against him with the sweep of Camille's feet. And possibly when you take a look at this matchup when it comes down to a team fighting scenario, I would say easily Cerberus Esports can come up ahead, especially when they do have the Hextech Ultimatum as well as Chains of Corruption. That's going to be able to set them perfectly in place, and having Y1 to come in for a flank angle, that would suffice to at least look for one or two pickoffs against BRU, to get which both junglers meet up in the middle as they're battling for the Scuttle control over the bottom side of the river. Konfit opts to give that one away. He just have to secure the one over top side. Oh, Baron lane though.
Y1, he has that barrier. Just gonna wait for Noel. And first blood has happened. Cold and Feet grabbing that one to BMM, and Noel Misses a bit of that flash 5-point strike, a bit short in terms of range, and Y1 able to step away, buy some distance, but Golden Feet finds the second in that mid lane. BRU off to a stellar start.
BRU just knowing how to respond in kind, and it has kept Archony living on knife's edge. And Golden Feet eventually gets his Scuttle Crab as a reward. And my oh my, this different side of BRU is just looking so good. Where Noel, as an Akali player myself, like that's something that you knew it would have actually worked out, but Y1 honestly ain't too concerned because he has both the flash as well as Barry up available. He understands that this matchup will have him struggling in the early game, and therefore he's just treading very cautiously until he slowly skills into the game, and that's where the Kali will have a little bit more troubles of her own. Now moving into the itemization sector, a little bit more of a standard start coming in from both ends. It could also be a good hull breaker for BMM to transition into a split pusher through the mid game.
That definitely could be an option. So the abundance of crowd control from CS does give them that slight advantage, and Y1 continuously getting that trade on against Noel. And the Twilight Shroud actually doesn't protect Noel that early on, a bit of that fade delay. Y1 knows that he's got Noel's numbers. In fact, almost a full level ahead of this Akali. And this definitely does make Noel's life a bit harder, but I do wonder how BRU would respond in that bottom lane. Mega Inferno Bomb only onto one, and Meliodas goes to work with that ultimate. Her needlework just cutting through bank, and they do get what the Jess.
Yeah, and that's one pick off. Well, that definitely suffice for Cerberus Esports. Now we do see members of the side of Brum United struggling to actually gain anything much out of that. Actually, Brum United did manage to get 2 kills for Golden Feet, and they're definitely banking on him to make necessary plays possible. The last we saw Brum United back in Game 1, they have a very similar approach whenever they go in for fights over on the Drake pit. They will look for those pickoff first before securing the Drake, and this is what the team could excel at when you have double assassins backing this Yone up.
Yeah, and I think it also gives them so much more threat when CS does not have vision on the map. The good news with CS is that they do have some ways to deal with it, although the damage almost overwhelms BMM. Luckily, Duck B was there to provide some protection.
Indeed. Now, battle for Scuttle yet again. Melee will have Scuttle in favor on his side, as Y1 gives it a little bit more of a control. Both objectives coming up in 5 seconds from now. Brum United opts to give way for the Herald as they're eyeing onto the Drake for a little bit more. There's a lot of vision setup coming from Cerberus though, so they just have to wait it out for now. Meanwhile, Noel have been able to equalize fairly as he starts off with the Infinity Orb. Plenty of Akali players nowadays will be opting to get the Rift Maker instead. And we do see the first items all coming up online. So it's going to be a Hull Breaker for the Jax instead, and a Divine Sunderer for the Camille.
How is BRU going to approach this? I think that the main objective damage dealer is going to be Golden Feet. Everyone else doesn't really bring the same amount of consistency to these objectives. Meliodas has already dealt with that Herald. BRU just starting out in BMM, instantly shows up, takes the death bar, was able to mitigate a lot of the damage with the ultimatum, buying time for the rest of CS to show up and grab a free objective. And meanwhile, on the split screen, you can see that Y1 is dealing with Noel, but we got to turn back our attention onto this Dragon Pit as Meliodas, they're going for the chase. Dumpy gets the taunt on the tree. This Fate Seal is not enough. Golden Feet goes down, but Meliodas will trade his life, and Y1 and cause a truce with Noel in that top lane.
Both junglers fell in that skirmish, but it was still Cerberus Esports that have been able to get the upper hand, taking both objectives. And it was a little bit questionable that BRU did not send more players to guard the section of the river. While, of course, going there a little too late, only finds himself one pickoff. And that also means that Cerberus could look for ways to extend this lead. And we talk about timers yet again. You give more time to this Jax, he's just going to tear through everybody in the late game. And BRU guarding very tightly. Doesn't seem like there's much angles that they can work with, but they are already charging towards Archony. Oh, risky plays. And there's two members of Cerberus ready to come in for a flank.
This wave has to be shoved in first, and CES, they're going to pull the trigger onto what the Jesto. Unfortunately, BRU, they have the backup, so you got to be really careful with your CES. And of course, the needlework does finally get some returns. A double kill for Meliodas is trying to snip his way down Archony, and the piercing arrow will do the job. CES finds 3 down bot.
What a clean attempt coming in from Cerberus Esports. They achieved what they wanted. Of course, Retaliation came in for Bremna to be able to take out BMM. But CES, they got more in return. And now, the numbers kept increasing. But both sides have yet to find themselves a first turret. Though, mid lane looks a little bit brittle, and BRU requires a lot of effort to be able to defend as we zoom deeper into this section.
Yeah, there we go.
Thank you very much, cameraman. Didn't know we have to go for close-ups so often. And anyways, let's go back into the replay. This is the scene that we wanted to break down, and BMM was in the middle of the crossfire. But of course, that Hex elevator has been able to bring 2 members of the BRU side to the hands of Melly, which gives so much more room for this Gwen to go unstoppable, and Noel's got to back away.
Needlework again from Meliodas. This time it cuts through what the Jess. Face still used by Coden Feed connecting onto Meliodas, but not enough to finish him off, and Coden Feed ends up going down. Archony finds a death bound, but the heroic entrance used. Duckby shouldn't be able to get out of this, and yes, he does die. But Archony only finds support, and that is a lot of resources from BRU.
Yeah, and then every single time that Cerberus Esports goes in for plays like that, they still get taxed by BRU. And Noel, though he is alive, he hasn't been able to pull in a recall. There's still a cannon in that. Could let Genza chip in a little bit more damage, but the threat is still there from Noel. Chains of Corruption not landing, though. That could be deadly if it does end up onto Noel instead. Y1 building a little bit more pressure as Archony has been able to meet him in the middle. Oh my, that's just what, 2 auto attacks?
Yeah,
from Y1.
It's a Hullbreaker and a Sheen. It's going to be incredibly tough for Archony to handle. CES working on the Rift Herald. BRU will not be able to contest this. A free objective for CES.
And we also see a really interesting build coming in. Serpent's Fang coming up online for this Varus. As though there's not much shield on the side of BRU to expend. But of course the stats definitely gives him a whole lot more damage to be offered in. Noel sneakily hides inside the brush, waiting for the rest of BRU to come into the picture.
Yeah, what the Jazz flash forward with an Dredgefly and the Death Charge. Meliodas, though, in the Hollow Mist, still surviving for a long time now. Goes Golden, and Duckbeak has the taunt on to keep Meliodas alive. The bombs, they do not have enough damage. Duckbeak forced back, face seal, big one from Coden Feed, but everyone on CS is invulnerable. Kenza still alive, up against Archony, has been able to walk away, and 3 more members go down on the side of BRU. It's 4 for CES in total.
My oh my, they trade blow for blow. CS got another turret in the taking. Now Infernal Drake is up online, and majority of the members of BRU are sitting on death timers, and it definitely takes a toll on them. Let's take a look at this team fight yet again. Noel immediately gets blown up. Sure, what the Jazz bought enough time as we see Bang doing enough damage, and I really did like that Archony has been able to land that death mark to be able to trade evenly. But yet again, Genza still had the flash available as he gets away from the grasp of Archony. Now, with Duckby charging inwards, looking for taunt.
Looking for Archony. Deathbox Shadow out. Meliodas buying space. The needlework again. Just so much damage, even onto what the Jess. Kind of switching up the item build a bit. Has the Abyssal Mask, bit of a magic resist. It doesn't feel like it's doing much. And CES will get a free Inferno Drake. BRU once more on the back foot. Almost a 10,000 gold disadvantage.
Cerberus Esports continue on to shove all these turrets, and oh, Noel
Looking for Genza. Death Charge used, the exhaust runs out. Genza not able to survive that as Noel cuts him to pieces, but Noel, he's gonna lose his life to Y1. BMM gets out, and now what the Jets gets knocked out by the Flash Justice punch. A taunt onto Bank as Duckby goes to work. Bank goes golden. Colin Feet comes in to provide help. That ultimate should be able to secure Duckby and Meliodas at the same time. BRU punishes CES.
And that was much better of an attempt coming in from BRU. Managing to find that pick, and Noel was so patient before he connects his Shuriken. Archly forcing CS to stay for a little bit longer, but it's going to be a little bit difficult as Jax is still around the corner. He will be able to sidestep away with his shadows.
Yeah.
And while doing that, BRU finds the turret up mid.
Lovely spacing from Archony, just not letting either BMM or Y1 get on top of him to use that ultimatum to finish him off. Just good presence of mind from BRU. The game is certainly not over yet, and CES kind of showing a bit of cracks. And another instance of overextension that kind of felt like CES could have just been a bit more patient, but with Baron on the map, they gotta exercise the discipline a bit more.
Exactly that. BRU, the more pickoffs they get, they would be able to get themselves back on track. In fact, this is only about 5,000 of difference or more. Sure, there was a little bit more extension there with a couple of waves being secured by the rest of CES. Duckby on the vision duty as he tries to clear off a Watt, as Watt the Jess will be able to actually place it perfectly without it being taken out by Duckby. Both supports meeting each other in the middle. It's a taunt.
Duckby in a bit of a danger. Does have a lot of damage when they're so unbound. But Cold Feet has to be careful as well. He is definitely not resilient. Y1. And he's doing a lot of work with this Hullbreaker Arch, and he has to deal with this. But look at the damage. What in the world? That structure just is gone.
It just got knocked out like it's a domino.
This is why you don't give Jax a real weapon. This is what happens, guys.
Exactly that.
Yeah, Gustav Jax, no. Built different.
Definitely built entirely different from the rest. So far, perfect gameplay coming out from the Jax, not falling a single time throughout multiple battles that they've got themselves committed. We have about close to a kill ratio of 1 per minute, while BRU still watching really closely on that Baron, not allowing any room for Cerberus to drop deeper wards. Y1, once he does establish a Guardian Angels, it's going to be pretty hard, and that's where they take a fight.
Archie just really want to push Y1 away. He finally was able to do that, but had to commit an ultimate for it though. And Y1 doesn't seem like he cares. Continues to put on pressure in that bottom lane. BRU needs to look for avenues somewhere else, and target seems to be BMM. Needlework used as well. A heap of crowd control laid on to BMM. Heroic entrance used, but it's a bit too late. Duckby now isolated, but Meliodas was able to cut down the well. The piercing arrow sends Conan Feet packing. The damage is a bit too much. He cannot stand. And what the Jets ends up going down. And on the other side of the map, Y1, he is ready with the God Staff. Archony also forced to run with his tail between his legs. And BRU, throughout all of that, only got BMM.
And for Cerberus Esports, they already found the answer to deal with the Zed, keep him accompanied, and now with only 3 members, they should be able to work their way towards Baron. The rest of BRU are racing right in. Y1 to stop them on their tracks too. Can they actually make the cut though? Here comes Archony.
Archony shadows in a Shuriken, a good attempt, but doesn't find anything. Y1 recommits, ends up losing his life. Meliodas also not in a condition to fight. BRU will settle for that 1 pickoff as CES goes for the reset.
As this gets much tougher for BRU. Baron power play in effect from Cerberus Esports. And my, doesn't seem like BRU could have actually gotten any team fights that can go cleanly on their way. But we still want to comment on Arshani on how well he has been able to play for the past 2 games on this Zed, contributing possibly the highest damage output available. Oh, so inbound reattaches.
Again, has to be very cautious. You can't just run into TS like that. You're going to lose your life. And oh boy, they found back a crucial target from BRU, forcing him to go golden, and he disappears. And now again, Conan Feet with a huge ultimate. But the scissors is a bit stronger than the blade that he has in his hands. And Noel also doesn't feel like he's a part of this. The rest of CES chases after him. Meliodas finds a triple kill. And there is no one that can stop the Hollow Seamstress. CES looking for the end game.
There's just no way for them to even defend from here on. The death timers are way too much. Half a minute, and this is where CES will walk through the base and will find the Nexus eventually. What can the Jets do right here?
Answer is absolutely nothing. CES claims game 3, and now they take the lead in the series.
Match point secured. And of course, this is where we'll see where or not if there's any gas left in the tank for Buriram United. Cerberus Esports have silenced the home crowd in Bangkok. And one more game away for Cerberus to meet with RRQ.
And this is going to be a very monumental moment, right? Cerberus, if they win this series, they are done for the day. And BRU will have a long best of 5 later on to fight for the tournament lives against the winners between Nigma Galaxy and Team Flash. Definitely not a position that they want to be in. Not, even more so when they have such a long day, and it is only just and it's only going to get longer as this series continues. But CES beating Buriram when Buriram themselves brought out a draft that we've never seen before from the team. The mechanical checks, the double assassins, completely demolished by Cerberus.
You also have to consider the fact that Cerberus Esports, they are the aggressors back in their home region where they have been able to play compositions as such, and therefore they know how to navigate their way through. That Camille pick that was allowed into this matchup has been quite the difference maker in many of all these team fights. And you look at the layering, other than just the ultimatum, Vigalio has been getting so many great taunts in order to just clump the rest of BRU. And all these exchanges, BRU suffered casualties.
And these are those minor moments that make it incredibly hard for BRU to dive with the double assassins, right? It looks good from on paper, but you have 2 members of CS that you can't really hit thanks to their abilities. You have an AoE taunt from Duck B, and at the same time, Chain of Corruptions, which I think is one of the best crowd control in the game, basically prevents all of these close quarter dives. It is so hard for BRU to make any moves, and we are seeing that in effect in this game 3. And may I just point out that CS, the game is done, but you see the very focused and a very active discussion that they are having, even post-game. It really shows how serious these guys are about winning the
That's
best of 5.
That's how badly they really want it, and that's the sort of mentality that we are looking at, and they possibly have a championship crown if they continue to do so. Of course, throughout the course of the battle, Buriram United have tried their way to force fights against Cerberus Esports, especially on choke points, but oftentimes it doesn't really come in with great results. And we saw that huge Heroes entrance that have been able to open room for Meliodas, once again securing back-to-back triple kills in this matchup. There was basically no problems faced by the jungler of CES throughout this course of the game.
Yeah, and this draft definitely solved a bit of that core issue that CS faced in game 1, right? There was no one to buy space for Meliodas, and now you kind of alter that a bit, and suddenly Meliodas becomes an absolute monster. And if anyone knows the reference, Meliodas is the god of the underworld. He's the Demon King. 12 and 2 on this Gwen. Absolutely monstrous. Completely stretched through BRU. It didn't seem like they stood a chance at all.
Exactly, and now Golden Feet has to go back into some of all the other picks that has been a staple for himself. Maybe go back to the Lee Sin, which he have played plenty of times back in the past. And honestly, Well, on this, Akali didn't seem to have all too much room to wiggle with. Going up against the Jax, there was a couple of dire attempts on that 1v1s, but I don't see how likely he could basically take control of the side lanes heading the mid game itself, where you deal with BMM, you deal with 1-1, and most often than not, you're not going to win those trades because they just scale you off.
Yeah, and it's a very tough position for BRU to be in, right? It's not just about mech checking CS, it's not just about winning your lanes, it's about translating that lead into an unstoppable death ball, but they never really got that engine going. And CS just completely punished that greediness that BRU had in Game 3.
Yeah, and we were expecting Cerberus to do extremely well on the team fights, but what they have also shown us in this matchup, great macro play.
Oh yes,
overall.
Something that BRU did demonstrate in game number 1, but CS really cleaned up their act in such a short time. And you know, last time these guys met on a regional playoffs, BRU swept them 3-0, but it seems like the ties might have changed because CES are 1 game away from winning this. So if we want that game 5, we gotta look at BRU and see if they can at least win the next one.
That's right, and we do believe that BRU have not really shown us some of their trump cards just yet. If you notice that they have been playing around with the same type of champions, we'll see what they can bring forward in Game 4.
Yeah, and with that being said, we will head for a short break and we will come back for game number 4 in this best of 5 between Buriram United Esports and Cerberus Esports.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
And we are back for the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals. It is still the first best of 5 between Buriram United Esports and Cerberus Esports, but the three-headed Hellhounds have taken the lead 2-1 so far. My name is Husky alongside Contra, and we are gonna get ourselves prepared and mentally prepared for game number 4 because BRU are on the ropes right now.
Exactly that. And of course, we see Meliodas, like you called him, the Demon King, have just annihilated their opposers right there and then. And the home crowd must be sweating right now.
Oh, yeah.
And they have to play from a deficit and hopefully reverse the undoings here of all these things that have been erupting, where Cerberus Esports having this Gwen going uncontrollable. I think like in this matchup itself, Buriram United might actually consider whether if this is worthy of a ban heading into this upcoming game where it's match point already for Cerberus.
It definitely feels like, you know, now BRU has to consider whether you want to take out Gwen, right? In game number 1, Buriram United had enough damage. They were able to identify that actually there was a lack of output from the side of CES, but not in game 3. CES had all the ground covered, and it was really hard for BRU to go for those dives. And it does feel a bit unorthodox that Buriram United will want to try something so drastic. It is a new look, but so far that has not worked out at all.
Not at all.
I wonder if BRU would default back to what they're more used to. You want to see a signature pick. I want to see the Jess Thresh.
Exactly that, and I'm definitely missing that. Let's see where will he be able to pull that into game 4 itself as the draft will be underway. Cerberus just looking hella fine. And we have already seen so many different facets that they've been able to pull off into some of all these compositions that they've brought to the table. BMM being ultra flexible on all the types of pick that he has brought over on the mid lane. And Melly have just gotten so many things working out for him due to a team effort displayed by CES overall. And of course, not all hope is lost from the BRU side. Still got the crowd cheering on for them. Well, of course, we can see that some of their faces look slightly troubled now that they really have to get 2 back-to-back games going well for them.
Yeah, you can really see the shift in mood, right? I mean, we started off the day with BRU just having an incredibly great time. You know, it was all smiles. It was all just, you know, Colden Feed was having a lot of fun. You know what, the Jess was spacing out a bit, and Bank was just popping off with every single kill. But right now, the only person that I think is the most chill out of all 10 of these guys on stage is Meliodas. This guy is just absolutely unfazed. We are heading into the draft of game number 4, CES on that blue side once more. Lucian getting taken out.
We won't be expecting much of a change coming in from Cerberus Esports as they are still remaining on the red side of the map. And we will expect them to have very high priority on Gwen whenever, if it does slide through. Bans onto Jace to be the constant measure throughout the course of the picks and bans for the past couple of games that we've had. Cerberus really don't want to deal with Noel's or Renekton as well. So I won. And I've been able to match that by picking Renekton back in game 2. Now, a couple of all these enchanted supports have been a heavy priority, and we finally did see the Gwen to be taken out. And this time around, Cerberus Esports opens up this draft with a Zed pickup.
Yep, and BMM put to work instantly. And that's also taking away its agency from BRU as well. You don't give them that Zed, and that's something that Archony has been incredibly comfortable with, even in games that BRU lost. But of course, I think for BRU, it does feel like that Yone has kind of been that identity so far coming into this best of 5. The only thing I wonder right now is if that Yone is going to be that mid lane, and with this Morgana pickup, I think Archony will be on that Yone.
It's rather interesting to actually see this pickup itself, and what if it's going to be Noel instead that goes ahead to bring it forward to the Baron lane? It's entirely possible. Cerberus Esports opt to show the cards here with Senna being locked into play. BMM has an option to also secure a support before moving into phase 2. where we've expected the Nasus to accompany the Senna all together. Something that has been played out for the past season up till today.
Yeah.
And Brum United will have to find ways to at least handle this oppressive lane where you're constantly having waves after waves shoved out and have almost nothing to answer with to take out both the Senna as well as the Nasus. But here we go, another Garen duty coming in, but the question is that whether it's going to be Noel playing on this champion instead. Possibility of having Golden Feet to play on Morgana relatively high.
And there is a long shot, but BRU can still consider putting this Morgana on support, right? I mean, Bank has played at Morgana before, but if that is the case, then we are looking at what the Jets going for someone like a Gragas or a Galio, which wouldn't be that good of an idea unless they can find a secondary damage source. So that is something that BRU would need to take into consideration. We see the Nautilus ban and the Jax plus Olaf. Just want to eliminate CES's die potential. You don't want anyone that can ignore this Black Shoe. The set will be the last one being banned out by CES.
Really hard to basically weed out what else could BRU bring to the table this time. With the presence of a Riven, things might just be a little bit better on those 5v5 skirmishes as we have ample amount of crowd control to offer instead.
This
switches over to the Rakan.
Okay.
So either if it's a jungle or mid lane Morgana, we'll also have to see. But there's also potential that we see both the Morgana as well as a Rakan over the bottom lane in exchange for some really high setups to come into effect. And that could basically set up good plays if Golden Feet were to be on that Yone.
Heavy teamfight oriented draft from BRU, right? And then you also have that safety net of the Black Shoe, which is incredibly helpful when you want this Yone to go to town. Kind of ignore the weather, you ignore all this crowd control. CS finishes the draft with that Camille. All things considered, a very straightforward approach from Cerberus Esports. You don't really need to look far to see if there's any flex. It's pretty clear cut. BRU now get the final say on how they want to close out this composition. We've seen that support. Again, this Bank Morgana is still a possibility. BRU, either way, they need a secondary damage source.
Not only do they need a secondary damage source, they also need to answer to the split pushes coming in from the double assassin setup of Cerberus Esports. You expect this Camille as well as the Zed to be able to shove waves after waves, just like what they did back in the first match, except for the fact that this time around it's going to be a Zed instead of a Jax. We'll essentially do the same. If it's being met by a Riven, sure, I guess it could hold on for a little while longer, or even having the Garen on that duty. Still not going to be an easy matchup over the mid lane though, but at least this fare is better as compared to Game 3. Arseny on that Garen instead. Okay, let's see what this one's going to bring, as we've been able to identify that both the Morgana as well as the Rakan to be on the bot lane.
So Golden Feet still wants to give that jungle Yone a go. So far, I mean, 1-1. You know, you still don't know if it's going to work, if it's a, you know, if it's a success or failure. You know, we have an very neutral result for that Golden Feet Yone jungle, but so far for Cerberus, this is a very, very standard draft across the board, right? Not just for Cerberus, but it's a very common draft that we see from all the teams. And BRU definitely putting back on that Morgana Dragon Lane. That's something that we have talked about for a bit, and it has finally come true. So that means that a lot of that burden is shifted over to Golden Feet and Noel to be the one dealing the damage, and with the help of the rest of the team.
Yeah, there's also a question on how exactly would this Morgana offer much in these sort of team fights where you have high mobility coming out from the side of Cerberus Esports, and you don't expect this Morgana to be able to get a successful connection altogether onto more than 3 targets at once. Of course, it's going to be really vital if you could basically get a hold of this Camille or even Senna. That is based on ideals, of course. So, other than that, There's a lot of work to be done by both Noel as well as Cold Feet in this matchup to offer majority of the damage of what Brum could bring into this match.
And that would be kind of a very, well, how do I put it? A very focused draft on your jungle top matchup. Something that I think for a team like BRU is not uncommon. We have seen this on the regional stage where it's all about Golden Feet and Noel helping each other out and to buy time for the rest of the team. But this becomes even more important in game number 4 because not only do they want to stay in the series, but also they are the only true damage source of the team going into that late game. We'll see how Cerberus Esports deal with this because they have a very simple to execute draft.
Cerberus Esports looking for closure to this series while Brum United need to tie this up to push it into game 5. Let's see where or not will they be able to achieve so as we get this game underway. Cerberus Esports, I think they have shown us so many different styles of play. Can they do it though?
Yeah, I mean that was the team that 2-0'd Team Flash and 2-1 BRU in the group stage. There's the reason why they are tied with BRU. And I mean, Buriram United, credits to them, had an amazing run in the group stage as well, right? They bring in Lion Nation, and this guy has been on a tear behind the scenes. But CES, the amount of adaptation that they have shown in game 2 and 3 is indicative of how they are matching up to BRU's approach in this best of 5.
Yeah, and of course we're going to take a look at Meliodas, who was the MVP of the past round, this time going on the Kha'Zix instead. And of course, Golden Fit did try to pull off a Kha'Zix game of his own, which didn't really work out according to his own game plan. But in the past match on that Gwen, he managed to achieve 12 total takedowns. And of course, being an absolute menace throughout the course of game tree itself. Instead of having the matchup of Garen versus Camille, I think he fat-fingered that.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. I think one of the minor concerns in this bottom lane is definitely how, as a Morgana Dragon lane, you generally don't get as much resources as you do in a Morgana jungle. Bank almost losing his life to that Ignite. Could have been absolutely deadly.
And that's also due to the doing of what the Jazz to shield him on a very untimely manner. Meliodas.
Can you imagine if Duck B had his flash?
If he did,
that would have been first blood.
That's first blood for sure.
100%.
And my oh my, that shot, that sort of snare could have actually costed the life of BRU. While of course it's supposed to be an oppressive Garen on top of this Azet matchup, Noel having this lane shoved directly at him. We'll be expecting Meliodas to be paying a visit as he will go in for an early recall. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, Noel who's baiting Y1 in. He did take 2 turret shots, but not enough to go down. First blood for Golden Feet once more as this guy, he is just collecting first bloods like a trophy, and Noel has the flash, smited by Meliodas, but has the Valor Shoe and a barrier to get out.
And that's just about good enough. Get themselves a chunk of the turret plane. And we'll be able to at least consider this a win for Y1. But Archanies rotating over the top side. Won't be able to actually take off both members of Cerberus just yet. Oh, here comes the attempt.
Ultimatum, what a dodge from Y1. It had that all planned. Meliodas finds a kill. But what the Jazz is here to get a return. So BRU still ends up getting a good exchange.
A decent enough attempt. If he was 1 second quicker, maybe he might just be able to survive.
Noel, though, might not be able to get out. Deathmark rooted across an easy kill for BMM. Both teams are turning up the aggression. And Golden Feet pays another visit and takes out Duck B bot lane.
Brum United got themselves some really good exchanges in this matchup. And it shouldn't be too difficult for Noel to come back in the scene, though, despite being dropped by Meliodas. Now they go in for a lane swap overall, as we would assume this to still be relatively even to go up against BMM. And speaking of which, BMM came back into the lane with a Ghost Blade. So we expect him to do a lot more roaming from here on. What the Jess back on the signature con. Got himself that one kill. Could have been in the hands of Archony.
And what the Jazz lays out all the combo on top of Genza. He uses that ultimate, but it will not be enough. Noel comes in for the cleanup with the Wind Slash, and this bottom lane of CES just not getting anything done. There's no avenue, no space to breathe, and a double for Noel.
It's beautiful work coming in from Buram United, but there's still...
Oh no, he followed the Soul Unbound. Why one? A critical mistake. And can Archony do something? Coden feed the ultimate. So well done. Coden feed it with his dancing shoes, and now BMM caught in no man's land. Has the flash, but doesn't know what the Jess is. What the Jess not getting the kill, but Archony will. And CES just headless chickens around the map.
And they have just been waiting for this moment to strike as well. Noel saved his Damascus Injustice just to first send him back to base quicker. And now with the appearance of both objectives, Cerberus Esports having the Kha'Zix already tickling onto the Herald, but what the Jazz continues to disrupt the tempo play, and things are really not working well for both Genza as well as Duckbeat this time around. Archony just having his health bars melted up, it's not going to be able to sustain too much longer.
But unfortunately, the jungler has been called out. Meliodas pops, and Coden Feed finds kill number 4 in this game. 5.5 minutes in. Rift Herald secured by Buriram for sure, and CES just could not find any openings to make a play.
Not at all. Though, despite that, they have 2,000, close to 3,000 of the goal difference. And now with the Herald, they could easily drop this over the mid lane and then look to seek after their Ocean Drake as well. And to get a glimpse of how Cerberus could actually come back in the game, they just got to stop the bleeding here, especially Meliodas on this Kha'Zix. Not being allowed to even look for those deep dives. Especially going up against a Morgana, not an easy task, especially with what the Jess always keeping an eye closely on top of it.
Yeah, all the things that could have possibly gone wrong for CES in the first 5 minutes has gone wrong. Rift Herald also deployed mid as well. You can see BRU on the aggression again. What the Jazz making that first move, giving Coden Feed kill number 5 as they take this mid tier 1. The binding is sublime from Bank. Meliodas comes in from the side. Can they defend the structure? What the Jazz gets a double knockout. They finally punish Coden Feed. Meliodas wants to find more but will not get in range for that.
Yeah, and they still have enough of a healthy health bars here to work on Drake if they really want to, but they expect Buram United to go in for a quick reset. Now a couple of pings have dropped into the pit. We'll be able to spot out Archony with the Scar's Loom. But nothing much that he can basically offer for the time being. The Cerberus Esports at least gets that huge shutdown goal onto Coden Feed. Probably offering him close to $500 in the game.
And that is a crucial goal. I believe that one went over to I believe to either Genza or Meliodas. I think it went over to Genza. So a bit of a shame. You would have loved it so much more if you were BMM or Meliodas. But of course, so far, I mean, BRU, not really that phase. We got a quick performance check, 95 frames per second. That's exactly what we like.
Perfect frames.
Perfect frame. Honestly, it's actually pretty crazy if you're running it at 95 frames per second.
Most of the phones are basically running at what? Some are still on 30, some are on 60, but oh my!
Yeah, Meliodas is running dead. That's in the blink of an eye, 25 seconds on the clock. BRU will find a very easy dragon, and once more just bringing the trap. CES just could not respond to that.
Not at all. Coden Feed gets this one for free. 2 objectives all secured by Buram United. And as this time they'll be able to find a ways to trample down some of these structures. Noel has to hold on. Death Mark already on them.
Yeah, it's a very wishful attempt, but of course with what the Jets around, it will not go through in any way. And this is where we see the Archony, a Hull Breaker going to work, right? Being able to shove that lane and really keep a BMM occupied. Similarly to game number 3, what Cerberus did to Buriram United, it was the same thing. You keep that Z occupied with a Hull Breaker champion, and suddenly the fight does kind of go in your favor. We'll see how CS recovers from this though, because they do have a lot of avenues to do so. What the Jess, just a long-range engage from downtown, grabbing an easy kill onto Duck B, and BRU should be able to take down this mid-tier 1. Wow. Golden Feet, again the max range face you, forcing Genza to go golden, but 4 members of BRU on top of him will give Noel the killing spree.
Even with investing on an Hourglass, you won't be able to do all too much in this game itself when you have everybody else just seeking for the numbers, and that Superman dive coming in from What the Jazz brought these 2 points back. Of course, Golden Feed was allowed every single opportunity to shine bright in this matchup, and you can see why he has been fixated on this Yone pick overall. He just masterfully seeks out the rest of Cerberus Esports. And there's not much resources left for them to even farm out. Now, second Rift Herald appears. The rest of Cerberus Esports are not in the best shape to even contend for this 5v5s. Seemingly to be their strong suit, but at this point of state in time, not too much.
What the Jazz once more pulls off an engage. One of the biggest advantage BRU has is just an infinite range in terms of engaging fights. I mean, you don't even get to see What the Jazz before he shows up on top of you. CES, it seems like they have the intention of contesting this, but I'm not really sure how that's going to work out unless they can get a pick off. And Golden Feet getting a bit of protection from Bank as well, so he will be safe, and CES just couldn't get a footing on that Rift Herald.
They just really have to get more side lane control. Cerberus Esports still having this Camille being brick walled by the Garen. Archony doing such a great job at that.
They're trying to go onto Archony though, and Noel, he's around, flashes forward, gets a knock-up, silence is there. Can Y1 get away? Puts the ultimatum, gets a shield from the center ultimate. Denmark used by BMM as well, and they do blow up Noel. BRU sent packing, but watch out though, Golden Feet is there. What the Jazz is with him. They go for the face steal, goes golden. Again, a bit of a delay game by BRU, but this time CES stays safe.
But they didn't manage to take down 2 members out of BRU. And now they have opened enough spacing to secure the Herald, but they want more fights.
Yeah, and they want Genza. He has this Hourglass, but Melioda's not so lucky. And we talked about this though, Golden Feet and What the Jazz, the dynamic duo. Golden Jazz Express is online. A triple for Golden Feet, and that Herald belongs to BRU.
Just beautiful blade works coming out of Golden Feet to sniff them out, moving into the Herald pit. And that has denied everything else from Cerberus Esports. Back to the drawing board yet again. And BRU have definitely had all the fans smiling once more as the hopes and dreams of Thailand to make it into the second day of this playoff stage is very well alive.
Definitely still a light at the end of the tunnel. And this series so far, Contra, has been a show of the junglers.
It's a lot of back and forth going on.
Yeah, game 1, it was Golden Feet popping off. Game 2 and 3 was Meliodas. Game 4 is Golden Feet. We should put these two in a 1v1. We had the 1v1 duel mode, right? They should just play a best of 5 in that mode, and we'll determine who is the better jungler, because so far they have been phenomenal.
I love that dual mode though. Like, you just meet all kinds of players, like even the Soraka solo. Like, of course, we're not getting into fights this yet. But then again, you know, that sounds like a really good idea.
Yeah, it is.
And look at this. Another one by Jess.
And Face You does miss a bit, but Doug B can't even stand up to the overwhelming output of BRU. 15-5 in terms of kills, of course. With that in mind, the goal deficit isn't really that jarring, right? See, as they are still within touching distance of BRU. It's just BRU winning a lot of these skirmishes, a lot of these pickoffs. And the good news for CES is that they are picking up the slack elsewhere on the map. They're running into BRU though, this brush. Very dangerous spot to be in, forcing out the Zhonya's from Bank. The Deathmark going to waste, but a big center ultimate piercing through 3 members of BRU, forcing a disengage, keeping Duck B safe. And CES turns their attention onto Dragon.
CS buys room for the Dragon, and they will eventually keep up to speed with this whole matchup that have seen what the Jazz getting a lot of great engagement, and he'll try yet again. Not going to be able to offer much damage this time around without the presence of the rest of Buram United. But overall, he's just going to go diving straight in for Genza.
And that dive was so far, and thankfully there was no follow-up. So Genza was able to get away. But you have to constantly respect the engaged range of BRU. I mean, what the Jazz, he does not care.
Oh, he pops the hourglass though.
And that's the Fate Seal, easily securing the kill for Golden Feet. 9-1 on this Yone, and he's about to go 10 if they give him the chance to. Golden for Golden Feet, same for Archony, for BMM. BMM forced right back. Refero dropped down mid. Golden Feet, the Mortal Steel, the dash forward, gets the stun off. Again, he brings YY with him into his team. Golden Feet just cannot die. Finally, BMM gets the kill, but he needs to get away, and Noel has the wind slash right in his face. 4 kills for BRU so far, and Meliodas, he does not want to be a part of this.
14 minutes of play, and they are destroying the rest of Cerberus Esports, finally getting the answers that they need. The game is far from over. There should be enough time to be bought here. Well, Cerberus will have to lick their wounds yet again. 2 Cerildas being purchased, and there's just a lot of things that really have to factor in. They have to find ways to keep Genza alive, but none of these players throughout these team fights have been able to find that answer. It's all thanks to the aggression coming out of what the Jazz as well as Noel. And that play by Golden Feet to bring Y1 back in. I think Y1 definitely has second thoughts this time around when who to exactly use the ultimatum, because you don't really want to drop it on bank. There's no point locking down Rakan. Noel's the only option. Yeah. And this guy is 5-2. And you take a look at the items, I don't think this would vote well.
And Golden Feet, he's just going to solo kill Dugby with the help of 3 of his other team members, but no, he takes the credit. And then the pick up.
No longer solo kill then.
No longer solo kill, but he gets it going. I mean, Dugby, rough game on this NASA. 0-7 BRU straight onto Baron. Can CES do something about this? BMM, he has vision, he has the damage. BRU pulls off that objective. Archony, he is kind of isolated, but so Garen, not really too bothered about CES though. Meliodas is thinking about something, and what the Jazz almost delivered into the hands of CES. At the end of the day, stopping this Baron attempt is what's important.
Exactly that. As they're congregating to get a shelf over on mid side, easily cleared out by the rest of BRU. They still respected the damage output of BMM overall. He may not have just about the best of timings to basically snatch the Baron away. We're already seeing him utilizing the death mark very early on, and the Noel barely even takes damage.
BMM sidestepped the grand entrance, uses the shadow to buy distance. It's really clean footwork. But once Golden Feet gets his death dance, I think that's going to be a problem. And Meliodas clipped on the edge by the face seal. Genza wants to help, but Genza, he's going to be sacrificed to BRU. What the Jazz gets credit for that.
My, oh my, there's just so many openings coming in for Golden Feet. Here comes another death mark though, onto Noel. Can he get it?
We'll try. Dugby, he tried to flash for Wither, but couldn't find it. It really feels like, you know, CES are getting kept at arm's reach. There's nothing left for them.
I would also give credit to Cerberus Esports overall, despite having been taken down for 22 times in this match. Look at the goal gap. It's honestly still within the grasp, which if they do win one team fight, is entirely doable. But of course, that could only buy more time. But of course, you need to buy as much time with all these cycling shoves, which CS have been going on that 1-3-1 split. But BRU, they could just force it down the middle multiple times.
Look at BRU's vision, right? They have so much info on where CS are. Golden Feet looking for Meliodas. Blue buff will go over to BRU, but Meliodas, does he really want to contest this though? Feels like a bit of a desperation move. They even used that TP from Y1. But that top tier 1 turret is still there. Unless they can finish off Noel, it would not be possible. Golden Feet forced back, doesn't get anything done, and they lose Noel in the process. And that is the pickup that CES are looking for.
They managed to at least secure themselves a turret over the top side, but BRU will be able to take control to the entire sector of the bottom side of the map. Now, they're also challenging them to make a move because they're initiating on the Baron.
Yeah, what the Jess? He gotta buy some time, and he's doing a good job, but Baron's still going down. Archie flashes and gets the silent, doesn't get an execute. Colon Feet, not able to make it there in time. Meliodas will secure the Baron, but Colon Feet, he is still around. Lido Temple stacking up. Ultimate going into the backline, getting onto Genza, doesn't finish the kill, but BRU have members ready and waiting to finish off Genza. BMM picks up the kill onto Colon Feet as CES slowly picks apart Buriram United, and BRU for the first time in a long time will not be able to get anything done.
What a bold call coming in from Cerberus Esports. They immediately see that golden opportunity. They know that BRU will just go for the Dragon. And now another pickoff. Bank wasn't even suspecting BMM to be close by. And this Baron power play have resulted in BRU's attempt of how many engagements? Nullify.
Yeah. BRU back against the wall at this point. What the Jess? He really needs to make a play. Can they queue out BMM? A flash, key burst, BMM, footwork with the death mark, gets some assistance with the Zonyas, gets out again, Noel almost dies. And BMM, he is the embodiment of a shadow.
That was quite the play. The most impressive we've seen all day from a Zed. And here comes the Elder Drake spawn up. BRU's lifeline depends on this, and there's nobody nearby other than Archony.
And I don't think Archony wants to do this though. The silence on what the Jesse couldn't get in. And with the Elder Dragon in the hands of Cerberus, they unleash the powers of the underworld. 2 members of BRU disintegrates in an instant, and BRU's lead from the get-go does not matter. CES, they have found the jugular of the home crowd favorites. Buriram United will not be able to defeat them. Not today. And revenge finally served on their own home ground. Cerberus Esports will try to stuff out the final attempt of BRU. Colden Feet dies at his doorstep. Bank goes down. And the Nexus follows. Cerberus Esports are moving to the upper bracket finals.
They will be the ones that will take down the hometown favorites, Buriram United. And they will proceed to meet up with RRQ in the upper brackets. Cerberus Esports were on the brink of defeat, and due to one great shot calling coming in from the team, they've been able to pull it out of the gutter. And that is how beautiful a game of Wild Rift should be played out.
And that is why you never count out. The game is never end until the Nexus is destroyed. And just massive heartbreak for BRU, for the fans, for the players. The day has ended for CES, but it has just begun for BRU. And there's a chance that by the end of Saturday, Buriram United will just wave goodbye to the stage. And it's a dreadful thought, but they will now have to face the gauntlet in around 2 hours after our next series. It's either against Nigma Galaxy or Team Flash, and none of them are easy opponents.
Indeed, and of course, only the tough will prevail. Cerberus have been able to prove that they are one of the toughest teams to beat. Even with Buriram United basically inching really closely, it was down to the finishing touches here. Buriram United will now be sent towards the low bracket. And of course, we just really have to go back into some of all these fights that they got themselves into. And I think like BRU, they've already gotten the whole game plan all set up where it denies a lot of entry points for Cerberus to take those 5v5s all together, especially when they get close. There's always Bank to be able to try to shackle them all together. And you have What the Jazz on peak performance on this Rakan.
Oh yeah?
That has been able to seek out Genza, resulting in him not being to offer much of the damage output throughout the process of the game.
Yeah, and when you, I think if you are BRU and you go back and watch this match and you just look at the gold graph, I don't think they would believe their eyes how close it was the entire game. But it is also fair to say that most of these kills are actually onto Duckby and Genza, right? especially onto Duck B, who, you know, doesn't really care too much about giving his life away. Probably worth the least goal on the side of CES. If you look at Y1, if you look at Meliodas and BMM, they are actually getting farm around the map. I think that's something that BRU didn't really expect to happen, despite all these, you know, flashy shenanigans in the early stages of the game, and BRU seemingly riding on that momentum. It was never really that far out of CES's graphs.
Indeed, and I would say that it was still quite the flair that Golden Feet has offered throughout this match, where he basically outplayed on multiple 1v1s, got himself the highlight reel of the triple kill, and he also brought this Camille multiple times, baited into the team of Buram United, and that made it a lot easier. But man, this decision making though, they managed to find pickoffs after pickoffs, but hitting into this call of the Baron is basically got in the game for Cerberus Esports once they managed to take a few members out. And nobody was anywhere close by. Buram United could not challenge for the Elder Drake. Despite Golden Feet reaching the fountain, he couldn't even heal up. Dragon's Breath was just too strong.
And this, you know, comes full circle on what we talked about at the drafting, where we say that, you know, BRU's draft is all about Golden Feet and Noel, right? They are the two main damage dealers. In fact, the only true damage dealers on that team, and they need the support from the Jazz, Bank, and Narchany. And despite the best effort from, you know, the Rakan and the Morgana, there is going to be a cap where Golden Feet and Noel would need a bit more. But the BRU has a very distinct limit, a distinct glass ceiling in that damage output.
And Cerberus Esports absolutely dismantled the rest of BRU throughout this whole entirety of the series. But we've seen games that really drew very closely, though the first few matches of the series have seen them go on rampages, which have been securing BRU convincing game, one convincing game at the very least. And this time around, even when CES looked like they were on the back foot, they have been able to keep a safe distance for themselves, and that formula of buying time, making sure that the side lanes were constantly shoved, has been able to finally seek the golden opportunity to get the two biggest objectives of the game to close the deal.
And that was the smart macro, right? That has been the focal point of this series. I mean, BRU had a couple of moments where it felt like they were a bit tunnel vision on really want to get the pickoffs. We want to push that lead, and CS just says, well, you can take out Nasus, we take your side lanes, and once we see BRU members get split apart, that's where CS pounds and again led to that one individual pickoff onto Noel, to a Baron, to an Elder Drake, and the Nexus.
That's right, and with that being said, this will draw a closure to, at the very least, the quarterfinals in the upper bracket. So we'll definitely look forward to what's being brought into play for tomorrow on the upper bracket rounds, and also for the fact that we will be seeing a few matches on the low bracket for the rest of the evening. It's definitely going to be really exciting to see what Nigma Galaxy will pull up against Team Flash, one of the most respected team of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and of course, Team Flash coming into this with a bit of a different roster, right? They have Coyote and MT departing from the roster, and now they bring back Joyce. They have Taddy filling in some of those big voids as well. And Team Flash, thus far in this past 2 months, hasn't had the best showing as well, right? On the Asia Invitational, they were not able to make it far into the playoffs, and in the group stage, they actually got tied with Nigma Galaxy. So all things considered, it really felt like the Team Flash at that point, even with the Icons roster, was already vulnerable. And it kind of leaves a bit of a question mark, right? How does this new Team Flash, how would they perform in this lower bracket?
It definitely will be challenging times up ahead for Team Flash, but for Nigma Galaxy, this is their very first offline event as well. Let's see what could they basically bring to the table. We know for a fact that TG and Co will be having a lot of plans heading into this best of 5, where it's basically a do or die. But, you know, before we even get to that, we have to thank you guys for your patience throughout the course of this series. And, of course, you guys have been amazing, where we still have more games for all of you in store. I just really have to bring it back. Like, this incredible series. What are the chances here that Buram United could still keep themselves intact in order to move forward to the day 2 of the playoffs?
I think there's a huge chance because they do have, you know, 2.5 hours just to kind of recompose themselves, maybe, you know, grab some food and just get ready to look at both Enigma Galaxy and Team Flash. But again, right, it's just a very tiring day for the players out there. They have been there since the very beginning of the show, and of course we had some unfortunate tech pauses in the middle, and I think that also does take a toll on the players. So hopefully they can use this window in between to just recompose and reset that mental, because it will be a long night up ahead.
That's right, and I really do hope that they have a couple of cans of Monster Energy. You guys can do so too, to unleash the beast. And of course, there's just so many fantastic plays that we are looking forward to. Now, speaking of which, I believe we have an interview with the victors of the team, and let's see what we've got.
Yeah, right now. We have an interview with Cerberus Esports. Let's talk to them right now, the victors of that series.
เราอยู่กับคุณล่ามนะคะ แล้วก็อยู่กับเจนซ่านะคะจากทีม Snapdragon Esports นั่นเอง วันนี้เราจะมาสัมภาษณ์เขานะคะสักเล็กน้อยนะคะ เริ่มจากคำถามแรกก่อนเลยที่จะต้องถามแน่ๆคือรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะกับเกมนี้ที่เจอกับทางบุรีรัมย์ Em cảm thấy như thế nào đã gặp được Buriram?
Trước tiên thì mình cảm thấy là vui vì đã thắng được họ, nhưng mà cái này đã nằm trong dự tính của mình rồi.
เขาบอกว่าก็รู้สึกดีใจที่ได้เจอกับบุรีรัมย์ค่ะ แต่ก็เหมือนเป็นความคาดหมายของเขาแล้วอยู่แล้วค่ะว่าต้องชนะบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้ว
ว้าวสุดยอดมากๆคำถามต่อไปกันเลยดีกว่า
คำถามต่อไปเกมที่ถือเป็นเกมที่ยากไหมครับสำหรับ Cerberus Esports ในวันนี้
Đối với em là trận đấu nãy giờ là em cảm thấy khó khăn gì không?
Đúng là khó khăn, tại vì đội bạn chơi cũng hay nhưng mà tụi em hay hơn.
เขาบอกว่าก็ค่อนข้างยากค่ะ รู้สึกว่าเป็นการแข่งขันที่ยาก เพราะว่าบุรีรัมย์ก็เล่นค่อนข้างเก่ง แต่พวกเขาเก่งกว่าค่ะ
ว้าว
ขิงแบบ10 เม็ดนะครับผมเมื่อกี้ โอเค
เดือดดาล
สุดยอด
นะคะ
เพราะผลแพ้ชนะมันพิสูจน์แล้วนะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ ยังไงก็ต้องขอแสดงความยินดีกับทาง Snapdragon Esports ด้วยนะคะ
Congratulations
Congratulations โอเค ขอบคุณด้วยนะคะ
ขอบคุณมากครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะ เอาละค่ะ หลังจากที่สัมภาษณ์ไปแล้วนะคะก็
There we have it, the interview with Cerberus Esports. The victors between them in this best of 5, because got off to a rough start. You know, BRU getting to flex that muscle a bit, but CS just a wonderful recovery, and they get to have the rest of the day off to prepare for tomorrow's series. So, but for BRU again, long nights ahead for BRU players and the fans alike. They have an elimination series coming up. But before we see BRU on stage again, we will go for a short break. And when we come back, it is going to be Enigma Galaxy taking on Team Flash in a lower bracket elimination. So do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
This is the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals. My name is Husky alongside Contra. We've just got done with the first best of 5 in the upper bracket. Now we turn our eyes to the elimination best of 5 in the lower bracket between Nigma Galaxy and Team Flash.
Exactly, and we have been waiting for this moment, the knockout rounds where one team will be sent off really early in the playoffs. It's between Team Flash as well as Nigma Galaxy. And you know what? There's so many changes that has been brought forward when we go into the playoffs, where you talked about the announcement of the departure of a couple of players coming from Team Flash. Could this be a dent in their roster that Nigma Galaxy could basically abuse? Or will they still prevail yet again? Perhaps these changes were necessary for Team Flash.
Hopefully that is the case. But before that, we gotta look at the team roster before we talk more. We gotta look at team roster in a bit. But first of all, we gotta thank our friends over at Monster Energy for being a part of this journey. They have been phenomenal in allowing everyone to unleash the beast within them. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. I mean, I just want to say that this looks incredibly cool. I believe this is the first time I'm seeing this.
Yeah.
This.
I could use this as my desktop wallpaper.
I could.
Yeah.
I
There
could.
is.
I would install something. I would install this LED in my room.
We're entering the realms of Matrix. It feels like it.
It really feels like it.
On top of that, of course, Frames win games, and that's where Snapdragon has been able to provide more than enough for the players who are gaming on the mobile phones, and they were on 95 FPS, one of the greatest.
Yeah, we'll get that performance check every once in a while, but let's take a look at the brackets. Thus far, CES taking down BRU 3-1 in that upper bracket, and it was a very impressive recovery from them. And now Cerberus Esports gets to rest for the rest of the day. They will meet RQ tomorrow in the upper bracket final. And now Team Flash will take on Nigma Galaxy in a best of 5, and the winner of that series will face off against Buriram United Esports later on.
That's right, and Team Flash, when we take a look at their track record, they've been able to go so far to the distance, especially proving themselves to the world to be one of the very best representing Southeast Asia on the global stages of icons. And of course, since it's the off-season, a lot of teams have also stepped up to the platter. We see a level of inconsistency throughout the run of the Snapdragon Pro Series, and they have been experimenting with a couple of picks as well throughout some of all these bouts in the group stage, and I think like they should be able to have that formula running in through the veins of their DNA. And I'm just thinking like it's still going to be a really tough matchup here for Nigma Galaxy. And what could you basically tell us more about NGX?
Well, I think first, I think it's just a fresh team with a lot of talents. But of course, I will get into that in a bit. Before that, I gotta remind you guys that you have to cast your votes down in the Twitch chat. Make your predictions. Tell us which team you think is going to come out on top in this best of 5. Is it still going to be Team Flash, or will Nigma Galaxy show us a different side? Because we're looking at a very veteran Wild Rift team from the Vietnam region against a very fresh team, just newly formed a couple months ago in the form of Nigma Galaxy, and yet here we are, these two teams tied in third place, tied in 4th place by the end of the group stage, and now slotted in their lower bracket elimination finals. But another thing about NGX that I can definitely say is that they are a very innovative team, right? They were the first team to bring out that Lux Dragon Lane, the first team to find a way to really shut down the Kassadin when it was a must pick or must ban. And they are also a team that is not shy to play the dual core in their solo lanes. The double assassin was one of the things that I think Aaron and Chammy has shown a lot of times. And for Chammy in particular, I'm looking forward to seeing if we can witness his Jax in the Baron lane.
Yeah, ever since his debut, he has been wowing the audience thus far, and Chammy definitely has some of the best stats. But let's go back to the stage to find out more.
have Nigma Galaxy on the stage as well. The opponents to Team Flash. And of course, the first seed of the VN region against the second seed of the Philippines, Chami, Jashi, Aaron, Demon Kite, and Draw. Very interesting personalities. The first time we talked to them, they were not even... they were a bit camera shy, but throughout the league, they have definitely built up a bit of that confidence. And of course, we are also looking at the coaches of both teams on NGX side. You have TG, just a wonderful figure. Reminds me of a coach that we know in the MY region, but of course, Team Flash, bit of a roster change coming in. Definitely a lot of question marks. And for NGX, they say that this roster change is their biggest weakness.
Exactly, and on top of that, other than the roster changes, there's a lot of things that they really have to figure out. When you change out a player, there's always going to be chemistry to be built upon. Of course, Joyce have been around the Vietnamese scene for quite some time, and we'll expect him to be able to fare pretty evenly at the very least, but there's a huge question mark on the bottom lane of Team Flash, but of course, the coach has brought them in for a very good reason, and I just love the shades that he's putting on. So they're trying to identify what should be brought onto the table here for the very first draft itself. The renowned team of Southeast Asia, Team Flash, have been able to get themselves into the grand finals for majority of the time that they've been getting themselves into the tournament. And I just can't wait to see if they can make that lower bracket run all the way to the very end. I'm very sure that a lot of fans back in Vietnam has been rooting for them. I'm already seeing Cerberus making the cut over upper bracket. Who's to say Vietnam's first seed couldn't do it?
Yeah, and I think that is going to be an important series just for Team Flash alone, right? How fast can this revamped Team Flash kind of deal with NGX? This is kind of the first hurdle or challenge, if I might put it. We gotta look at Chami in that Baron lane. He's played his fair share of Garen, Renekton, Riven. Of course, Kassadin is the standout because he was the only person so far that has run the Kassadin in the Baron lane. And it's also renowned for his Jax play.
Yeah, his Jax is exceptional when it comes down to how he holds his ground in the early game, and usually even coming out with first blood ratios over on the Baron lane. So this is definitely the player to look out for from Nigma Galaxy. And of course, a lot of impressive plays have been highlighted from not only Joshi, but also coming in from Draw, as he's got multitudes of different kinds of support that he could basically offer on the bottom lane.
And I do like it when we first saw NGX, it was actually Draw that got our attention initially with his incredibly aggressive support plays, reactive support plays, but they are also supplemented by the two power junglers on each side. Jisoo on the side of Team Flash and Joshi from NGX. Very different jungle pool, barring that Vi as the common pick, but overall, if there's one thing we know about these two, they are incredibly proactive on the map.
Exactly, and usually when we take a look at Nigma Galaxy's side, they usually go for ease of execution. However, Team Flash, they definitely love playing challenging champions into the Rift, and Fura to be flexed inside the jungle here is something that they've been able to bring into the picks and bans overall. And of course, we've even seen them play things like Fura mid, Renekton, and many more to come. Now that some of these champion priorities have shifted, we may not actually see that much of a Kassadin with the recent nerfs that was brought into play. And how would that actually affect both of these sides?
And one question that I do have in mind is, how is this new Team Flash going to deal with that mid lane? Because one thing that defined Team Flash was when Coyote was around, he was kind of the X factor, right? He was kind of the rabbit from the hat. You can give him a Cinch, you can give him a Garen, you can give him a Nash, you can give him a Camille. He defines what the rest of the draft is. And Team Flash have a lot of options to go for simply because they have such a flexible, versatile mid laner. And does Joyce fill in that role? And I think that is a question that Team Flash has to answer.
Exactly that. And other than Joyce, of course, I think we're seeing him play a couple of games. He is very well adept when it comes down to mage picks over a mid lane. But when you need him to go for a little bit more of beefiness, even defaulting back into things like Garen, Renekton, or Galio seems to be some really good viable options for the rest of Team Flash. Now, I really do wonder though over the bottom lane with a brand new marksman. I'm just hoping to see what kind of champion pool does he bring to the table. Is he more of a spellcaster going into mages, or does he utilize things like Illusion or even Viruses that we've seen it to be some hot favorites of the Vietnamese region?
Yeah, and speaking about Varus, well, for all the Varus lovers and haters out there, he's getting another buff. If Varus one-shots you in the next patch, do not be surprised, because he's getting a lot of love in the patch notes. But that aside, I think Varus still one of the best picks we have. One of the best picks, in my opinion, in terms of Dragon Lane. It's just good damage, has deep built-in crowd control, and just generally a good champion to fight in choke points. But that aside, I think for Team Flash, the most important part, aside from kind of gelling with the two new members, is how can they stop Nigma? How can they read Nigma Galaxy's moves in the drafting phase? Because that has what been giving Nigma Galaxy so much leeway to work with, is that they have been able to flex a multitude of picks due to how diverse, how versatile their individual players are.
Exactly, and we have already been able to see so many of all these unique picks coming in from Team Flash. I remember there was even one game where we would see things like Draven to appear, and speaking of Draven, there's a brand new glorious Draven skin coming out for this brand new season. So I'm pretty sure a lot of all these summoners out there will be climbing the ranks real quickly. It's a brand new season after all. While first, for the players that are on board here, they're just trying to climb up the brackets, which we have seen successful attempts coming in from Team Flash. Nigma Galaxy, first time on LAN, and we're not really seeing any signs of nerves. And like you said, usually they're shy at first, and they will eventually warm up to the audience as well.
Yeah.
So
I mean the first time we, well, actually the second interview that we had on broadcast, I specifically remember was when NGX qualified for the challenge group stage, or the open final playoffs, one of that event. And then we talked to Draw, and then he had his whole team behind him, and they just abandoned him. They just left him on that couch.
Quite the scene, I must say.
It was quite the scene. Poor guy.
Well, this time nobody's leaving anywhere though until the matches are over. TG, we gotta prepare for a great draft to be brought to the table, and of course, we expect the very same for Team Flash overall. And we can still see RQ side by side with NGX, and of course, more familiar faces in Thailand. Smile for the camera.
Yep. Yes. I mean, the crowd is just absolutely supportive. Some of them have been here since the morning, I believe. But of course, you know, alongside the RQ guys, we also saw the other coach/analyst of NGX, Vansu, also sitting in the audience, just overlooking everything. And the best thing is that we were able to talk to Vansu during the challenge groups, and the best thing is that he's an incredibly insightful man. We asked him a very simple question, and he just gives an elaborate explanation of every single thing, which comes as a surprise, but it really shows you how these coaches really put in that work, and how much they know about their players as individuals.
It's many hours of studying the game overall, and this brand new patch has been so exciting. I'm still waiting for the day that we see Samira on a competitive playing field. If there's any team to do that, I'm assuming Team Flash was hoping to bring it forward, but the team of the bottom lane at the moment in competitive setting has been sustained and crowd control. So that's the best way out. And speaking of crowd control, we have to look out for picks like the Lux that has been introduced by Team Flash over the bottom lane. Of course, even in the global scale, we see teams from the Chinese region to be able to utilize that very, very effectively. And I believe there was a point in time where we see even NGX take a playbook out of that. So these are some of the things that would be very, very hotly contested.
Yeah, I think they have ran this Lux and Rakan before, right? Draw plays an incredibly sick Rakan. I think he has been pivoting towards the Nautilus recently, but at the same time, he's just a super active support player that is not shy to make those early moves. And I wonder if Team Flash would get the read on that, because if you look at that solo lane, both Chami and Aaron, they are incredibly confident in themselves. They are not shy to run those assassins or those strong dueling champions and just make early moves, especially Aaron. I'm looking at Team Flash to possibly consider a Zed ban just because how much Aaron has shown up with him.
Yeah, and speaking of Zed, we see a lot of appearances of Zed in this playoff itself, and there's a lot of players from both ends of the spectrum that has been able to display that successfully back in their run in the group stages. So this is one thing that they will also factor in. Now, enough waiting. It's time for us to get ourselves into the first games, picks and bans.
Yeah, super exciting series. Team Flash against Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy in the lower bracket to kick things off, sure. But Team Flash, that comes as a surprise to a lot of fans out there. Nonetheless, there's still some time for them left on the stage, but by the end of the next 2.5 to 3 hours, one of these teams will be waving goodbye to the main stage and just departing from the competition. So it's a very high-stakes series, but NGX, they haven't had a record of beating Team Flash before, not in the group stage. And this is seemingly one of the biggest tasks that they are put to.
Is there a moment of redemption if there's anything like that at all, and they only get this one shot at one opportunity? And we already look into the bans. The first thing that Team Flash eliminates is the Zed, which we have seen both Aaron as well as Chami be on that champion, and another assassin being Akali.
Oh yeah. And I think Team Flash really getting that read, right? Aaron, Chami, they love the Zed Akali. So incredible respect from Team Flash. That is what I like as well. Just great homework done by the coaches. But NGX, they are going for more standard elimination, Lucian, Karma, and Jace. And I do think that this benefits Team Flash in the long run, right? You are forcing NGX to go for those default bans while you get to target them. That Ashe definitely is one of the more odd one out of the 3 bans, but nonetheless, it does give Team Flash that Renekton first pick.
Gwen available through the draft, and NGX does not even hesitate to show their cards right here. This is a perfect opportunity with that double pickup. We won't be expecting any sort of Kassadin to bear fruit here, as this time we're looking at Joshi hoping to secure this pickup for Demon Kai on the Tristana, which is relatively interesting. But then again, last minute switches, not too surprised about that. Where we have a couple of all these options available, Senna is being one of it. Team Flash sees that card. They might want to take that away this time.
Yeah.
So let's see what Zissou as well as Joyce would go for. And I'm just thinking, if this is going to be the case, there's still plenty of options where the Gragas has been flexed by Nigma Galaxy over on the mid lane, where Aaron has been able to hold up for his own. But against Ziggs, if he does go mid lane, it's going to be a decent. Yone picked up by Team Flash, and we've seen multiple instances from Golden Feet that has been having a successful run. Of course, questionable with the result by the end, but yeah. I would say it was still quite the spectacle, and it definitely does fit the ideology of Team Flash to go aggressive.
Yeah. And this is kind of still an open book, right? Yone not confirmed to be in the jungle just yet. There's still a lot on the table with NGX getting to decide who they want. The Varus comes out. Absolutely love this pick. And I also like the fact that they pivot away from the Senna to the Gragas. It just opens up so much more options, and Varus Gragas seems to be a very, very strong bot lane duo. At least you have that long range poke. You have some disengage. So NGX kind of solving a bit of that problem early on, especially after seeing the Ziggs from Team Flash. Now the question is, where does NGX target? Do they want to bank in this Yone being a mid lane and target Jisoo's champion pool, or do they want to look at the support? It seems like the support will be the choice because Galio has been banned out.
Exactly. Since the Ziggs has been picked up, most likely than not, Taddy will be piloting the champion overall. So Team Flash, they will also have to consider what else to take. The Baron lane will be the main party target, as we've seen Gwen being more efficient inside of jungle to make more wiggle room, as well as to have a lot of spacing for gank opportunities. Enigma Galaxy with one final ban, and they will have a little bit more priority running into these upcoming pickups. And they decide to ban the Olaf, and it's telling me this: a Morgana is on the way.
Could be a Morgana, could be a Lee Sin as well, right? If this Gwen is not going into the jungle, so and I think Team Flash are getting that read that maybe they want to run the Joshi Gwen. They're banning out two solo laners, Jax and Riven, and NGX locking in that Garen. Garen today hasn't been the most successful champion. Negative win rate, in fact, so far. No.
But it's a different team altogether. This Amumu, though,
no
is kind of interesting, but I think it's a little bit of a risk here when you're battling against NGX's composition, which was also built for team fights. And Ellie goes ahead to pick up the Alistar, so it's going to be able to actually match up very well with the Gragas. But what do you think of Aramis?
I think
I guess it's okay.
I think it's a horrible idea. I think Rammus is a horrible idea.
Don't do him like that.
Well,
actually, it is a horrible idea when you're facing up against...
okay, never mind. Rammus,
and Alistar?
Rammus locked in. Now here's the thing. If they win with this Rammus, then I eat my words. But holy cow, NGS coming in hot with an unprecedented pick. We talk about how creative they are, but to have the guts to pick a Rammus against Team Flash in the first game of an elimination series, that takes a lot of courage.
But then again, you take a look at the entire roster other than the Ziggs, right? That offers mostly AD damage. Of course, Yone does dish a little bit of true damage on top of that. So it will be a little bit daunting. But how well can they play this out is to basically layer down some of these crowd control. Tammy on this Gwen, though, instead of going for that Garen that was left available that could basically match up to Renekton, he chose to not play passively and not go quite into the night.
Yeah, and this really sets it up to be a very, very interesting series. We are looking at Team Flash, a very by-the-books team. There's pure macro and micro brilliance against NGX. Sometimes they put a rabbit out of the hat. Sometimes it is a rabbit. Sometimes it is nothing. And this Rammus is going to probably open our eyes in this new season of Wild Rift. I mean, the season just started. And if this Rammus ends up winning game number 1, do not touch rank for the next 2 weeks. Yeah.
I'd rather see a bunch of Rammuses as compared to a bunch of Master Yis.
That is also correct. Because if I see a Master Yi and I see a Rammus on my team, I am super happy.
You better have that Rammus going up against that Master Yi, if that's the case. And anyways, we see all the boys smiling. The stars are starting to align for the rest of Enigma Galaxy. And out of all these sort of pickups, what is actually your favorite? Put Rammus aside.
My favorite?
Your favorite?
I honestly think, well, Varus is my favorite.
Your favorite?
100%.
Okay.
Without a shadow of doubt. Varus. All the way.
And we've been able to see how some of the teams have been able to use it all effectively, where we had, I believe, Cerberus Esports in that past series to bring it forward. Well, I'm just looking at damage output altogether. Is it going to be an AP Gragas and a mixed build coming in from Garen to be able to give a little bit more output? Because I'm just looking at beefy front lines, but I'm just really concerned if, in the case that this Gwen does not win the lane, a lot of things could be shaken from the side of Enigma Galaxy altogether. Because ideally, going up against the Renekton, you just really have to play passively.
That is actually a valid concern, right? Because Gwen traditionally does have a lot of bad matchups, and Renekton is one of the strongest bullies in the game, so there are some worries for Chami, but here we go. Game number 1 between Team Flash and Nigma Galaxy. Lower bracket elimination. Very high stakes, and Nigma Galaxy, true to their name, bringing out some unorthodox pick.
Oh, well, looks like Aaron's going to be dealing with the Yone over on the mid side, as this would still be quite a decent exchange that we do see. Ellie already getting poked significantly. Gotta keep dodging some of all these bombs being set in place. And we already see a hit butt onto Demon Kai for a little bit more. But let's also look into what's at stake and what each team really want to achieve. We see a lot of team fight potential coming from Team Flash. I think like Nigma Galaxy's opting to do that. But when it comes down to split pushes, late game, you have to keep your eyes open for what Shy is about to offer.
We've seen a carry Rammus. That kind of builds into a wit's end.
And I spot that Chami, he's not even taking Flash into this matchup. He burns both sums.
Yeah, Shy was happily going to trade that, but Chami was able to get a lead, using both of their sums. Pretty unexpected, right? You wouldn't be expecting a Gwen to take that lead, and Aaron just get the silence and just it around. It is not a good idea for neither Joyce or Jisoo to go for any engage. This Rammus, big threat, and now Draw also shows up. Just secure the lane for Aaron.
It's just basically brickwalling the rest of Team Flash, as they have already gotten a little bit more of an entry point towards the top river to secure the Scuttle Crab. Aiming for that double Scuttle, as they have Draw escorting the ways. And Aaron, he's got to be on the lookout though. Joyce, despite not taking that Ignite, has been able to offer significant damage. Like, just go for it.
Yeah, just really playing with fire and forcing Aaron away. And that does give space for Ellie to show up as well. Kind of push Draw out of the lane. Of course, Aaron, it is a Garen. Doesn't really care too much. He will go for that early reset. Double Scuttle for the side of NGX, and Chami getting bullied. Jisoo just preemptive flash. Chami has a hollow miss. Can he survive this dive from Shy? And Jisoo tanks the turret aggro, and Shy flashes to safety. First split for Team Flash.
Just in the nick of time, we see Jisoo drawing blood right up there, almost risking his life. Here comes Draw, a tad too late, and of course that leaves Taddy over on the bot side, shoving directly inwards for Demon Kai to receive the wave. But no big objectives coming up just yet, so first pickoff for Team Flash, and it was done immaculately. And they basically punished the fact that Chami doesn't have Flash into this matchup overall, but they're looking for something up mid.
Flash, taunt, and force flash from Joyce. The ultimate doesn't bring in the safety, but Ellie will be able to get an exchange onto Aaron. Oh, Draw almost burns. Actually does. To the Ignite. And Ellie just secretly throwing that sum onto him. 2 kills for Ellie.
The real carry is here. Ellie just does it in style. I thought that Draw has gotten away with it.
Yeah. I mean, Ellie just great, just fast fingers. Just ignites Draw on the way out, the fadeaway.
A lot of casualties into the early games between the two sides. And now here comes Draw, this time giving priority onto Chami, knowing that he needs a little bit more helping hand going up against this Renekton. You can see why he's just giving way for these waves to be shoving right in. He can't directly challenge a Renekton now that he's already hitting level 7, 1 ahead of Chami. Not the best telling signs out there, and even Elias hit level 7 with that double kill.
And I mean, Ellie is making
progress.
Quick strides, quick progress, honestly. Because you are looking for those short windows of trades with Chami, and even then you can't really take down Shy. Unfortunately, this attempted gank from Nigma Galaxy will not bear any fruits. Team Flash just so much, such good reads on NGX.
And I actually do love how proactive Nigma Galaxy is trying to play across the map, but they're also losing a lot of resources with Team Flash invading into the jungle, and they do have a huge party on the bottom lane. Nigma Galaxy opt to switch sides. Aaron now holding on for the bottom. And Demon Kai will be attending to mid to see which objective could he basically reach the closest. We're already seeing Joshi spotted out by the ward as he goes ahead to tries a little best to secure this Drake. Well, Zissou is happy to trade out with him. Team Flash will get the Herald for their own. Looking for the bomb.
Demon Kite forced to flash away. Caught by Ellie, and now Joyce. He's going straight for Demon Kite. Can back up arrive in time to get the Chilling Smite. Buy some time. Proto Belt from draw. Doesn't connect, but they've relinquished control of that Dragon Pit. A good cast and an Ignite burns down Joyce, but Aaron, he will be exchanged. And at the end of that is Team Flash getting control of the Dragon Pit, and they also got the Rift Herald. NGS gets nothing.
It's just winning scenarios all around for Team Flash. And I think they really took too long for the rest of Galaxy to basically put every effort into securing the Drake. Overall, 1v1 will turn to 1v2, draw is near.
Yeah, Shy has the dominance, has used his flash, and knows that he is not going to survive this. That he'll hand it over to Chami. And normally we do see that first item Nash's Tooth, but in this case, it's the first item Riftmaker for Chami, just really needing the extra stats to play that long fight against a Renekton. But Ellie and Teddy, they are here, so this push is not going to bear any fruits. Chami and Joshi have no choice but to back off, but it seems like Ellie, he wants this kill. They're going to try and turn on the Teddy, but the big Mega Infernal Bomb will seal Chami's fate. And also, Joshi headbutted back by Ellie. He's just going to run it down. 2 more kills for Team Flash.
And both going over onto Teddy. He's going to walk back with some huge items to offer if he really wants to go for the Hourglass. Go ahead, sure, but seemingly enough, for most part, the stakes remain to be safe. 3-man push down bottom side as they do summon the Rift Herald over onto mid. And it's just a perfect defensive setup coming from Team Flash. Now, Nick actually has to answer to this, though, over mid. Enough damage to brittle it down to the final take of the health bar. 10 damage will be able to take it down. So just gotta wait for that Ziggs to be moving into the mid lane. They should be able to secure it.
Yeah, and I think for Team Flash, that's essentially 2 turrets, right? Because you have that Ziggs with the satchel, and look at Teddy. Just for a second.
Teddy.
Instant Rabadon's purchase.
Wow.
This game is half
7-minute Rabadon. We don't see that every single day.
No, you don't.
And Ellie. Wait, what just hit him? That's a lot of damage. Meteor.
That's the bomb.
Was
right?
I think it's a bomb.
I think no one has a meteor.
Nobody has a meteor in chat. I just see his health bar just melt as he approaches into the brushes itself. And that's the power of the Rabadon coming into this early phase of the game. And therefore, nothing much that Enigma Galaxy could do to defend all too much, but they are slowly moving into the bomb side. Aaron got to prepare for this setup, though. A little bit more a diving setup as Zissou gets spotted out by the scanners.
They are jumping onto Joshi, and he's forced to use that ultimate just to get away. Draw, Proto Belt, flash, body slam. They want Jisoo dead, and they find it. A good taunt onto Ellie. He is a bit beefy with the Unbreakable Will as Teddy tries to escort his fellow support out, but it seems like NGX, they want a piece of this. They're losing control on the maps. They gotta find something, but they won't as Teddy secures the exit for Ellie.
And all they have to do here is to ensure a little bit more safety net for Chami. With a lot of all the switch of lanes, he's been able to get a little bit more of a free farm already, having the Riftmaker being built up. Next is going to be some enchantment of the boots, while Aaron hasn't been able to land those finishing touches onto the turret. Not getting very close by, especially when in the grasp of Teddy, to be able to defend so easily. And Ellie, he's just everywhere on the map.
Yeah, he is. He doesn't, I mean, just Alistar player things. You generally just don't care, especially when you have the ultimate.
Even if he gets taken down, so long as it brings another with him, he's going to be absolutely happy with that. I think we actually opts to give way for their Team Flash to secure the Herald. They were opting to find pickoffs through the mid lane, but haven't been successful on those attempts. One satchel charge, and there goes the mid lane turret crumbling down.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Flash has opened up the entire, a big part of the map, right? All tier 1s have been taken out. This Rammus pick so far has not brought any value to NGX.
Not at all.
I mean, you have that Thornmill completed, but I don't think that's the main. That is gonna keep Joshi alive in this fight, not when Teddy is so far ahead.
Exactly that, and he really doesn't have the health bars to last out to both Shy as well as Zissou. On 1 versus 1s, it's a big maybe, and if it's another team fight, guess what he could possibly do is to get one of them taunted so that Demon Kite can have the ease of landing, the chains of corruption. We haven't seen 5 versus 5 coming in from both ends of the spectrum. Now Dragon's coming up, both setting their eyes on the Ocean Drake. And this is going to be a little bit more difficult for Enigma Galaxy to be able to win this battle, especially when Shy is already coming up with 2 huge items. Nashor 2 is also available for Chami.
Yeah, I mean, unless they can delete Teddy in an instant, I don't see a way for Team Flash to
I don't think anybody could actually reach the back line.
Yeah, maybe Joshi and Draw is our only hope. It's their only hope. But Teddy, look at him. I mean, Ellie's taking up so much space, and here he comes. Missing that pulverize a bit. There is a bit of a window. But Team Flash, they are just going to shove that middle lane. There is no rush at all. But Joyce, he has found Demon Kai. Can they finish off Joyce in time, though? That is the question. And the answer is they can. But Zissou, he sneaks behind Demon Kai and takes him out. And now NGX, their battle line has been split. Aaron is nowhere close to them. Joshi, he's throwing his body in front, but Chami still goes down nonetheless. And Zissou has evolved wings. He's going for the follow-up. He's going for the cleanup. And the janitor of Team Flash all pounce on NGX. Aaron is the sole survivor, but the third 2 has been destroyed early on by Zissou himself. And an ace in under 12 minutes means that Team Flash are ready to break the base.
And you can see the huge problem for NGX is that they have no damage to offer in some of these team fights. They're already falling behind, and there's just no way that Chami gets a safe entry ever. Now with an inhibitor down and Zissou just raiding every single thing on the block, there's barely enough resources for Enigma Galaxy to pull through the late game.
And if that fight was already that one-sided, it will be infinitely harder as this game progresses for NGX.
And we're talking about 10,000 gold deficit at the span of 12 minutes as well. We know that Enigma Galaxy has been able to do much better than this in prior games, but still, this has shown to be quite a tough challenge against Team Flash, as they have not been able to win a match against them even back in the group stages. Another objective coming up. Baron's going to be the one that will be a win condition for Team Flash. And even if Enigma Galaxy could afford a steal, it could only buy time. And I guess that's the only thing that they do need. But we assume that none of these teams will be fully committed into the Dragon yet. But Team Flash, they like to poke and prod and bait people to take objectives. Zissou seemingly not going to have enough to deal with the Baron, being all alone.
I don't know how Joshi is going to help his team in this case, right? The best scenario is that he gets a steal on this Baron, but look at Ellie. He's just taking up so much space. And Team Flash, if they can't do the Baron, if they are not confident, they just pull off of it.
Yeah, they just have to keep pulling some of these battle dance until they will find an opening pick. And Team Flash have multiple avenues to start things off, especially when Joyce playing on this Yone. Sure, he may not have the best results, but the amount of initiation that he has pulled up has been able to bring forward a lot more opportunities for his teammates to be able to secure some takedowns. And I guess the only thing that could be done from Enigma Galaxy is to continue on to punish Joyce for every single approach that he has whenever he just goes soul unbound. And nope, that's not the target that Zissou wants.
Yeah. He's feeling so confident just because he has Ali with him. Of course, even with the Hullbreaker, it is not going to help Aaron too much. Not against a beefed up Zissou. Look at Ellie. Full vision of where the members of NGX are. And it looks so effortless from Team Flash, right? And all that groundwork that they've laid in the past few minutes have set them up for just this scenario. All the way shoved them into NGX's base. And every time Enigma Galaxy tries to leave their home ground, Ellie is going to be there. He is that brick wall. You see this Alistar, you know that it's a no-go zone. And look at Joshi. He is hungry to get something done, but an instant stasis will buy some time. They get the taunt off, but Jisoo is in the fight. Flashes onto Aaron, gets an easy kill, and Joshi will be the victim. The isolation damage will overwhelm his defenses. Double for Jisoo.
13-5. Team Flash still proving to be one of the hottest team on the block as they are looking forward to secure themselves the first win. Here comes the explosive pass as Shy will be able to tear through. Still bring the turret down, though they are limping away. The rest of NGX just forced the turtle in for much longer, now losing 2 inhibitors. Now this Baron play is made entirely possible without all too much effort heading up to the next bout.
12,000 gold lead for Team Flash. An almost irrecoverable match for Nigma Galaxy. Honestly, Team Flash, they can go into the Baron if they want to. They can wait this out. The world is their oyster at this point.
Indeed it is, and of course there's a whole lot of pearls for them to farm out. And if you're having 10k, buy any pearls you want, you don't have to farm it. So, Ellie still keeping the rest of Nigma Galaxy busy as he sticks his nose into the mid lane. Now, seemingly enough, they really want to get a piece of this beef.
Does have the unbreakable will, so surviving the initial output of damage from NGX. And that is enough to keep NGX at bay, unless they pick off Shy. It's going to be very important. The needlework is there, but Jisoo, he is everywhere on the map. They force Shammy to go golden. The body slam from draw on the 2. That is good. Demon Kai now joins the fight with the Chain of Corruption. And they finally proc Jisoo's GA, but they still need more than that. Taddy's there, and they finally finish off Chammy. Draw also goes down. It takes so much out of the rest of NGX, but they end up getting nothing. Team Flash with 3 kills.
You know you have a problem when even an Alistar is going on a rampage, and now this is a free Baron for Team Flash, as there's no more opponents on their way to block their passage. And Team Flash has already got this game in the back, Shy. Oh, thankfully he doesn't drop to the Baron, as this is already in the back. Team Flash looking to close out the game, sub 20 minutes.
Just a convincing game from Team Flash. Just like what we expected, cool, calm, collected, easy to execute draft, and most importantly, just extreme macro supremacy.
And of course, let's talk about the new players of Team Flash. Joyce, despite this may not his best showing as of yet, but he is certainly a team player in many of all these instances where it has appealed to Team Flash to get leads, and Nigma Galaxy still pushing outwards. Just shoving aside Shy, but that explosive cast means nothing at all. He's just going to stand through the waves and should be able to deal with Chammy later on.
And also Shy has that Hullbreaker in hand and a Sterak's Gauge. Just the durability of this Renekton is ridiculous. Team Flash looking to march in for the first win. A Flash knockout with a Mortal Steel, and Chammy disintegrates. Jisoo dives in for a double, and Team Flash, there's not enough time for Jisoo to get a penner, so they would just go for the Nexus, and game 1 in the grasp of Team Flash.
18 minutes and 33 seconds is all it takes for Team Flash to secure the upper hand in this series. Their first point in this best of 5, and that was the cleanest macro play that we've seen all day long. And Nigma Galaxy have just gotten 0 response.
Yeah, I mean, the game time was 18.5 minutes, but honestly the game was over by 10 minutes with Team Flash. Just sublime performance, and you can see, you know, Nigma Galaxy could not find a solution. They did not know how to deal with the macro from Team Flash, and of course we have the creative pick of the Rammus completely shut down, did not provide anything to the team. Post 5 minutes, it's back to the drawing board. I mean, NGX came in knowing that this is going to be a hard series, but man, getting beat down like this in game number 1 definitely does not feel good.
It definitely feels pretty rough for the rest of Nigma Galaxy, but then again, bringing a Rammus to go up against a draft that has already shown that there is an Alistar on the other end is not really the best approach. There's a lot of better junglers that was left up available. And heck, if you really want to go for something like even Graves that we don't really see in competitive, like, it would have actually done a lot more work to at least hold out on its own. But of course, that was the draft in particular. But there was a lot of all these battles where Ellie was constantly involved in, and just his existence alone in this match has just gotten himself into many of all these prioritizations. And take a look at Ellie once again. Like, he just basically protects Taddy so well that I don't think Taddy even fell once throughout this entire matchup. And, well, Shy just having a blast of a time where he had the lead against Chami with the setup coming from Zissou very early, and they just get everything on the board.
Yeah. I think Jisoo even went for the Evolve Carapace where he had the extended the Evolve Void Assault as well. So it really gave him that easy access to the backline. And this was the fight where NGX threw everything, including the kitchen sink, and all they got was a Guardian Angel from Jisoo.
Yeah, it's just overwhelming. And by 16 minutes, we already can tell, like, there's no stopping Team Flash from here on. All they needed was an engage coming from Ellie and for Zissou to sweep everybody else. And it will be just Team Flash securing the game. But let's take a look at some of the stats as well as item builds again. Because Chami, I think, like, not bringing Flash into this matchup have definitely made it a little bit harder, which is why we even see multiple players that runs a Gwen in the team will take a Ghost with them, even if not a Flash.
Yeah, I think the most common one is definitely the Ghost. And I do have a feeling that Chami was looking to kind of offset that weak laning phase just by having two sumps that allow him to go aggressive against Shy and perhaps take a lead. But if that doesn't happen, it completely falls apart, and we did see that in real time. Just happened in a blink of an eye. But of course, Teddy, almost 30,000 total damage dealt on the Ziggs.
Exactly, and I think one of the perfect ideas for NGX is to basically find catches with Joshi as well as Draw rotating across the map. But look at how disciplined Team Flash was in the early game. There was barely even enough of all these sort of catches. Sure, they managed to take down Shy once. That's just about it. Where the main problem is that Taddy has been ramping up every single time, and that double kill have been able to bring forward an early Rabadons that have been way too oppressive. What can you do as a Rammus? You're rebuilding all the armory, and no magic resists.
Yeah, and I honestly thought that maybe Joshi would just go for the Wits End. That's what we've seen on Rammus. But the game
Wits End on Rammus?
Wits End on Rammus, yeah. Just get that attack speed and magic resist. At least that's one of the few common builds on Rammus that I've seen. With that being said, the game fell apart so fast that he just abandoned the idea. Went straight for the Thornmail into defensive items. Didn't really work out. But of course, Team Flash now, they lead this best of 5, 1-0. And Nigma Galaxy were left scratching their heads, wondering what the heck happened in that game number 1, as they have absolutely no response.
Exactly, and I think like they really have to stick to something that has been a little bit more comfortable. We saw that the Morgana was available, but then again, it's still a little bit iffy to be bringing it forward against this whole lineup of Team Flash, because this Morgana isn't exactly having the best mobility to offer anyways.
Yeah, definitely not. So let's hope that NGX has another plan up their sleeves. Still a best of 5, more games to go. We will be right back with game number 2 between Team Flash and Nigma Galaxy.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
We're back for more Wild Rift action at the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals. This is the lower bracket elimination best of 5 between Team Flash and Enigma Galaxy. Of course, with you guys is me, Husky, alongside Contra. It's game 2 coming up.
That's right, and we've already seen Team Flash dismantling some of the compositions that was brought forward by Enigma Galaxy. That Rammus pick definitely threw us off guard for a little bit, but it definitely didn't for Team Flash overall. And now I really do wonder what else is left in that book of TG to see what could basically challenge the rest of Team Flash. Zissou, being the key player of the past game, has just shown up on that Kha'Zix where he just basically had free flights all across Nexus.
Yeah, Zissou has a free ticket everywhere he pleases. For Team Flash, we talked about how the group stage performance wasn't really the best. We were looking at Team Flash to go have a flawless run, maybe dropping one series against RRQ, which feels like the closest team to take on Team Flash. But no, here they are in elimination, and maybe that lower bracket run will be a possibility for Team Flash after the game number 1.
That's right, lower bracket run to basically sweep everybody off their feet. And Team Flash, even with the changes being brought into the team, it didn't seem like there were any signs of flaws in this whole composition. Well, overall, sure, you might actually dispute that Joyce may not have the best KDA, but just look at the amount of plays that this Yone has offered throughout match 1, and you would basically see a different facet now that Team Flash is moving over onto the red part of the map. And the jerseys basically tell the exact significant colors.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, for game number 1, we saw how Team Flash really targeted the pressure points of NGX, just not really giving them their comfort picks and really forcing a bit of a different approach. But evidently that didn't work out. Now, I do wonder, what other tricks does NGX have up their sleeves? Game 1, it really didn't feel like it was jitters. It was just that draft difference. It was just Team Flash being superior on the fundamentals of the game. But here we are, again, same bans from Team Flash, starting off with the Z, NGX follow up with the Ash. I think Team Flash would probably still stick with the Akali ban.
Perhaps they will do so this time around, but then again, they might just have to give way depending on the final bans coming in from NGX themselves. And ideally, from NGX side, they want to play around Tammy, which they haven't been able to do so. So we might actually see this Gwen being picked up yet again for the second time coming, or else the Galaxy might just really want to ban that one away. Team Flash seemingly to miss one ban, and
they could just let it go, right? It could.
It really feels so. Like, but the question is, like, do we see karma? Do we see something that was not meant to be? Right. And I guess like that itself, we'll see a little bit of redraft that was not intentional by Team Flash.
Yeah, just a redo of the draft. But so far we have seen the 3 bans, right? We've seen the Ash, we've seen the Jace, we've seen the Zed. So not much is revealed just yet, but again, I do think that Team Flash are fine sticking with the Akali ban. So it's a quick redo of the lobby. Don't worry, we're not going to have any pauses.
Exactly. We'll just stay put right here while you guys could basically order your dinner for now. It's about a good time for it, whether if you're from the Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, or MYSG. So it's just about perfect for what's for dinner.
We have some bomb fried rice. I mean, you had it. I have not.
Yeah, they're all in Bangkok. They're probably having something really awesome to eat before they even start off their match. So your favorite players are jet set and ready.
I've been having a lot of Thai cuisines lately.
Okay, tell me about what's on the menu for the past week.
For the past week, I had Thai tofu. I think I remember that.
Thai tofu.
Yeah, I have pad Thai. Honestly, that's
my favorite.
That actually is one of my favorites. I love it. I might sound like I might sound like for Thai food lovers, do not bash me on this. I generally prefer my pad thai to not have bean sprouts, but that's just me not eating certain vegetables.
Man, you're being really picky, aren't you?
Just the bean sprouts. I take everything else but the bean sprouts.
Oh, okay. I can accept that, honestly.
Yeah.
Like,
It's fair
for
enough.
me,
It's not too bad, you know.
anything without coriander and we're good. And celery. These are the two vegetables that
That is, yeah, celery and coriander, those are forbidden.
Not cool.
Forbidden
Not cool.
vegetables. Do not eat that. If you eat that, we are not friends. During dinner.
I'm not trying to call out the chat, are you?
No, I'm not. If we're having a meal and you're having coriander, we will temporarily stop being friends until you finish it.
Yep. Gotta delete some of my friend list, I guess.
I'm gonna lose some friends after this. Let me check. I'll check it in a bit. But of course, I think for, back to what we saw in game 1, I think NGX probably was taking it as a litmus test.
Exactly.
I would like to think of that as the case. I think NGX definitely felt like there was some holes that can be patched. The various Gragas was a very standard lane that I do expect to come up from them, but Jashi and Rammus, that one doesn't really gel.
Yeah, I think like there's definitely a lot of better picks that we've seen from the gentleman himself, like falling back to things like, well, there was a Kha'Zix that was picked up by Team Flash, which Nigma actually do play a bunch as well. A Lee Sin would be decent at the very least. Sure, there will be a Alistair that will always be annoying, but it equates to the same. Even if you're on the Rammus, you're always going to be knocked back by the hitbox pulverize. And what else is there like to do by then? First, Ellie have quite a fantastic performance on displays of his supportive role over the course of match 1. I really want to see Draw to be able to do exactly the same, where if you've given him things like maybe even a Nautilus or a Rakan that he's been proficient throughout the group stages, perhaps we will see NGX succeeding in bringing at least 1 pointer back to NGX.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked a lot about the strengths of these teams, but I think NGX, they definitely have their downsides as well. They definitely have some weaknesses that can be exploited. And I remember during the challenge group stage, there were some games where it felt like NGX weren't in sync, and it is a big challenge for them to kind of have that mental recovery during the game itself. And we see that being quite obvious in game number 1, and that's something that the coaches have discussed before as well, where the game ends and during the post-game losers interview, and they will say, we've made plenty of mistakes and it's all about resetting. And I think that's something that NGX has been steadily improving, but still can be a factor that leads to them not being able to overcome Team Flash.
That's right. Of course, going back to some of the scenes, we have to also give props to those that have been working hard behind the scenes and making this whole event possible. Well, of course, it's been quite a long day for them, and there's still another series to go after this.
Oh yeah, I mean that one is going to be a heartbreaker for either team.
This itself is already a heartbreaker. We love both Team Flash as well as Nigma Galaxy, and I think we didn't manage to get a chance to talk about the predictions overall. Sure, it was shown very early on today.
Yeah.
And both of us end up with
Team Flash, yeah.
And it's not to say we don't love NGX. We love them to bits.
Yeah, but I think, it's fair to say that we look at the challenge group stage. It is very evident that Team Flash has the upper hand over NGX in multiple forces. And that game 1 is a blatant display of that, right? I think NGX didn't even come close to a lot of things that Team Flash put on the table. The thing is, I remember you told me, I believe during our tech break, is that it really seems like any team that gets fed to the lower bracket gets fed to the house immediately, because you have Team Flash waiting here.
Yeah, I would absolutely say that again and again, because they've already been trial and tested many times, and whether it's a low bracket run, we've seen what they have done back in Icons.
Oh yeah, they were the only team that knocked out a team from the Chinese region, right?
Exactly.
I mean, we expected a top 4 WRL region, but here we have Team Flash. I believe they knocked out JDG, so that was a very historical moment
And
for the
they
region.
were the hot favorites for the tournament.
And we all thought that they were gonna win the whole thing because Team Flash, really just go straight for the throat. That's what they meant.
And for Enigma Galaxy, there's just a sort of playstyle that has been...
All right, zoom in on that.
Traditional. Oh, I think
Is
that's
that Zissou?
I think it's Zissou.
I think it's Zissou.
Or just one of the boys of Team Flash, of course.
That could be Shy. I feel like I'm looking at I feel like the guy in the photo has.
You know when
blonde.
somebody puts like a photo of you at the back of their phone or as a
wallpaper?
Wallpaper.
Uh-huh.
That's pure love. Nothing beats pure love.
No, nothing does. So like I've seen across multiple different game titles, right? The good thing about I'm not sure about the Vietnam region, but I know for the Philippine region, they are really big on their loved ones, like family members, their partners, their pets. Because every time they win and you have a winner cam, they will show their phone wallpaper, or they would show their pets, or they would show you a photo frame.
Exactly, and I think like this is the best way to dedicate it back to someone without needing to speak words directly. It's just all the gesture that counts overall. Yeah. And we hope to actually see that eventually, maybe by the end of this whole matchup on the interviews, if they could do that.
I hope. I mean, the end is pretty near. We have 4 games left maximum. And that is if Enigma Galaxy can give us that. I mean, they have to earn it at this point because Team Flash, they are ready to speedrun this best of 5. But back in the draft, we got the first 3 picks, Jace, Zed, and Nash. We'll see how the rest of it pans out. But so far, it again feels like Team Flash has NGX's numbers just because they're forcing NGX to go for the default bans.
Yeah, the first few bans will remain the same. On the second ban of Team Flash, however, we didn't manage to get a glimpse of that. So last we saw an Ashe being banned away by Enigma Galaxy. That will stay put for sure. But I did discuss prior to this, are they going to let through this Gwen? Because despite Chami having maybe not the most successful run in the past game for Enigma Galaxy, he has still offered very significant damage, equaling to what Shy has done throughout the course of Game 1. And now that ban will come into effect, and seemingly what we have missed out was this karma. And now Ziggs was really causing quite the annoyance towards Enigma Galaxy, so Tally will have to rely on something else. But what will be it? We last saw a marksman being... Oh, by the way, this is Illusion going over on the hands of Enigma Galaxy, and we've seen what Aaron and Demon Kai can do with this champion.
Definitely does feel like a Demon Kai champion for NGX, but you have the center +1 for Team Flash if they want to go for it. Of course, the Garen would also be picked up. And so far, Garen has only won, I believe, 1 game out of all the 5 previous games that we've seen.
This could be the change
this
that we need.
I mean, Team Flash looking to put a positive win rate, or at least give it a better outlook for Garen. But we get Jisoo on Lee Sin. You know what that means. It's time to get ready for Game 3.
Exactly. Well, I think like it's a little bit too early to tell still as we go through the draft. And they saw that Team Flash weren't exactly interested on getting a Gwen on their side early on. Will go ahead to pick it up for themselves. Should be able to fare decently if it was to be paired up against a Garen. But all these sort of spells that the Garen has could also easily trample over the Gwen if she's not being careful enough. Now, we've seen some really good highlight reels from other regions when they bring out that Nami, and Dra has been quite the expert on this. Is this gonna be a Irelia? Okay.
Look pretty close.
I'll throw the Akali instead. I like it, nonetheless.
And it's a steal pick as well. You take it away from NGX. So now the question remains, what is Aaron going to go for? Because with this Nami pick, it is 100% confirmed the Demon Kite will be playing the Lucian. So you're leaving Aaron and possibly Joshi's pick up in the air. And Team Flash immediately targeting that jungle pool. The Vi is already been banned out. The Olaf could be a consideration. There might be not much options left for NGX after this phase.
Yeah, we do expect that Team Flash will try to play very aggressively towards the bottom portion of the map with the presence of both Zissou as well as Joyce that has such high mobility and damage numbers to put out. Vi being banned away, Nick Magaxi usually defaults back into this champ. Morgana doesn't seem like it's going to be all too effective when you do have all these players running all out and about. Camille seems like a really good shout that was being brought to play by members of Cerberus Esports prior to this matchup in particular. Now Team Flash does get their signature pick for Shy. It's going to be the Riven.
Another steal by Team Flash. And can I just say, I am very, very glad that we're not seeing Yuumi getting perma-ban or pick anymore.
Yeah,
has been a menace for the past few
it's
months.
kind of irrelevant now. Like,
yeah, thank goodness.
Actually, let's take a look at the possibility of Yuumi into this game. Team Flash can do so if they really want it to be. And we finally get ourselves that Orianna.
Yeah.
So Taddy, it just tells us that he just loves his mages in this matchup.
Yeah, one of the slightly forgotten champions, I'd say.
Yeah, and on top of this, it's really clear-cut way that they would want to approach some of the team fights, attach the ball onto the Lee Sin. If he gets into the tick of the battle, go ahead, unleash the shockwave. And now the Magaxi wants to go ahead to give a little bit more of a global presence with Demon Kite securing Aaron a twisted fade in this match. So it will have a decent time against Kali, and I'm just trying to work things out here.
Again?
Is this really the best answer? Whenever you see that Rammus, it gives Ellie a little bit more room to just answer back like, oh, do you want this Alistar? Or even better yet, let's bring a Braum to the picture. You're not going to get close, are you?
Or the Galio. They have plenty of options. Or the Galio. They have plenty of options. But of course, Galio would be the choice for Team Flash. Still struggling to see how this Rammus fits in for NGX. It really feels like, right, for Game 2, that they don't really have much of a choice to go with. They have no Fiora, they have no Lee Sin, they have, I don't know, no Vi. But it does seem like, you know, maybe we can still be looking at Camille or Xin Zhao, but NGX willing to give Rammus another go.
And I really do like that Shy is the one that will be picking up the Akali instead, where you will be able to consistently chunk out damage to trade against Chami. And over on the mid lane, there's nothing much that the Twisted Fate could basically do to bring down the Garen all too easily. So problem still lurking ahead for NGX to really crack the code here, heading into match 2. But the drafts have been set. We see golden presence from both ends. And that Galio on the hands of Ellie, we'll see how efficient he could basically pull this up against the rest of Nick Magaxi, comparing it back to Game 1. Alistar.
And this would be very, very crucial for NGX, not just because that they need to win this game, if not they would be down 0-2, but also this draft is another one of those unorthodox drafts. You don't really have big fight starters aside from the tidal wave, and then the Rammus getting the engaged, and even then, Rammus is kind of your only front line. And when you compare that to a Galio, I would pick the Galio any day.
Well, I do see a scenario where they can basically have a lot of point-and-click stuns coming in from the Twisted Fate, where if he does get the Destiny Gate into a very vulnerable target, you will expect Joshi to immediately move right in. And that's where they buy a little bit more room to just go ahead for those pickoffs. But it requires so much effort to even execute these pickoffs. And if you look at roaming potential and how much these supports have to offer, you definitely take that Galio any day over that Nami. So it's definitely something that Nick Magaxi have to prove as we move into Game 2.
Team Flash up 1-0 in this best of 5. And for Nick Magaxi, it is pivotal for them to bring this back 1-1 if they want to be in a more comfortable spot with rooms for error. But with Team Flash's draft, we've seen this multiple times, and it has And we've seen them perform in game one. Just the macro brilliance from these guys have completely outclassed NGX.
And we're just having a little bit more of a conference between Team Flash to be able to actually get a little bit more wiggle room. But the rest of the Enigma Galaxy members are trying to halt them in their progress. Already shoving one wave as Taddy might actually lose only slight goal and some of all these shenanigans. Now, I do foresee that there is a way that Enigma Galaxy could basically win through the bottom lane, where Demon Kite, so long as he doesn't commit faults like that, another blow of that could be their health bars all chipped off. That was including Ignite, so they gotta be always on his toes. This 1v1, however, is absolutely exciting between Chammy as well as Shy.
Another skill check, and Chammy once this time, still no goals, but switched out the barrier for the exhaust. It's another scenario where Chammy is just looking to make aggressive moves, and Shy trying to wear the power ball, but can he wait it out though? What we can. Easy flash out of the Twilight Shroud. No gank successful for NGX.
Yeah, that's about good enough as it goes. Joshi exerted enough pressure to be able to bring out one Summer Dispel, but over and above, and Zisu's about to do exactly the same as he's on his way securing the Scuttle Crab. Might even pay a visit towards Aaron, who's currently extending towards the turret range. So I gotta keep an eye out for that. Joshi rolls out about, spots it out by a ward. Zisu, have to remove that ward instead. He's gonna be able to do that much later on. So while he's doing that, Aaron, every single attack will be able to receive a little bit more extra gold. He'll just be able to eventually get his items up online. Joyce having it a little bit rougher this time around.
Yeah, just very standard TF lane. But first for Aaron, you have to keep this shove going, and it will be able to keep Joyce occupied at least for a while. But what worries me is, when this game goes on, when we see their first objectives, how is NGX even going to contest them?
Exactly that. Well, we do have a lot of huge AoE spells coming out from Team Flash. And whenever Joshi chooses to commit, that's where you will see responses coming in from Ellie to always match evenly. So NGX need to really carefully pick their fights. They cannot afford to utilize multiple elements in a very direct manner at the very same time. They just really have to layer it one after another. Here comes Joshi with his infantry.
Yeah, flash, taunt, Destiny. Shy has the barrier and the perfect execution to get out. Jisoo also survives. Whoa! But the needlework and the red buff from afar gets first blood for Chammy, for Joshi. Now he's back for more. Power ball into the gold card. Now they get the stun onto Joyce. Was able to purge that out with the tenacity, but Joyce is incredibly low. Joshi jumps out, and Joyce forced to pop the barrier. One more flash gold card will give Aaron the second kill of the game.
And it's all about Aaron in this whole matchup here to make that difference. When we thought that they were outnumbered, there goes the Twisted Fate to appear out of thin air, and that was good enough for the Galaxy to back to by the end of that run.
And because of that, they got so much gold, not just from the champion kills, but also from the turret planes. 4 of the turret planes have been demolished in that bottom lane. NGX off to such a great start, finally putting that Rammus snowball to use, at least to get some leads early on with that global presence.
This was what they were aiming back in game 1, but this time bearing fruit. Joshi says thank you for kicking me into my skull, not yours, Zisu. It won't happen too often in the late game, where eventually, when Team Flash sticks all together, that sort of direct drop using the Destiny won't be as easy as it seems. You will always have to have Joshi as well as Chammy to always go together, and therefore, is there good potentials for split pushes, especially when Chammy doesn't even bring any form of mobility summoner spells into play. So yeah, we won't be expecting all too much of that. It's more of team fights, and team fights that will be happening later on.
The first objectives have spawned as well. This time both teams will go for a trade. No more scenarios of Team Flash getting both on the map. Settle for the Dragon. NGX will at least get that Herald.
Yeah, and I think Megaxi, they will also do understand that they don't really have multiple avenues for easy pushes, so securing that Herald definitely is a big win for them while they just give away the Mountain Drake, which, sure, adds a little bit more sustainability, but they're going to be able to fare decently on that page, as Draw could easily heal themselves up in the midst of a team fight. Already having the Locket of Iron Solari online. So they're just going to be able to give themselves a lot of options to outlast in some of these team fights that's about to come. Now, we see a couple of items already bearing fruit. Stacks of Mana Immune for Delusion. But there's a lot of Team Flash members who's hoping to get something out of this.
And he's going to try and stop that gank with a taunt. And was able to do so. This is definitely one of the rare incidents that we get to see support picking up a Locket. Especially when he only blocks magic damage. It's a handful of magic damage that can be blocked on Team Flash's side. A good tidal wave to really kind of stop the potential engage from Team Flash and letting Shelly get the initial charge off.
Yeah, they managed to still get the platings at the very least. So great work on that for Enigma Galaxy. As they're coming diving forward, they're looking for Shy.
Destiny used again. Shy seems to be the target. And now the Hero's Interest used as well. Jisoo comes in, a kick Sonic Wave, finishes off Joshi. Bit of an extension from NGX, and Shy this time will make it out with his life.
That was quite a smooth escape coming from Shy to use the second cast of the perfect execution just to get away. And of course, great response coming in from LD yet again. Though they did lose the turret, it's still a considerable amount of gold that has been stacked up on NGX's back. 4,000 of difference here to compare it to the past game where they were just suffering deficits every part of the map. But that will be slowly even up with Team Flash having the guarantee to be able to do the exchanges down bottom.
And I do believe that Aaron didn't make it into the fight with his Destiny because Teddy shocked with him in that mid lane.
That could be the case.
Yeah, that could be the case. I was wondering where did Aaron go.
And maybe if he held it for a little bit longer, it could have been channeled through. But even with the vision itself coming from Destiny, it's supposed to be a kill onto Shy. It's just that there wasn't exactly the right members to be able to make the right approaches from a close distance. And we're talking about, like, what? A Gwen as well as a Rammus. You don't really have the range, do you?
Yeah, again, Joshi has to keep this going. He does suffer a very, very steep drop-off later in the game. So, you know, the value will always be there for Jisoo, but for Joshi, that's definitely a point of concern for NGX. So now we're going to see if this Rammus can continue to get NGX enough lead to open up the map, to take control of Vision, so that Team Flash would start bleeding out.
And as the game progresses into the later stages of play, we will expect that there will be a lot of break walls being set forward by Team Flash, having both Joyce as well as Ellie to be always up in the forefront. And you could also say Zissou should be doing exactly the same, but he's going to go for a little bit more of an offensive build on this Lee Sin before he goes in for any more of a defensive items later on. So we're already having all of the members of Team Flash picking up the Merc Treads, which definitely aids them whenever they do get taunted. Oh my goodness, great kick from Zissou to land the killing blow.
There's no chance for Aaron to get away, and that will give Team Flash a free Rift Herald. NGX not ready to with a response in any way. And with that Orianna around, it is infinitely harder for NGX to even attempt to challenge Team Flash, so they will give this away. Team Flash, again, showing a bit of that macro play. It's getting small leads on the map.
Yeah, whatever small opening windows, they will eventually stack it all up against NGX. And honestly, that NGX could have actually played that one better. When a few seconds from here on, we're going to see a little bit more of a contention for the Drake. Team Flash is a little further away. Once we go ahead to take a glimpse of the pit.
Yeah.
I guess that was intended for a little bit of replay, but don't worry, we'll get to that later on. Enigma Galaxy, they're not really showing themselves just yet. Not much vision over onto the river. A little bit concerning for Enigma Galaxy. Well, Team Flash have already been able to make their movements, and here comes Destiny.
Yep, they want to at least get Ellie. There's 3 ultimates used, and Ellie just destroys that with 1 flash over the wall. Jisoo finding it, looking for an opening. Just have the Sonic Wave connecting. They were able to push Teddy away on GX. So far, keeping Team Flash at bay and going for that mid-tier 1. That means that they do not have numbers to contest this dragon. Team Flash turn their attention onto the objective. Sonic Wave is dead. There's the execution damage, but it's stolen by Joshi. Shockwave on the 2, but Jisoo straight to the back line. Picks off Chami. They will lose Ellie in return, but Shy is able to go huge. The perfect execution, paying off dividends. And then GX, they're all set on the run. The bubble from Draw to keep the team safe. Aaron in the midst of everything, but can he get some kills on the way out? The answer is no. He finds no one, but both teams trade 2 members.
An eye for an eye they go. From this 4 kill apiece, though they may have actually lost the Drake, they still find themselves the mid lane turret with the help of Shelly moving up over a mid lane. And it's getting closer and closer. Enigma Galaxy matches the tempo evenly with Team Flash. And that opening onto Ellie has basically forced the Flash away, resulting in him not being able to have an efficient engagement, and therefore Zissou was trying to throw his body upon members of Enigma Galaxy so that he opens room for the hero's entrance. And yet, we just see great kiting from Demon, and more of all these fights goes by with Chami showing up at the very least to be able to dish out some significant damage output.
Yeah. A crucial Dragon steal by Joshi for sure. And the fact that it ended up being a 2-for-2 trade, I think, is something that Enigma Galaxy will be extremely happy with. Rapid Fire Cannon now online for the Twisted Fate. And that means that the engage potential, the pickup potential for NGX has just been elevated by a bit.
Just a slight further distance, I would say. And speaking of which, Aaron's looking for the Hun.
Looking for Teddy, and here comes the tidal wave. It actually misses on the Orianna, but it did force out the hero's entrance. Jisoo straight to the backline, and Aaron towards a go-kart just in time. The Powerball stun is there, but Aaron still goes down. Jisoo goes golden. Sonic Wave, Safeguard gets a double before he goes down. And Team Flash, Team Fight is in the house. Demon Kai all alone. Can he kite away? A double for him. Ellie on top. Teddy following in behind. The Winds of War is there. Demon Kai able to get out. A 3-for-4 trade in favor of Team Flash.
And just like that, 4 members of Enigma Galaxy gets blown up. Just quick responses coming from Team Flash. And Ellie managing to survive the brunt of that was absolutely immaculate. And he didn't even need to play with the Flash. Zissou was not supposed to survive for that long. And even find a kill upon draw.
Yeah,
we gotta see that team fight again.
The unluckiest tidal wave miss. It missed Teddy by a pixel. That was meant to kill the Orianna, but I mean, in such a crucial moment, you really see the impact of that misspell. And he even tried to cancel Ellie's hero entrance with the bubble, and that one was also late by a fraction of a second. NGX overall just finding the nose, but couldn't hit it home quite yet.
I just love the way that Team Flash is willing to go blow for blow, and we're the ones that actually came up ahead. Joshi now rolling in.
Again,
too deep though.
Looking for Teddy. Destiny use as well. Can they finish off the Orianna? Shockwave late on top of Aaron. Ellie using his body as a brick wall. Jisoo joins the fight. Has that GA. Gotta be careful. Safeguard, kick, Chami under the turret. They get the isolation of the Shy, so they were able to finish off Shy, but they do lose Chami in return. Ellie will also sacrifice his life, and then GX finds a lead in this 2-for-1 trade.
2-for-1. They lose Chami in the process. He didn't manage to even pull neither of his summary spells. He could have actually got another one in the bag. But of course, Team Flash responds in kind. I would say that team fight was almost botched by the rest of Enigma Galaxy. Thankfully, they do have the summer spells to reposition, including Aaron, who immediately gates into the middle of two members of Team Flash, forces the Summoners really early on, but still managing to find Ellie by the end of that. It was just icing on the cake.
We see some ultimates being thrown out at the bottom lane, but NGX ends up walking away with the tier 2. Now they get to reset. Steven Kai ramping up. And he has that Wit's End completed just for the extra magic resist. Incredibly important against the draft of Team Flash. Ocean Drake coming up in 10 seconds. Baron Nashor on the board. And see NGX, how do they contest this objective?
Aaron. We'll see what he will be able to pull up once again. Now they do find Zissou. He does have a Guardian Angel. Not worth investing, but they are already committing not 1, not 2, but almost 3 ultimates there. Actually, just 2. So I would say this will be stalled out by NGX until they have it available yet again. But with the spawn of the objective, Ocean Drake up for the contest. Aaron drops another card, not the target he's desiring for. I think NGX got to let this one slide.
It really does feel like so, but NGX, they have other plans. The tidal wave, a bit huge. Chammy again in the mist. Jisoo is looking for an angle, but he was not able to find anything. And now with Jisoo out of the fight for a while, maybe NGX has a chance. Pop the GA. Lee is going to be out of this. The gold card actually connects Shy from a mile away, and Joshi is looking for someone. Jisoo able to safeguard to safety. But Chammy did go down in the process. All key ultimates are offline except for the Calling and Destiny, and this is why Aaron pops it. He wants vision of Team Flash. They get the power ball, but it's onto Ellie, not the target that NGX are looking for, and they do not really have the health. Team Flash still maintaining control over this objective.
So drawing out the fight though, Aaron, consistently with the gold cards, have been quite the threat against Team Flash. However, every single utility have been expended by Enigma Galaxy in a little bit of that dance between them as well as Team Flash. So they will eventually need to let go. But look at the rest of Team Flash moving upwards. Calling for a potential Baron if I could, but already seen that Enigma Galaxy has been going on an early reset. A little tad too risky without the presence of Zissou either ways. But what they managed to do is to pop the Guardian Angels from the Lee Sin. Another tidal wave being utilized, but fret not. There's a lot of items that gives a little bit more cooldown to this Nami. Yep. So he should be back up for the next fight.
The good news for NGX is that they forced the Flash out of Joy, so you do get rid of some of the threat from this Garen. But in the grand scheme of things, we saw how even in the best case scenario in that Dragon fight, NGX, all they got was a Jisoo GA. And you know, just Team Flash just buying a bit of time, waiting for that GA to come back online, and suddenly they will have that numbers advantage just because Lee Sin has 2 lives.
Yeah, and look at what he has got on the belt for the Rammus. An Iceborne Gauntlet, just to keep them remaining in the middle of the battle. As we see a little bit of invade coming in from Team Flash, jostling for the control. They've been able to drop some deep wards into the jungles of Enigma Galaxy. While we have seen another pickup of the Guardian Angel Calling coming in.
Demon Kite just putting his body forward with the Calling as well. Tidal Wave splits the battle line of Team Flash apart. Get the gold card, Ellie pulled right back, but was able to get out in time. And that...
Another fight on the side.
And that's 3 ultimates from NGX. Shy up against Joshi was able to bring Joshi down low. But thankfully for NGX, they have supplements. They have the ebb and flow from draw. So it will take a while, but NGX gets to top themselves back up now, setting up shop in this jungle.
20 seconds before we get ourselves a fight for the Elder Drake, and this is gonna be on that tipping point. Will Team Flash be able to go in for a little bit more of a challenge? Shy waiting for his ultimate to come back up. He unleashed the perfect execution upon Joshi earlier, and that didn't even bring him down to low thresholds of a health bar. They do have the ward set in place,
they're gonna
play
this.
from the back.
No Destiny as well. NGX, they're going into this blind. Look at Joshi.
He's very low.
40% health.
It's going to be really hard for him to steal it.
And now they are relying on Aaron to get something done. All the top wave is pushing in as well. Team Flash, so much ground. They see the Destiny getting used. They know that they're exposed. And look at this, just smart move. They pull away from the Elder Dragon. Do not give NGX any room to make a play. Scryer's Bloom will allow NGX to get more ground and finally force Team Flash away from this Elder Drake. It took them a lot of effort. They force out the tidal wave, hitting onto 4. Teddy still alive. The shockwave now almost connects, but look at Jisoo. Almost finishes off Joshi. Chami has gone down, and this is the time for Team Flash to again turn this fight around. Aaron, Demon Kite, and Draw, they're on the run. And Draw, he's going to put his body in front. He needs to go. His teammates need to survive. 3 dead on NGX, and Team Flash, they do not need the Dragon anymore. This game is pretty much done and dusted.
And NGX, they bots it. Sure, it might have actually looked like an opportunistic team fight over a mid lane, but there was significant distance created. Team Flash, they could easily just re-engage. They managed to call the bluff, but they still fall for a sort of reenactment coming in from Team Flash. Now, battered, bruised, without some of their spells, I don't think they can even snatch this one away from Team Flash.
Yeah,
but there's only one attempt, and that has to be from Aaron.
And can Aaron do this? He has to be the miracle worker. He has a flash to contest with. The wild cards. Patience from Jisoo. No room, no quarter given. Elder Dragon in the hands of Team Flash. And we look to Baron as the final stand for NGX.
And with the Elder Drake buff in hand, I don't think that Enigma Galaxy could easily just contest, even if they really want to snatch this banner away. It's their lifeline here, and buy as much time as they can. This Elder Drake is still going to be able to hurt them quite significantly.
I mean, look at Ellie, right? I mean, NGX spent 20 minutes trying to kill him, and he has not gone down a single time.
Not at all. Teddy just being the backbone of Team Flash in many of these occasions. Though, despite him not being able to land the biggest of shockwaves possible, he's still been able to keep everyone healthy and alive. And it's also supplemented in some of all these aggressive reinitiation coming in for either Shy, Joyce to come into the picture. Joshi has got to roll carefully now.
Yep.
And that is going to be a really good usage of Destiny just to seek out the rest of Team Flash. Continuing on the push, and now they finally call for Baron.
Oh, that was so smart. They waited for the Destiny to run out, and Aaron, he actually TP bot to try to shove the wave. Team Flash, they're on the Baron, and NGX, I don't think they can contest this. Joshi, he needs to get something done, but Ellie, so good in terms of spacing, and look at that turnaround. And if the fight wasn't done just now, it is definitely done in this instant. Shy gives his life away, but he has done it at a greater cost. Team Flash with Baron in hand, 4 members strong, up against 3, 2 waves crashing into the base of NGX. This is the final stand. Can NGX do this? Hullbreaker empower minions in the top wave. If TF doesn't end it, the minions will. Game 2 in the hands of Team Flash.
And now it's already Team Flash heading into the match point. 2 points back to back, and Enigma Galaxy started off strong, but slight decision making have costed them this matchup where they could have basically tied it against Team Flash. Another clinical masterclass from Team Flash on how they've been able to dissect the team fights.
And it was incredibly close as well, right? We see so many attempts, and I think NGX, they kind of recognize a bit of that win condition. Take out this Orianna, we gotta access the backline, and every time they try, they just could not do it. Oh, something always goes wrong for them, and something always goes right for Team Flash. And that final call, we thought they got Team Flash off the Elder Dragon, and then afterwards they forced the Zhonya's, they forced the Stasis out of Teddy, they tied away with him, and they still could not win the fight. And if that is not a testament of how good Team Flash is managing these kind of high-octane moment, I don't know what better example are there. I mean, this replay has everything that Team Flash would like to show.
I would also say the same for Enigma Galaxy. This is basically the best showing thus far throughout this playoffs, where they've been able to stand neck and neck against Team Flash. Well, it started off with the steal by the Drake Pit, and then they managed to also get a few pickups. Sure, it ended up as a 2-for-2, and it really went in to see how mechanically gifted these players are. Draw with quite the clutch bubble to lock onto two targets to be able to find a little bit more wiggle room. But that edge of that tidal wave could have actually gotten them something.
Yeah, and I think this was a tidal wave that could have broken the game open for NGX, but just that one pixel. And of course, Jisoo going berserk on this Lee Sin, really, it felt like a huge blow to NGX. That was their ticket, and Team Flash tied up the goal lead afterwards. And it really felt like on an even ground, Team Flash was always on top.
And despite having the 4-man knock up on the tidal wave, they have absolutely forgot that Jisoo was on the flank side, and this has allowed so much spacing for him to work through the back, cutting all the exit plans that Enigma Galaxy has, and that calls for free Baron right after. And well, there was multiple times that they were going further front to basically challenge, but that Destiny, the TP was not necessary at all for Aaron to move over the bomb lane, and immediately Team Flash made the perfect shot call to close off the game.
And it's one of those games where we say NGX, they have that creativity, they have the control, and they have the skills to make these kind of plays, but you put them in a pressure cooker and suddenly, and eventually they will crack. And that definitely felt like the moment where NGX made a fatal decision to use that Destiny and then actually port the Twisted Fate away. Something that they have been struggling is these late game decision makings, and Team Flash just absolutely punished them.
And when we look at numbers over on the charts, Aaron as well as Demon Kite has been able to basically have the highest as compared to any members of Team Flash. While despite those damage numbers, a lot of times it was a lot of back and forth that has been able to keep Team Flash not only alive, but to be able to find that wiggle room to get that re-entry that has sought them a little bit more success.
Yeah.
And that battle for the Elder Drake really took a little tad too long. And without those summoner spells, nothing much can be done there.
I honestly think the Elder Drake Tangle was a good showing from NGX up to the very end, but that's a conclusion for game number 2. All of this made possible by our friends and partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. We've seen some triumphant moments early on, but it feels like we are close to another conclusion very, very soon. NGX have to pull this back, but this will not all be possible without our friends. But of course, we also gotta thank Monster Energy for allowing everyone to unleash the beast within them, so check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. But if you want some great deals when it comes to top up and you don't know where to go for it, well, we have the right place for you. Check them out at www.kachishop.com. That's where you get all the best deals for your gaming needs.
That's right, and we're definitely in for more. Let's see where not can Enigma Galaxy pull those points back. And Team Flash, this could actually be a 3-0 clean sweep coming in from the veterans of Vietnam.
Yeah, I mean, my prediction had Team Flash written all over it, but I definitely would want to see Enigma Galaxy put up a fight, at least draw some blood, leave a mark on Team Flash. And so far, that wish feels so distant. Maybe in Game 3, Enigma Galaxy will pull out yet another trick up their sleeves.
Well, we'll definitely have to wait for that. For those of you guys who are still in the chat, why not take a little bit more of a breathing space and tell us who you guys are rooting for. Not only for this series, there's also going to be another upcoming series that will be happening. Eventually, some of these guys will be meeting up against Buram United. But for now, I guess we'll give you guys more time to think. We'll be right back for more action here in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, 'cause they don't want it with me. Look, you gotta ride with me. Look, 'cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go on. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now school first, where your homies at? Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what should we y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending. Y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, 'cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, 'cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, 'cause they don't want it with me. Look, you gotta ride with me. Look, 'cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, 'cause they don't want it with me. Look, you gotta ride with me. Look, 'cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Welcome back once again to the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift, brought to you by ESL. My name's Contra, this is Husky. We're still in the middle of the series between Team Flash versus Nigma Galaxy, where 2 points have been gathered by Team Flash, needing only one more point to proceed further in the lower bracket runs. And let's talk about the chances here. Nigma Galaxy needs to win 3 games back-to-back.
It's going to be a long, long journey for NGX because losing the next game means that they will be officially eliminated from this tournament. It's going to be a short-lived LAN experience, but I mean, to be fair, Team Flash being an opponent is probably the final boss, and to fight the final boss on your very first best of 5, not a fun feeling. The past 2 games have been very indicative of how strong Team Flash is as a team.
Yeah, and of course, let's take a look at Ellie. Solid performance on the Galio. 2 times in a row, he's been able to show up on his support champion pool. First being the Alistair, and now heading to this matchup, he's just showing so much presence despite this matchup where Team Flash did meet a little bit more struggle, but heading into the mid to late game, I think they've been able to stabilize very well, especially on that contest of the Elder Drake. We've seen him basically channeling all the spirits up, and there was that huge team fight up in the middle lane where he has been able to set up the rest of his members for success.
Yeah, and that's one of the things about Ellie as a support, right? He is so efficient at taking space. And we look back at game 1 on his Alistar, how much space he controls with just his presence is is insane, right? He's preventing NGX from doing anything just by being around. Same can be safe for game number 2, and that's what makes Team Flash such a scary team. You have a support that literally is the definition of an immovable object. Enigma Galaxy are just running headfirst into him. And so far it has not worked out. Enigma Galaxy has tried to go for Teddy to try and eliminate that main source of threat, but we saw how that turned out. Teddy ended the game deathless.
Let's move over to our upcoming draft. It's make or break time for Enigma Galaxy as they finally get themselves over onto the blue side yet again. And we're just going to see whether or not can they actually get some of all these different ideas to culminate all together. Because 2 games back-to-back, they were on that Rammus. At least finding some good answers with Aaron playing on that Twisted Fate. Similar bans have been drawn up by both sides of the hands, where we haven't seen any form of Zed as well as Jace to be played out throughout the series.
I mean, the pressure must be mounting for the members of NGX right now. I mean, game 2 really felt like it was on a knife's edge, and you know, it came down to that one moment where a lot of small instances that could have changed it in favor of NGX, and I hope that they move past that, because right now is what matters. Same bans from NGX, no Jace, no Ashe, no Ziggs. I think Team Flash will be fine sticking to the rest, the bans that they've went with the previous games, this time dropping that Karma in the equation as well.
It's going to be the exact same as the previous draft, while Enigma Galaxy, seemingly enough, have been able to do a whole lot in the early game. Starts off with the Lucian yet again. Team Flash happy to do exactly the same, and they might actually find the same results overall. But I'm thinking for the fact that Joshi has a wide pool of champions that he has on his arsenal. So maybe they will try to find something of similar sorts that what they could possibly pull up with instead of Rammus that is so linear. Rammus can only go into the fight, and getting out has always been a significant problem. And we saw in that Elder Drake fight where he has taken the brunt of the damage, being unable to even move directly into the pit. And that has definitely held back Enigma Galaxy on that attempt.
Back to basics for NGX, it seems. Senna picked up, and that might just indicate that we are seeing this Aaron on that Lucian. And there's a lot of cards shown, right? Because just by this alone, Team Flash has already figured out 3 picks from NGX, and I feel like the onus is on NGX to really come up with strong picks for Chami and Joshi to give themselves a favorable game, because if not, Team Flash would have a lot of time to figure out a solution, especially now with Gwen in their hands.
We're definitely seeing a very different side from Enigma Galaxy now that they don't have access to the Gwen, and they will see on the second phase of the picks and bans to have a lot of all these pool of champions to be removed from not only the Baron lane, but also in the jungle. Not that Team Flash has to even ban things like a Rammus.
Yeah.
And therefore, we see Kha'Zix being one of Joshi's most effective champion to be taken out.
And also, Team Flash is on the red side. If they intend to put Shy on this Gwen, they can still go for the Jisoo Lee Sin, right? There's really no risk for Team Flash, regardless of who they ban. And NGX, they're trying to respond in kind by banning out the Olaf. And if they think that Lee Sin is a threat, then that has to be put into taken into consideration as well. Either way, I think in this drafting phase, Team Flash has already won a big part of it.
Exactly that, and now, even with the presence of a Gwen, whether you put it in the jungle, whether you put it over Baron lane, still not really a good game to bring forward a Cassidy that Enigma Galaxy absolutely loves. And back in game 1, with Renton on Team Flash's side, it wasn't going to be even viable. Now, what does Enigma Galaxy go for this time around? They opt to ban out the set, and there is still a lot of plethora of supports that Team Flash can go for. They start off here by picking one of the stronger matchups hitting into Baron lane. Could be either or. And finally, we are seeing Enigma Galaxy falling back into what has worked best for them. Joshi on a Morgana.
And traditionally, this would be followed up with a strong Chami champion, right? It's either a Riven or a Jax. But But even both of them doesn't really solve the problem. This requires Joshi to pay early visit and for them to actually get those kills. So now you are shifting that responsibility over to Joshi and Chami, and that Riven will be his choice. Definitely a more solid one compared to the Jax, but now you still have to deal with the Alistar, and we are seeing the same problems again.
Exactly.
How do you get into a fight?
And Team Flash has always been able to respond in kind. And on game 1, they have presented the first Alistar game in the playoffs. We'll be able to go for it yet again. And this is just easy answers to some of the problems that Team Flash may face. You see a Riven coming at you.
Headbutt.
Headbutt. That basically will just get him out of the way. So whatever chain combo that she really wants to land, it's either you really force the Flash away to get out of Alistar's range, or just be clipped by him altogether.
Yeah. Unless you have the Black Shield, there's no way into the fight.
Yeah.
Right? And unfortunately, Chami is the only one that can do it. So, you know, Team Flash have a very clear target to kind of turn their attentions to if these fights do happen.
Yeah, and of course, this also relies a whole lot on what Aaron can do from the early game till the finish line, because this matchup looking slightly favorable, even though going up against a Garen, we've seen them holding up just absolutely fine. But it's going to be a front-to-back sort of setup for Enigma Galaxy, and they always have to play by that. How do they answer split pushes if ever the case that it appears on the map? Because that is going to be dissecting them all apart, and I'm afraid that the deck of cards may actually fall altogether.
Potentially the last game for NGX on the main stage, and it's a very short appearance for these boys. A pretty fresh team, and you know, to their credit, regardless of how this series ends, it has been a great journey for them nonetheless, right? Less than half a year ago, they were formed, and here they are playing, I think, their first official LAN in their second official tournament. It has been a pretty fruitful journey so far, so we just have to see if NGS can at least pull something out of the hat and give Team Flash the fight that we saw in Game 2.
Exactly that, and Enigma Galaxy, of all the teams that have been able to not only make it into the group stage, hundreds have tried, and they have been able to make it into the top 6, have already increased their reputation not only across the Philippines, but all across Southeast Asia, and potentially even the world.
Yeah, and this was the team that came in that did not have a ranking, but was able to beat the top, the 4th and 3rd place ranked Philippine teams in the WCSPH. And that really says a lot about Enigma Galaxy as a squad. And of course, when you pit them up domestically, you can consider them as the second seed. Just that when it comes down to Team Flash, that's a different ballgame.
Exactly, and let's just dive right into Game 3 between Enigma Galaxy versus Team Flash. We'll see if Enigma Galaxy have still got some extra surprises in store. Are they going for it to invade? This might just be the perfect catch!
And it will. Ellie rooted down, can't get the flash off. First blood for Joshi. Couldn't have asked for a better opening. And now it's time for NGX. Can they accelerate this?
100% win rate on this Alistar. Ellie never disappoints on this champion.
Yep.
And he's just impeccable, but now that he's not being celebrated with the first blood, first attention was given to him very early on. Well, Enigma Galaxy, they get themselves only a very slight lead into the game, and it's also very important that that kill goes over onto Joshi. So it does ramp up to items that he really wants to go in for the purchase, whether it's going to be with his Echo or any sort of an offensive setup. It's now a very easily manageable at the very least.
Yeah, and that early lootiness does make Joshi's clear even faster, right? He is now 600 gold ahead of Jisoo, so that is going to really speed his item progression up. And most importantly, when you are a Morgana in the jungle, you are never worried about clearing camps.
Exactly that, and now we're looking at Enigma Galaxy having a winning lane up over on the mid side. Yeah, just gonna be wondering whether or not can Chami triumph over Shy. Joshi seemingly having a problem to secure the Skull Crab with the presence of Shy altogether. Chammy's going to be able to assist him though, so still be in the hands of Nick Magaxi. Team Flash, of course, were held by surprise to start off this matchup. We're seeing an early signal coming out of the Senna over the bottom lane, able to actually farm a little bit more gold. But when we take a look into how this game actually scales, things will actually look pretty good for the jungle as well as the Baron lane.
Yeah,
a little bit of jostle going on.
Pretty greedy recall from Joshi, just not willing to just back off a couple of steps, so had his recall cancelled twice. Actually didn't just decide, you know what, screw it, I'm not gonna recall. I'll just clear away.
I would stay clear of danger. That's just about it.
Yeah, it's completely missed that timing, so has to go for that bottom Scuttle Crab, but did reach that level 5 early thanks to the early first blood. And so that definitely still puts him, you know, kind of ahead in terms of fighting capabilities, but because of that a bit of a weird timing for him and not being able to recall for his items, not gonna expect any ganks early on. Chammy getting hit by the riposte. It's Ignite Shy, but Shy has the barrier, so Chammy knows that he won't be able to get any kills.
Standing evenly, even with the Grand Challenge being utilized, the match will only find 2 Vital Procs being hit by Shy. He also forced the barrier on top. Chammy used the Ignite, and it's just even Stevens for now.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, I really am interested on how this affair goes between both of them. Chain of Corruption landed.
Yeah, Draw just eats a full combo, but has that ultimate, so it's not too worried. It had to use both his Sumzo. It has to be, and so he gotta be more careful in the next 2 minutes. Can't be too careless. You get caught up by one crowd control, and that's it. The Varus Burst is gonna eliminate you in the blink of an eye.
And Aaron really has to be on the lookout here. Zissou exerting a little bit of pressure, but honestly, he's not too worried, even though he has very low mana bars. He can still afford a couple of dash, but over the top side, is it soul kill?
And Shy using that Grand Challenge, just getting a bit of damage onto Chammy, making sure that Chammy doesn't kind of go for the dive. You have to go for the recall though, so Chammy still will be able to shovel this wave and hit that timing with the assistance of Joshi as well. And kind of forcing some attention, drawing both Ellie and Zissou to that top lane. Unfortunately, Ellie won't be able to get anything done. Actually tried to time the ultimate, but missed it by a second.
A little bit worrisome for the Riven though. Chammy almost got clipped by a Pulverize just by the edge of it. Thankfully for Joshi though, he does have his Black Shield, so this steers away from danger. Simply as that. Now we're going to be looking at the spawn of both objectives in a matter of seconds from now. I think we actually have opted to put a lot more priority onto the Rift Herald for the past game. They might just be able to do the same, this time being an Infernal Drake. It is going to be a little bit more worrisome if it does land on the hands of Team Flash, so they might actually go in for a contest as compared to back in game 2. Zissou opts for a recall, and not too sure if this actually gives any opportunity for Nick Magaxi to take the dragon instead.
I don't think so. Their Dragon Tail isn't the strongest, honestly, and not when Aaron isn't around. But Zissou will be able to get his Nash's Tooth. Again, Chammy and Shy going at it. Riposte actually getting the stun off thanks to the broken wings, and Chammy now is in danger. All the vitals prop. Chammy wind slash turns it around. The ultimate from the center, giving Chammy the kill in that top lane.
And that is just perfect supplementation, but there is another fight coming up on the Herald.
Zissou with the needlework gets exhausted, doesn't get the Herald. Cross NGX now finding a big window to punish Team Flash, left, right, and center. Teddy doesn't get the kill. The piercing darkness from Demon Kai being the absolute savior. 5-0 up NGX's favor, and now they will break this tier 1 mid.
And none of the members of NGX fall. It was just a clean sheet being achieved while they have Shy trying to attend to this Herald too little too late. At least blocking the second charge to keep the tier 2 intact. Let's watch this once more. The match landed Chain of Corruption onto Draw, but nobody has been able to stop members of Nick Magaxi with the smite going down just perfectly in time. And Zissou's a little bit off of position.
Yeah, and you see the desperation from Teddy. He thought that he could at least bring one down with him, but unfortunately that was not the case. It's NGX, the biggest lead that they have had over Team Flash in the entire series. I think the largest one last game was 4,000, but
it looks like it's 6 as well, close to 6.
Yeah, now it's definitely larger than the ones that they had in the last game. Both objectives going to NGX. The best possible start for this team.
And Team Flash, they're already looking for avenues of play. Over on the side lane, we see Shy suffering some exchanges. Also thanks to Demon Kai for the save on the Dawning Shadows. And it was quite the clutch situation while he was in the midst of a fight as well.
And that was off of Shy just timing a great riposte and able to proc all the vitals, and it still wasn't enough. Because NGX will be able to get another tier 1 down bot. Team Flash, one of the problems is that they can't really defend against all these pushes unless Ellie is around. Unless Teddy gets a pick off with that, I guess, the chain of corruption onto someone.
And still no signs of the Hullbreaker coming up for the Fiora. Not that she necessarily needs it all too early. For the time being, Joshi already got the Rylai's Crystal Scepter up online. It's going to be able to keep some of these members of Team Flash in the middle of team fight whenever it does happen. We are approaching into the mid-game slowly. Team Flash now seemingly to play a lot more cautious as compared to how they usually fare in the early game.
Yeah,
and that's also due to the fact that they really have to look for goal and they're not in the best situation.
And it's just Ellie. Expanded ultimate though, just to get away from NGX. Jisoo don't really want to be there, gets slowed down, knocked up, and unfortunately Ellie doesn't connect his pulverize. Jisoo burns down, NGX finds the 6th kill.
Just adding that one up to the tally, NGX hoping at least give themselves a chance to move forward into the bracket. And this has to be the best one so far.
Certainly is. 8,000 gold advantage. 9 minutes in. NGX with a substantial lead. As he did a performance check. The Snapdragon performance meter.
It just keeps going up.
It keeps going up. Now we have 98 frames per second.
Can we get 100? Probably. Anyways, going back into some of the things that Team Flash has to do here. I think, like, significantly what's different heading into this draft is that the way that Enigma Galaxy opts to find avenues using Igwen is to always have heavy crowd control over on the front line. And only relying on Ellie as well as Taddy's utilities apparently wasn't enough for the case. Sure, we haven't really seen too much from Joyce throughout the span of this match. The only member that has not faltered throughout the course of the 10 minutes or less of play, Enigma Galaxy secures their 2nd Herald, and they're still opting to push towards Shy, rendering him unable to do anything at all. But here's Ellie. He's just trying to see if he could basically hold this fortress that's about to crumble.
He is so good so far. NGX doing everything right. But of course, Team Flash are still finding some space around the map, middle lane as well. Shai gets that grand challenge and actually finishes off Aaron, who overextended a bit. Dawning Shadow is out. Flash forward from draw. Gets some control onto Shai. As Joyce gets forced away, now Ellie goes back in. Headbutt, pulverized Joshi. Back into the turret, but Joshi was able to get out. And now a heap of damage on the Teddy. Demon Kite almost finds the kill. Teddy gets out. But Jisoo, he's on the flank. And he's ready with his pair of scissors. He's gonna take out Joshi for 30 seconds. Team Flash getting a bit of punishment onto NGX.
A little bit more shutdown gold channeled back onto the pockets of Team Flash. No shot did go down for that. Almost a little bit tapped too close for Teddy. Force 2 summoners out. Enigma Galaxy has dealt enough damage to easily secure tier 2 later on. Mountain Drake coming up perhaps in about 5 minutes from here on. Actually last 30 seconds is where we're at. So, Team Flash, I want to see them find a way to hold Enigma Galaxy through a choke point, but it is definitely hard to do, especially with the presence of Demon Kite and Joshi. One snare will do the trade, and it will just be a chain of crowd control coming out of NGX.
I'm seeing something very interesting from Chami though. He's going for the Solari charge play on Riven. We have not seen that for such a long time. Normally we're looking at a Death Dance Sterak's gauge. But Solari charge play means that Chami is going all in on that damage department. It's gonna be the risk and reward factor, but they want to get the snowball going, and Ellie is gonna start things off in the midst, in the thick of NGX's members. So far, no returns just yet. Needlework also used by Jisoo as well. Team Flash forced to relinquish control of this Dragon Pit.
2 elements expended. They have to basically give this over to Enigma Galaxy. And they didn't really have to draw too much. It's just one element coming in about Nasus to basically pull a little bit more of a pressure. They found themselves a free blue buff while at it. Now, Enigma Galaxy will keep their eyes really closely onto the bottom lane turret. And perhaps they can find a few more opening picks. Baron spawning up soon. Not that Team Flash have the resources to get it done.
Eddie's just buying a lot of time. And the thing about NGX is that to get the tower push going, they need almost the entire team. And Team Flash is utilizing the space given to them on the other side of the map to start shoving the waves, to start getting those visions. And that's exactly what Shy is doing.
And this death ball is a little bit tad too much for Team Flash for the moment. I guess another item secured and they'll be able to put up a decent fight against the rest of Enigma Galaxy. We'll see Landry's Torment completed. Still no boots completed in terms of enchantment for Joshi. The same could be said about Chami and and from here on, 5,000 gold of a difference established. Still hoping to bring forward more in the bag. Team Flash needs to win one good team fight, and that's where they'll be able to break open the game. And Zissou caught out twice. Gotta be very wary of his positioning. Multiple times. Going near Joshi could be a death sentence.
It's a very... We'll say the storm is brewing, but it still feels calm in the wind. Team Flash definitely finding those avenues around the map. Of course, they do smell Chami around this area. It's gonna be
mid lane there.
Yeah, Teddy caught out again. The Ellie's gonna be there to provide some backup, but this is a pincer maneuver from NGX, and you can see Ellie, he's trying to find a way out, and he will get so, and now Team Flash coming in for the collapse. Demon Kai instantly taken down. So well done. The Shy even pops the grand challenge. The pulverize from Ellie on the floor. His life is sacrificed. Expired. Jisoo follows suit. The damage from NGX cannot be underestimated. They are too darn strong. And the night is not done just yet for NGX. They are just warming up. This series will continue to a Game 4. NGX will draw blood from Team Flash.
The hopes and dreams for Enigma Galaxy is still alive, and rejoice, fans from the Philippines, as they still have more to offer as they break down the Nexus in due time. Oh, Chami, he survives.
Yeah.
Okay, thankfully. I mean, there's a lot of time. There we go. Final blow to the Nexus. Enigma Galaxy have finally get themselves ahead, only slightly. 2 more games to go, and perhaps the formula has finally been cracked.
Yep, the first step of a long journey towards the end of the tunnel. They get to play for at least one more game on this stage in Thailand in their first LAN event appearance, but nonetheless against a team like Team Flash that has to feel a bit more, you know, fulfilling. In fact, I mean, Team Flash obviously did had their numbers, you know, kind of exposed by Enigma Galaxy in that early to mid game, and because commendations, NGX played a fantastic macro game. Team Flash were trying to look for openings, but it was just NGX's overwhelming lead that led them to a victory eventually.
And I just love for the fact that they came with an element of surprise, and with this Morgana pickup, they have double snares coming up online. The first blow was dealt towards Ellie on the first blood, and then it just kept coming back for more. And you see this methodical play where Joshi has been able to secure double scuttles. And once that happens, Enigma Galaxy has a really smooth cruise throughout the course of the game, where it was difficult for Team Flash to even get up to speed from there on. And here we go, back into the recap of what went down. This solo kill, though, of course, with a little bit of help from Demon Kite, has been able to put Chami up ahead against Shai, despite him landing all 4 Vile procs on the Grand Challenge.
Yeah, and that was just him having, and he has that passive heal as well, right? So we see that snowball Chami was able to provide for his team, and across this Herald fight that went so well for NGX. It just started spiraling out of control. Team Flash were not able to get any footing. Jesus Gwen never got going, and even though they were able to punish NGX in this kind of overextension, but that's pretty much it. NGX kind of got a quick reset and were able to shut down Team Flash at the end of the day.
And that was the final fight here being pulled out with a flank angle coming from Team Flash. They managed to bring down Demon Kite, but look at how they repositioned themselves. Enigma Galaxy overwhelms them by just wrapping things around up against Team Flash yet again. And by then, they have already utilized all their summoner spells. Just no room for escape, especially when you're in the range of the shackles. Now, that's a 12-3 record. Enigma Galaxy has been able to have this outstanding record with quite a clean game.
Yeah, it's clean as a whistle for NGX. That means Game 4 is destined to happen. Team Flash, of course, dropping this game. It's not over yet. They still have the lead. And honestly, you know, even after winning this, there is still one more best of 5 for either of these teams to play. So they gotta be ready for that long night. But at least for NGX, it's all about the lifeline that they've earned for themselves. Now they gotta do it one more time.
And they're still Buram United waiting for either side of the party. So it's definitely going to be a little bit daunting now that both sides have shown a little bit of crack on their armor. Team Flash, with this sort of composition, I think like something was somewhat lacking coming into this matchup. And I think like Joyce didn't manage to show as much presence as he would like to get coming into some of these team fights, where when he does appears, it's like a damn if you don't, damn if you do situations. So you can't really blame him for that, for not offering too much on the table.
Another loss with the Garen. It's not really...
Against Lucian, nothing you can do.
Yeah, Garen is not having a good day, but so far I hope everyone watching is having a decent day. I know it has been long. You know, forget about in all those long breaks or whatever. What's important is that we get to witness some great Wild Rift games. And if you guys just tune in, we are in the middle of the second series. In fact, we just finished Game 3 between Enigma Galaxy and Team Flash in this lower bracket elimination best of 5. So Game 4 will be coming up next. But so far, it has been, we've witnessed some great plays, not just from our first series between CES and BRU, but NGX, they pull out some pretty unorthodox picks from the hat, but the draft that won them the game was actually just a standard NGX draft.
Yeah, and I think like it's down to this few comfort picks that has been able to make the work a lot easier for Enigma Galaxy. So those sort of Rammus attempts, yeah, wasn't really the true colors of Enigma Galaxy anyway. So I feel like this is what we needed overall. Joshi to step up, and he did overall in this matchup.
Yeah, and we talk about how Joshi and Chami has to kind of shoulder the weight, and they definitely did, right? The combination between this Morgana and Riven was sublime, and that's how NGX earned another game with Team Flash. We will go for a short break, and when we come back, it will be Game 4 between Enigma Galaxy and Team Flash.
sound sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional, working devotion. We put in this time, look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
We're back for the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Finals. This is the lower bracket elimination best of 5 between Team Flash and Enigma Galaxy. And we have a treat on our hands. It's Game 4 coming up. My name is Husky alongside Contra.
Exactly, and we are definitely going to be really excited to see where or not can Enigma Galaxy push it into Game 5. And we haven't seen the full series yet from any teams, and perhaps this could be it. Now the boys have rejoiced, and they got themselves that well-deserved break, only for a few minutes overall. So, if you guys are tuning in from the start all the way to now, you guys are the MVP. We move straight into the draft. Enigma Galaxy remains on blue side.
Yeah, and this is gonna be pretty interesting to see how Team Flash deal with that game tree. Will this change how they approach the bans? Because so far the bans have been pretty much the same. No Zed, no Karma, and it's just really been targeting that Aaron Zed champion pool, but had Aaron not really faced at all. He has that illusion as an option. NGX has their very typical, very standard Morgana +1, right? Joshi plus Chami. See, Team Flash so far not faced just yet. Still going for the Zed ban, and NGX sticking with that Jace, sticking with the Ashe. We're still getting the standard bans in the series up to this point.
And of course, with the same sort of brands that we have seen so far, Team Flash will opt to change their draft instead. They have definitely met up with Enigma Galaxy back in the group stages, fighting off a very similar composition that was brought forward back in Game 3 by NGX. And now, a little bit of hover onto the Graves. And I think like there's a few things that we really have to take into consideration for the fact that, sure, the only difference maker is that Delusion being banned out. And that will allow Enigma Galaxy to bring the first Karma of the playoffs here to play for NGX.
And that is going to be kind of that's a big asset for NGX. And Karma in particular, very popular pick across all regions. And like how Team Flash is starting to respect that Lucian. Finally, they've given NGX a chance. NGX won that, and Team Flash, they now don't want to have a part of it. And they still stick with the same two openings from Game 3. It's the Garen and the Varus.
Exactly, and I think like they definitely want to try their best to be able to formulate something better, to be able to chain combo some of all these team fights. Are we really seeing a brand heading into this Game 4?
No.
I was worried for the moment, but Riven seems to be a pretty solid pick. But perhaps if it were to be the case, could this Garen actually move into the Baron lane, which would fare a lot better as compared to facing off against the mid lane. Though brickwalling the Karma could also be another decent option overall.
Yeah, and of course, Team Flash, they're still sticking to that Game 3 draft, not changing much. Still opting to ban that Olaf. Of course, for NGX, this is the Karma Nasus Dragon lane. So definitely a bit of the not your standard set on Nasus, but overall still does the same thing. And this could open up to be another Morgana pick for NGX. So I wonder if Team Flash will get that read and decide that Morgana is a pick that they have to get rid of.
I think they definitely take that into heavy consideration. So that final ban invested could also open up something else for the side of Enigma Galaxy. If that's the case, is it possible that we actually see that Riven to be handed over to Joshi instead and allow Enigma Galaxy to play something else in return to fend off against a potential Garen or even a Gwen?
There we go, the Morgana ban. A lot of respect from Team Flash. course, the Set and Galio will be the last two. That means that if we are looking for those beefy support for Ellie, probably the Alistar and the Braum are the last two on the table for Team Flash. Of course, Team Flash going back to the Alistar this time, saving the potential Jisoo pick for last. So there is still some flex potential over at Team Flash's side, depending on what NGX decides to go for.
Just running it back all together for Team Flash. I think Magaxi here still out to secure something solid over a bottom lane. Senna still available if they really want to get their hands on it. And seems like Kha'Zix, another pocket pick coming in for Joshi, might be able to break them forward for the game 5. And could this also be a Karma bottom lane instead? As they are finding themselves Fiora to be the noteworthy challenger to the Garen.
And this is probably going to be that Riven mid. Final lock-in being that Yone for Team Flash. A lot of firepower, a lot of scaling from Team Flash itself. And this probably would put that Gwen in the jungle once more. So Team Flash kind of switching it up a bit, but not by too much. These are all champions that we have seen, you know, throughout the series. In fact, NGX is the one that is introducing some new elements into the mix.
Overall, it's not too much cards to be dealt differently from the side of Team Flash. All these picks have been shown before, except for the Yone, which was rather interesting into this composition. Now that he's going to be faring up against Fiora over on the Baron lane instead. But Aaron has to be very, very mindful in this battle. Now that Joyce is going up against the Garen, and you will expect a lot of visit coming in from the Alistar. So I wonder how effective can Aaron be on that Riven instead of Chami.
Yeah, and that is going to be something interesting because Aaron is also a very creative mid laner. I remember that there was this one game, one of their ways to shut down Kassadin was to have Aaron play that Lee Sin mid in that group stage, in that open finals, in fact. So that, you know, clearly NGX have not ran out of tricks, not even close to doing so. But of course, Team Flash making some adjustments to the draft, but still keeping the essence of what they want to do in that macro game, still will continue to pose a challenge to NGX. If they've done it in Game 3, let's see if they can do it again in Game 4, this time without the assistance of that Morgana.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit more challenging for Enigma Galaxy, but we have seen some brilliant plays coming out of Joshi whenever he gets this Kha'Zix. And of course, when it comes down to scenarios where you are dealing with Alistar, I think, like, what do you really evolve first when you get the chance to leap?
Nah, you always go for the evolve clause.
It has to be
evolve clause, right? Evolve clause. I think the good thing about Kha'Zix right now is that the option to evolve your Carapace is a bit more viable to get that extra invis duration, because back then you would just go claws, void spikes, and wings. So I think that's something that Team Flash actually did show in game number 2 with Jisoo completely foregoing the void spikes. So let's see if Joshi is gonna go for the same, because overall when you have that Kha'Zix and you get that lead, it's incredibly difficult to stop. Game number 4 is on the board. Nigma Galaxy needs to earn this win to push us the distance to game 5. And Team Flash, if they can shut this down, they are going to survive for another day.
That's right. It's all down to this play itself between the two teams. Where not can Chami and Co. push it to game 5. It goes down to this battle between him as well as Shy, as we have him being the MVP of the past match, securing quite the high percentages of the stats coming in with the KP, and has been able to outduel Shy when he was on the Fiora. At this time, chasing him away from all the minions, deny him a little bit more gold as well as EXP. It'll be a little bit of a late bloomer for him to hit that level 5 spike. But it doesn't really seem to be too much of a cause for concern. Aaron already picking up his Ruby Crystal. As he's just going to be working onto a Black Cleaver, assumingly. Team Flash hasn't seemed to be rocked over on the bottom lane all too much, where we see majority of all these past matches, both teams opting to find avenues from the Baron lane instead. As Joyce has been out-traded for the time being. Nick Magaxi.
Look, Chammy!
What's with the dive?
I mean, that's definitely an ego dive right there. But, I mean, it's a decent attempt. But, of course, at least Aaron gets something in return with that Ignite kill onto Joyce. Chammy getting outplayed by the Soul Unbound. It's an unfortunate update in the Baron lane.
Yeah. And, honestly, as a Fiora, you should really take a look at all these things that your opponent has, especially with a barrier. Shy didn't even need to force a flash away.
Yeah.
Sure, it was a tick of health left, but with a Soul Unbound, like, he could easily, like, just dash away. Oh, a catch off the Shy, though.
If they can punish him, it would be great. And Soul Unbound is there. He tries to go for the ultimate, but hits the wall instead.
This time he gets it.
This time he gets it. It's a fair trade right now.
Okay, it's not too bad after all. Nick Magaxi now with a slight upper hand. Meanwhile, Draw being left all alone for the time being. LD just hoping to chip away the first plating. But Draw is about to slow them all down.
A good hail of arrows just to slow down Demon Kite. But of course, once that Karma returns to the lane, it's incredibly hard to kind of counter push that. Not just with a Varus though. This Alistar doesn't really provide that push. So NGX overall, despite that slight mishap in that Baron lane, still gets a slight gold lead because of that swift response.
Yeah. And looking into the upcoming team fights, I think like Draw has a lot of important things to do. Sure, we're talking about Nasus that doesn't seem like he could basically offer too much damage in the early game or so. But with max stats onto Wither, if you manage to land that on top of Zissou or even Shy, that could be a good return kill, if ever the case. Now we see the rest of the Magaxi moving up mid.
Oh, Flash, Transcendence, Embrace. They try to execute Demon Kai. He has the shoe, but a bit too ballsy from Demon Kai, and he might also give a sacrifice Joshi in the process. Not really sure what the idea was though. Jisoo straight over the wall, over onto Aaron, was able to dash away, but Jisoo still gets the kill, and Nelly saves his jungler, and Draw will not be able to get anything.
Joshi still seeking it out though, but even with so little health bars left, Zissou will be executed instead. Oh, actually, Draw gets it in the end.
I must have clipped him with the Spirit Fire, but
the damage was still stacking on from the Wolves, I assume. Yeah. That's why it kind of counted.
Quite unfortunate though. I mean, Demon Kai had the right idea, but I don't think NGS was ready for that execution.
Yeah, and I think like it's a little bit more of how would I even put it?
It's one of those moments where you just go like, go, 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 go,
you
go.
think like everything's all too ideal, especially your Karma.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't flash face first onto members of Team Flash, no matter the cost.
Yeah, it's definitely when you have that idealist mindset. It's like, yeah, like we land a 3-man ultimate, this is our fight. But of course, a bit of a disregard for Team Flash's output. Objectives have spawned right now, and NGX straight onto the Rift Herald they go. Shy against Chammy. A fight to behold, and of course, they continue this poke and prod. Shy will always have the fallback of that barrier. Now Chammy tries to outplay Shy, and the flash into the brush to break line of sight wins it for him.
So swiftly! We gotta take a look at that solo kill again! So immaculately done. And I think like he managed to land those auto attacks so swiftly. And my goodness, Shy had no time to respond to that. Everything was burned out. It was left confused. And that grand challenge was perfect.
Yeah, I believe that was 3 attacks in the blink of an eye with that blade work as well. So Chammy just masterful outplay onto Shy. You don't see that every day. That's for sure. Not against Team Flash or Shy.
That's why we love seeing Chammy on all these bruisers or basically skirmishes overall. This time if we were to challenge again, Zissou will be ready to take him on.
And Chami doesn't have a sums. He's gonna get punished by Jisoo. And Shy getting... And this is just an active Baron lane. Both Baron laners just really having a go at each other. Because NGX will be able to walk away with that Ocean Drake. Constellation prize of all these actions in that Baron lane.
They will eventually get their turret back though. I mean, 1 for 1. Whatever is lost can't be returned, for sure. Shelly is already moving his way down the bomb side as they both simultaneously secure themselves a turret apiece. It's just that Team Flash was slightly faster at that. Another charge. Worthy of the cost. More blows been dealt from Enigma Galaxy's end. As we already see, Chami as well as Demon Kai already arriving to the scene, ready to erupt another turret. Whether or not can Team Flash respond, they will just hold on to mid lane for now. They're going to have to let this one slide.
And NGX, they even have to demolish just in case, but Chami getting a free turret. And Ellie once more going on scouting duty, just trying to spot out the members of NGX, but runs into Aaron instead, and that's not the guy you want to engage on. We see that first item, Serpent's Fang from Teddy though. That's a very early Serpent's Fang. Just because there are a couple of shields that you want to take out. The Fimble Window on the draw, the Demon Kite Inspire, and of course the Aaron shield on Riven as well.
Yeah. Enigma Galaxy still 3k goal up ahead in this matchup. And Team Fight's looking to have solid potential as we are having Zissou rotating across the map, but not really finding much of his avenues. Aaron is keeping them within an arm's length. Shine will be backing away. Won't be all too concerned, but while Chami is also forcing a shove, this this splits coming in from the sideways are starting to cause issues for the side of Team Flash to deal with. Whereas they don't really have answers to that, the Garen can only hold it a little bit longer. And you're relying on hopes that Shy would also attend to the other portion of the split push. And that leaves mid very vulnerable, which is why Enigma Galaxy has always been prodding on this.
I think Enigma Galaxy can also set up for that 1-3-1 just because they have both Riven and Fiora for Shy. On hit Yone and just loses half of his health bar in the blink of an eye.
Just a little bit of show off for Joshi.
That's the Evolved Wings right there. No, the Evolved Claws, excuse me. The extra isolation damage. The cooldown, in fact. Nonetheless, Chami, oh boy.
A little bit of risky maneuvers coming out. Zissou has been able to get things going for the Gwen. Has been able to match up to the pace of the Kha'Zix. But here we go, another 1v1.
Chami is just fighting everyone this game. he sees you, he fights you. And so far, he has had a positive win rate in 1v1s.
Yeah, and
but actually 50%. He died in the level 1 in the first split dive.
Most often than not, when you do see Fioras who build Trinity Force as a first item, well, though it's basically a typical build back in solo games when you queue up for rank. In competitive play, this is a show of confidence.
Yeah, this is just...
Like, usually you think like, oh, Divine Thunder is the way to go, but then when you're dealing against maybe slightly squishier targets like Shy and Zissou, that's not what you really need. You really need that Shin to really proc and hit hard.
While all things considered, Team Flash are still pretty close. Just making sure that the distance of that goal advantage isn't drawn out too far. Joyce once more will be opting for that first item Hullbreaker. I do wonder though, that first item Serpent Fang, does it really slow down Teddy's item progression? Does it really, does he sacrifice a bit of that damage just for shield penetration? I really don't think that's the case. I've not seen this enough.
I guess like it's actually very beneficial, especially when you are trying to stop teams from building into a Locket of Solari, and you force them to pivot into items like Redemption, where you can still counter it with mortal reminders and such. So it will be less of a cause of concern when you're trying to win some of these fights, especially when you have barrier built in on draw, and that could just easily deplete it.
Oh yeah, that's actually true.
Only ever so slightly though. Everyone else doesn't seem to carry a barrier on top.
Honestly,
but Tammy's bringing a teleport.
Honestly, it's very easy. It's not that hard with the spells that Teddy has to kind of apply the Serpent Fangs debuff onto multiple members of NGX.
And this is also pretty interesting where Taddy, instead of opting for an early game Manamune, he's building it very late into this matchup.
Yeah. But the tiers, they do stack up, right? So it does stack up, so I don't think he's too bothered about it. But that teleport from Chammy just says that it's 1-3-1. NGX wants to split TF apart, just like they did in the previous game. Now they're ready to at least take this mid-tier 1, but it's not going to be easy though. They do not have a wave with them. And Team Flash has 4 members in the middle lane. Maybe it's just to buy time and open up some space for NGX to work on that Inferno Drake.
And then Zisu's not going to be around, but he does win the fight.
Yeah, the Riftmaker Nash is still a bit too overwhelming for Chammy. But NGX still gets that Inferno Drake, and now Shy executed by this invisible Joshi, and he is just accessing the backline, but now he's bobbed right back with the headbutt. Ghost Ace is a bit too late. Redemption dropped down, trying to heal him up. Taddy is there, but backup has arrived in the form of Aaron. They force a flash from Joyce, and Taddy, he's gonna get gone on, forced to go golden himself, but he will be knocked up by the broken wings, and it's NGX finding 2 kills.
What a strong response coming from NGX, and full confidence coming in to ensure that Joshi stays alive out of that skirmish, despite having Chammy losing that trade over the top side. It's kept Zissou busy, not being able to reach into the Drake pit. Well, he's halfway across the map anyways.
Oh, Jisoo
coming in.
He wants a kill, but guess who's TPing in? The rest of NGX. They were hiding there all along. And Jisoo caught out with his pants down. And Team Flash again getting ambushed by NGX.
Why am I? This is some clean takedowns that we're looking at from NGX. Back to back. Just picking Team Flash apart. Where Team Flash are just being held hostage in many of these situations to react and respond accordingly. And there's no right moves being brought forth to play. Though there was a little bit more of a tit for tat in the these skirmishes, is more on Chammy's part, that's willing to trade bodies so that there were objectives to be secured by the side of Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, we say that Chammy, you know, he's going for 1v1s, he's kind of botched the first split, but he's ahead in terms of net worth. And Shy is also gone on Aaron. He's just following up with this. Redemption's gonna help him out. Aaron just needs a few more final touches, but backup is there. Ellie is the savior. And Shy will end up getting the kill.
And despite having some of all these core items, a little bit more of a tussle over the mid side, Zissou should be able to hold on fine with Niddleworks, shoving drop back. But you can already see that there's a cap onto what Riven offers. Still not finishing up on the third item. And then Shy did have a little bit more sustain coming in and a little assistance coming from Ellie.
Yeah, and Joshi, he is incredibly threatening right now. They get a knock-up onto Demon Kite, and that will force the Flash out of this Karma. So Team Flash, they do get some minor values, but I don't think you want to do this, Joshi. They're making the call though.
He has the Guardian Angel, but I don't think it actually seemed to
Team Flash doesn't notice.
Not at all. There's no Vision Ward being set into place.
Chammy is buying time.
And Olimar in bot lane. Chammy is a miracle worker in very different ways. Still 4 buffs given over of the Baron. Power play effective for Enigma Galaxy by just sacrificing one.
I mean, Chammy is the only guy that I would permit feeding in my games because I get objectives like this. His TP will be coming back up as well in 20 seconds. So a lot of value gets preserved by Chammy overall. Now the question is, how can NGX utilize this Baron buff, right? We only have 1.5 minutes. That's not a lot of time.
That's all they have to do. Sure, Chammy doesn't have the buff with him, but you could always have him accompanied by Demon Kite, perhaps. That should be able to do the trick or even draw. So it is definitely a whole lot of pressure onto the side of Team Flash, and I just really want to highlight the last time that you did not vote for NGX. They did manage to win.
Yeah, I remember that because when I vote for them, they do not win. And sad to say, I actually voted for them this. Well, I actually didn't vote for them this time. So maybe the curse would come full circle. Who knows? Fate Seal on top of Aaron. It's gonna be between him and Shire, and of course ends with a draw at least for now. And GX wants to at least get one tier 2, and like you say, Contra, Chammy working on that bot tier 2. Team Flash, they don't really have much options to work with. Held back.
Every single turret is already set in sight for Enigma Galaxy. There's only so many members that can basically hold on to it. Mid lane left bare bone though. Demon Kite still keeping that buff alive. They only got 20 more seconds, and I guess for the reprieve of Team Flash, they can try to change things around here from the base.
Yeah, systematic by Enigma Galaxy, all tier 2s. Threatened, and look at Shy, forced to use his ult, and forced to flash out as well.
There's no way he can challenge Joshi. He has the Guardian Angel back up online. Well, actually, never dropped to begin with.
Yeah, Chammy was really greedy for that demolish. Would have broken the turret if he got that proc, but nonetheless, NGX taking all tier 2s and 8,000 gold advantage. We're back to where we started, and we're back to where we were in game 3.
But there's still a huge disparity, though, with the goal difference out there. Sure, if it hits that 20-minute mark and more, it might not actually make much of a difference for Team Flash. But for now, it doesn't seem like they are powerful enough to deal with Joshi, as well as Chammy. Sure, I think they dealt with Chammy a couple of times because he allowed it to happen. He allowed them to be drawn right in order to secure some things. But now with a little wraparound, Joshi still remains to be a pesky unit. But they are looking for a catch onto draw.
Oh, Shy, he just misses his ultimate completely. And Aaron, oh boy, they're drawing attention of TF away. And look at Team Flash.
Chammy still pushing.
They do not know what to do. The recall channeled by Joyce. Can NGX buy a bit of time? They find Aaron, they want Joshi, but Chammy, he's dealing significant damage to the base. Joyce cannot stop this.
And now they do get the drag at the same time. Sure, Aaron goes down, but at what cost for Team Flash though?
Can you believe this? NGX outmaneuvering Team Flash in game 4 of our lower bracket series, and by a mile, Contra.
By a mile indeed. And now another Baron has spawned up. This is where there needs to be a coin flip that happens here. What does Team Flash do? We've seen Cerberus flip the Baron, and this time, it's Team Flash. They're calling for it. They say, no more shenanigans on the side lanes. We want to fight you man to man.
This is the coin flip of Team Flash's life. Look at Joshi. Straight onto Shy. He has the GA. He's willing to give that life away. Coming back for the second round. He has that Zhonya. He's going to go stasis, but Draw is already dead. Justy straight to the backline. NGX have the damage. They proc the grand challenge, and everyone, they're just getting healed up. Chammy has a double, and Chammy, he's cleaning house. Team Flash, no more in this game 4 to wipe off the face of the Rift. And NGX, not willing to go down quietly into the night. Thailand is still awake. We will have game 5, and NGX will bring us there.
Game 5 here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and Enigma Galaxy pushes it to the final game. The most epic best of 5s that we had. And what else does Team Flash could do about this?
Buriram United will have to wait a bit longer for their series. I mean, if you're watching this as BRU,
they would enjoy watching this.
They would enjoy watching this, but they also would be terrified of what awaits them after this best of 5. But man, Team Flash off to 2 games, 2 incredible games. 1 and 2 did not even seem close. It really felt like NGX was just a stepping stone for Team Flash. Then game 3 happened, and game 4, just NGX doing the macro magic on them.
The dark horses of the tournament, Enigma Galaxy here, causing concerns for Team Flash. Champions of the Vietnamese region are now looking rather lost in all their pursuit to close off this entirety of the series. They have multiple chances, and NGX kind of made it look like a walk in the park at first. Sure, there were a couple of casualties in the early game. Demon Kai kind of threw himself out there.
Yeah.
Same goes to Chammy, but for a lot of all these great exchanges, but responded in kind, I would say. There's a lot of moves coming in from Team Flash up in the early game that hasn't been able to translate into all too much, especially with Chammy and Aaron on those side lanes. That forces them to stay put.
Yeah, and I think, you know, at one point when we look at the draft of NGX, it's all about the split push. And Chammy says, you know what, I'll get a hull breaker, I'll do the side lane work. And you have to really thank Joshi for really putting on the pressure, right? Him and Demon Kai, they were running around, they were causing havoc in the Team Flash jungle, and it really demands attention for Team Flash. If not, they will be losing members left, right, and center. And this just creates room for Chammy. Sure, Aaron goes down 1v1. Who cares? Because every time Team Flash does something, NGX will have another plan on the other side of the map. And I mean, Chammy getting the inhibitor turret was one of them.
Exactly, and there's not many teams in the world that can put Team Flash in a desperate situation, and this is the exact same picture where Joshi bought so much time, so much attention was drawn into this Kha'Zix, where Chammy as well as Aaron has been able to just trample all over all the members of Team Flash, where they were stuck by the corners of the pit, and they never needed the Baron to close it off.
I mean, the fact that they made Team Flash call that desperate flip at Baron is an indicator of where NGX stands right now after game number 4. I mean, if anyone is not believing watching game 1 and 2, you have to start believing a bit, having a bit of faith, because right now it all comes up to one game. The last half an hour on the stage for one of these teams.
And this is going to be the half an hour that feels like a lifetime. And I'm excited to see what goes down here. Enigma Galaxy could be the ones that move forward into the back end to make it into the top 4.
I mean, if they do, that is already a new high for NGX as an organization in Wild Rift, right? I mean, again, their entry, not even ripe, not even 1 year ripe yet, and here they are taking on what we consider as one of the biggest challenge in the team's record. But if you can pull off 2 consecutive convincing wins, then I think NGX has a good chance.
And we just got to put it out there. TG, we never doubted you.
No, never.
Overall, I think there was just a really strong mindset that is instilled to all of these members of the team. And my goodness, I think regardless whoever wins the next match, whoever goes back home will still have their head held high. But imagine for Enigma Galaxy telling this story that if they were to beat, or even if they don't, they push Team Flash, hailed as one of the best teams in the world, to a Game 5.
I mean, if you are the team that eliminates Team Flash from a tournament, you deserve all the praise, for a long time. I know that a lot of, some of our co-streamers out there are huge supporters of Enigma Galaxy as well. I mean, this is the time, if you are still awake watching the broadcast, good on you, because Enigma Galaxy are on the cusp of making history. And we hype them out so much, but of course it is not over for Team Flash just yet. There is still one Game 5. Anything could happen, and Team Flash might just find that one last hurrah to redefine their stance in the series. We will go for a short break though, and when we come back, it's the final game in this best of 5 between Team Flash and Enigma Galaxy.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love. You don't want it with me. Man. You won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come when we get down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down when you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we really lose no more. All about eating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we're heading into Game 5 between Enigma Galaxy and Team Flash. One game away from moving into the top 4, and we are already seeing so many great things coming out of NGX.
I mean, history might be made today, but either way, I think we have seen enough from both teams to say for certain that game number 5, whoever wins this, it will go on to be remembered for a long time. Whether it's Team Flash, whether it's Enigma Galaxy, I think both sides of the aisle have supporters who are eagerly waiting for this to kick off.
And can you imagine this could be a reverse sweep coming out of NGX? Joshi has made those plays possible. Well, of course, impeccable work coming in from both Aaron as well as Chami to be able to work on those side lane pressure, as we'll be able to take a glimpse at the boys that were victorious for 2 back-to-back games.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something that I think, you know, props to NGX, right? Because we've discussed about how during the Open Finals and the Challenge Group stage, one of their biggest struggles was that mental recovery, right? We have seen signs of that in game 1 and 2 when they were running the Ramas. But right now, forget about that part. I think they have found a solution to it. They've been able to really play in the comfort zone. I am willing to go as far as saying that maybe the Ramas was to make Team Flash let down their guard, even though I know that's not the case.
It might just actually be the case. I mean, who in the right minds on the lower bracket run will actually run the Ramas? I think only the Bolt will be able to do that, and NGX have shown us some really interesting gameplay. And on game 2, that Ramas combo with the Dissipate could have actually won in the game 2. And now, heading into the final game of this series, Team Flash, this time around, returns to the blue corner of the map.
Yeah, this is definitely going to kind of switch things up a bit. Team Flash getting that priority in that first pick. But I think the bans would more or less remain the same for both teams. Now that Team Flash, they don't have to be burdened with that Lucian ban as NGX have done it for them. I'm still thinking whether Team Flash are looking at a potential Akali ban or a potential Fiora ban because of what we saw in game number 4. Maybe they want to take away one of those threats, but they stick with the Akali. That's what they've been comfortable with banning out.
Shy will get the first pick advantage. There's a couple of things that they really can go for here. Renekton left available this time around. Don't think that was banned away by Enigma Galaxy.
Nope.
And same goes to the Jace, where Enigma Galaxy could opt to pick up the Renekton for themselves, which we saw Chami went for some few victorious rounds back in the group stages.
Yeah, this could also be that first phase Morgana, right? NGX are very comfortable with first phasing the Morgana and putting it onto Joshi. Sure, it reveals your jungler, but when they go Morgana, it was never really about. It stops being about Joshi in the jungle and more about their solo laners. But you're right, the Renekton led right through, and NGX will snatch it.
If it's not going to be the Morgana into the first phase here, I wonder what else could be brought to the table. Enigma Galaxy got themselves the Kha'Zix early on. And Team Flash are opting to see what would be the next best course of action, or they've maybe settled for that Jace to be headed into the jungle instead, so Zissou could basically go in for another flex pickup for the rest of his teammates.
And then GX with that Nasus pickup, wonder if they would prompt Team Flash to look for Senna. I highly doubt that would be the case. I think there's no point contesting that. Team Flash sticking with the Garen for the 3rd game in a row.
And should be a Senna pickup coming in. Definitely not going to be that Tryndamere in such a high-stakes matchup here in the final game. And Olaf
there we go.
to basically answer to Enigma Galaxy for going into phase 2, forcing the cards here. And that's going to allow Enigma Galaxy to only pick one out of each. Do you want to send them more than you want a Morgana, a Kha'Zix?
Yeah, and I do think that if you are NGX, you are looking at without the Karma, it really feels like you are inclined to pick that Senna for this third pick, right? But NGX, going with the Kazakhs, they want to directly answer this Olaf. So that means that there is something that NGX is not showing us just yet to pair with the Nasus.
Exactly that. Whatever the case may be, it's going to be a little bit harder for this Nasus to sustain without either or. So you want to supplement it with things like perhaps Tsunami, and
I think we've seen Nasus, was it Gragas or Galio?
It might just be a Galio.
I could be wrong. I feel like we've seen it once. I know that Morgana and Karma have been alternatives, but aside from that, I don't think there are other champions that really does the job as well as the Senna and Karma. Although Team Flash are still looking they are looking at Dragon Laners, but it's the Varus that gets banned out first. So we would see a bit of a different approach from Team Flash in their own Dragon Lane.
I just love for the fact that Enigma Galaxy considered a few other alternatives as well. Set as well as Galoban. Very little in the pool for initiating supports, but Elia has been showing Alistar for the couple of games, and that 100% win ratio has been depleted to maybe 90 this time around. Oh, I really do love this though. Lux.
How could we forget about this? They have the Lux.
We have not seen this for quite some time.
We definitely have not, and that's kind of what made Demon Kite, gave Demon Kite his spotlight in the Open Finals group stage as well. First it was Draws Rakan, and then it was Demon Kite's Lux. And in a deciding game, I think this is probably the most appropriate ones to bring out that pocket pick, that hidden pick of NGX.
I would still say there's a little bit of risk here coming in for Enigma Galaxy, especially with the presence of an Olaf that could basically run through whatever slows and snares that the bottom laners of NGX can actually offer. So who's going to be the next power target? Like, they really have to find some of all these huge picks. And usually when you do see it, Orianna as well as Nautilus, this is a really oppressive lane overall. And mind you,
it's all
there's
about
going to be a
team
little bit of dodgeball action heading towards the lower end of the rift.
It's all about team fight. I mean, Team Flash, they are ready to throw bodies at NGX. I mean, you have 3 tanky members. They are just going to run at you. What is the response of NGX? Do they want to peel away from this? I mean, they already have certain ways to do so, but now they also want to counter-engage. They want to have someone that, if the enemy is on top of me, I get to do damage. And that guy is Riven.
Exactly that. And now with the final pick being the Riven overall, this is where we'll really have to see how much can they actually offer. There's a whole lot of damage output that can come out of this from Enigma Galaxy, but I really want to see where or not if this Aura has any form of time to shine. Got to keep in mind that there's a lot of ways that Enigma Galaxy could easily slide through in order to find that pickoff against such an immobile target. And down to this final series, it is all down to the execution. Joyce now will be on that Jace instead.
Finally, a more active role for Joyce, right? He's been playing Brick Wall Karen for the past 2 games.
Like, I think we finally see personality.
We finally get to see Joyce actually, well, I don't want to say actually do something, but Joyce being put on a more active role in this middle lane. But that means that they're relegating Shy onto that Garen. So it's just kind of a shift of weight. Maybe this is the push that they need, because Aaron has been getting away with a lot of that early game advantage that allows him to translate into a lead. So perhaps if you let Joyce really kind of put some pressure onto him, you can also subsequently spill that over to the Baron lane, and maybe that's what Team Flash are looking for. Though last time we saw Taddy on the Orianna, that guy went deathless despite NGX putting a hit on him. So we'll see if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, it really will be a little bit more difficult, especially when you have 3 players that will be setting a target on his back overall. Yeah. So I guess he really has to rely onto what Ellie could basically hold up with. And Analyst, once he sinks in with the Dredge line, I really don't think that there's any other way out of that rut until the rest of the backup will rise. But
Does this remind you of something? Game 1 between Team Flash and Flash Wolves in the WCS finals?
It does.
It does, right? That's kind of the draft that Team Flash was running. Just a very, very beefy 4 Protect 1 draft. And this is all for the marbles. Game number 5, Team Flash against Nigma Galaxy. History might be made in the next 30 minutes, and NGX are looking fantastic coming into this. But of course, Team Flash, they did start it off with a bit of an invade of their own. And that is going to be good news for Joyce, as Aaron did use his barrier.
A little bit more of an all or nothing approach. Ellie now hunting out for Joshi, delaying his progress in the jungle. Oh my goodness, we've never seen anything like it.
You just cannot stop this, right? I mean, when
and he's going to stop Tammy as well.
That is just good adaptation for Team Flash, and you cannot really fight the Nautilus head on like that. And look at this invade. Jisoo hit level 2 off of the Raptors on that red jungle. I don't think NGS can defend their jungle. There's no way they can do this.
I've never seen anything like it before coming out of Team Flash. And this is something that nobody has ever expected. 3 members now holding Chammy hostage. But it's a Renekton. That's not somebody you would ever dive in the early game.
This is the worst case scenario for Kha'Zix, right? You do not want your jungle tempo to be messed up. He spent the first 1 minute getting absolutely nothing.
Exactly. And now the only two approach that Joshi could do is to invade towards the right corner of the Team Flash's side, or you could just basically opt for a few other approaches into the bottom lane, hoping for a gank on top of Taddy. Now that Ellie's been away for a little too far long. But this mid lane matchup, we'll see a little bit of stealing of honey fruits.
But I feel like if you go for the parallel jungle, at least in this situation, Joshi can get away with it. But any later, Team Flash can easily respond because so far NGX hasn't gotten much lane priority. And Taddy is doing a fantastic job at keeping Demon Kite at bay as well. Not really sure if Joshi really wants to do this though. He is very deep in that blue jungle.
Exactly, and though it's about like what 300 gold of a difference between the junglers, like you keep in mind there is still some decent exchanges being brought forward by Nigma Galaxy that they are still slightly up ahead. Goal, maybe it's just the deficit that Ellie has suffered enough. Now, with the help of Demon Kite, this will be entirely doable, but there is Joyce just keeping an eye close.
Oh, and well, they took the big raptor, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, a little bit more EXP for him to book out. He's still going to hit level 5 in time.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, generally, if you are Demon Kite, you want to be the one that stays in lane to get that goal. But the fact that, due to that first 1 minute of invade, now Demon Kite has to leave the lane just to help Joshi out. We're seeing that minor setback just steadily ramping up, in favor of Team Flash.
And this is what Nigma Galaxy has brought upon Team Flash for 2 games in a row, trying to catch him off guard in the early game. And also we had Aaron that forced the flash. It didn't seem to be all too significant, but Ellie, risking it all, hooks onto the minion instead. Yeah. Not that it would actually result into a kill of the mid laner of Nigma Galaxy, but blowing a flash could just bring more party so that Joyce could also rotate along with his Nautilus. Could be quite significant. Meanwhile, Demon Kite as well as Draw, though with a lot of crowd control to offer, hasn't been able to land any sort of significant blows on top of Ellie. Or, I mean, Ellie's been rotating. I meant Ted.
Yeah. Aaron finally forced to recall, and again, another invade. Look at Team Flash, they're getting the timing so correct. Joyce forces Aaron back, instantly goes for the invade with his team. Joshi has to be incredibly careful, and thankfully he has the sweeper. So no steals for him, and he knows where Ellie is. Hiding in the brush, and it's just a game of chess right now. NGX, the fact that they were able to read the movements of Team Flash, kind of be able at least to stop something happening. Incredibly commendable, but the bottom river though, Teddy in grave danger. First blood over to Aaron. Huge kill for NGX to start things off.
That's what we've been expecting on the draft itself. Teddy couldn't seem to really hold on for dear life, especially being all alone. Not too sure why exactly he was in the river though, trying to set up those vision up ahead for Team Flash, but ended up giving up his life.
Finally, not deathless. Took NGX 2 games to kill him once.
Well, that's a slight dent, but then again, here comes Ellie. I don't think he stole it though. There was a smite.
Yeah, there was the evolve clause as well, so pretty decent range. Plus 150, in fact.
Oh. Could have stopped the recall though.
Could have.
Split second too late. But going in for the Herald, Team Flash, they're so far up ahead when it comes down to this approach. They'll be able to finish it in time and prepare for the Drake. Infernal Drake, fitting to start off this match.
And the final spark just right in the face of Ellie. And just getting the support of Team Flash, but Shockwave only connecting onto one and draw. Oh, he is in the thick of things. And Aaron over the wall with the Wind Slash. The Ragnarok popped as well, but Zizou got to get out of this. Will be able to make it out with his life. And thankfully Joyce is around. They can continue to put on pressure with the Shockwave.
Call, though. They're all too low.
NGX should be able to get this. Joyce, Shockwave on cooldown. NGX make the right call, gets the dragon, gets out with their lives.
Quite the clean take coming in from the rest of Enigma Galaxy. Managing to steer away from danger and still managing to cause a little bit of disruptance. And speaking of disruptancy, Ellie, I don't think he's picking on his fight, challenging a Kha'Zix on a one-on-one. You better back away.
Ellie, that's not how you do it. That's not how you fight a Kha'Zix. No, never do it alone. Have you ever fought a cockroach alone? That's scary, so do not do that to Kha'Zix.
I think in a room of 5 people, they'll still run away. Only one person that has that courage.
Well, and
will try to smack him.
I kind of feel like Ellie didn't know that Joshi had a Serpent Fang. Because that guy shred through the Titan's Wrath Shield, and Joyce, well, at least gets one back, but Aaron will get the instant shutdown, and this guy is on a killing spree.
And they can't afford to keep giving kills over to Enigma Galaxy. Things are starting to stack up, and it's double kill! They just dove in! It's a rampage for this Riven.
You're kidding me. They tried to man-fight Aaron with the Ragnarok. I know that there have been samples of that happening, but not in this situation. And Aaron fought him at half health as well. We're seeing a bit of a desynchronization from Team Flash. This was not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to have Joshi getting that isolated solo kill onto Ali, and definitely not an Aaron double kill down bot. He's going to hit level 10 at 7.5 minutes. This is such a huge timing for the Riven.
Game 5 nerves are kicking in for Team Flash. Mistakes like this doesn't happen that often from Team Flash. And I think they definitely miscalculated all kinds of resources that Aaron has. Despite having a little bit more of a tough early game against Joyce up in mid lane, they have not been able to halt his progress now, going 4-0. The only player that has been taken out in this matchup from Enigma Galaxy was Joshi. Only once. They managed to get the snare. Not really going to be all too vital. Team Flash can easily get away.
This is the comp that Team Flash drafted for Teamfight, right? It's all about protect President Teddy. And when we look at NGX, it's the complete opposite, where they might not be the best in Teamfight, but if you 1v1 them, you best be sure that you would get your butt kicked.
Yeah, you're talking about protecting President Teddy, but then again, there's something that could stop him on his track, though. Prolong that fight is to run out of mana. What is he going to do then?
Nothing much.
Nothing much.
Or at least you just take out the president.
I guess that works just about fine.
That does work fine. That's the main damage dealer of the team, right? Well,
Joyce, you can't forget about that, though. I mean, he's also building the Hullbreaker. There can be split pushes that can happen heading into the later stages of the game. But most often than not, it's Joyce kept occupied throughout the span of round. Even on the side lanes, you need to deal with this big fat Riven. And I don't think that Hullbreaker is going to be able to actually offer all too much, but I think those exchanges have been decent at the very least.
Yeah. At least the Hullbreaker will allow Joyce to hold Aaron in place. Though this guy has a second item, Death Dance, so do not mess with him. He will annihilate you in these fights.
And remember this, with both the Riven as well as the Renekton, they could always go in for split pushes. Though Aaron really has to watch those timings as well whenever those objectives do tend to appear. And both teams are doing such a great job keeping their structures intact, though it has remained to be a little bit brittle for the rest of Enigma Galaxy members. Therefore, they might want to opt to contest this Rift Herald. Joshi right behind the pit.
Aaron is beelining towards there as well, and I think Team Flash smells something in the air. This is a Rift Herald that I don't think that they are willing to give up because their composition, they want a death ball. They want to rely on this Herald to death ball, but Aaron is already here. The whole team of NGX, they are around, and this is not a fair fight. Jisoo will grab the Herald for himself, but look at him. He's being forced out of the fight. Aaron chases him down, and I don't think Team Flash even has a chance to make something happen. The meteor drops, but it feels like a wishing star for NGX. Team Flash sent packing only with the Herald in hand, but even the one who secured it is dead for 20.
They don't even need the Herald for now. Only two members will be able to help back this wave, and it's just going to be having the rest of Enigma Galaxy finding not only the Herald in hand, I mean, Team Flash got the Herald in hand, but losing 2 in that process, they're falling so far behind. We're looking at 5,000 gold in favor of NGX eventually. You could argue with me, it's close to 4,000, right? So they got themselves that top lane turret while winning that battle, and they're definitely looking forward to secure this pick for themselves. I don't think that Zissou can actually do too much, but he's going to find his way through the back of the pit. No flash available, though. And Enigma Galaxy has already melted it down like butter.
Yeah, and Team Flash not even going to bother contesting this. All they want is that mid-tier 1. But this Herald will not be enough. They need a minion wave, and it will not even get the charge.
All that effort was laid to waste.
And that was at the cost of 2 members as well. And Ellie, he might lose his life. Forced to use the ultimate. The snare does go wide. The final spark, though, it will not. Joyce sends in the shockwave, flashes onto Joshi, who goes golden. There's time for NGX to respond. Where is the shockwave? It was used, but to no avail. Joshi gets away, and no stars align for Team Flash.
Well, oh well. Enigma Galaxy just being so efficient on their approach. And this is the playoff buffs. Their debut in any offline event internationally, I would say, have seen them perform remarkably. And if they keep on going at this progress rate, they can complete that reverse sweep that they are looking for.
Yeah, and they still have one more best of 5 after this, so the journey is by no means an end just yet for NGX, but it's certainly a good beginning if you're coming off of such a monumentous win. Still not the end just yet, though. I mean, Team Flash, they're still breathing. We're still seeing the players on stage in this game. But it does look a tad grim. 5,000 gold disadvantage for Team Flash. And NGX have taken so much control of the map. Jisoo should be snowballing. We're not really seeing that. These fights have been incredibly miserable for Team Flash to be a part of.
Team Flash couldn't form a split push in their favor. And Shai's already struggling against Aaron. This is not supposed to ever happen to any Garen that faces off a Riven heading into the mid game.
This is a double Hullbreaker draft as well from Team Flash. You're supposed to hold that side lane, but we have a big Riven problem right now. And that comes from NGX.
And we're not even looking at all these defensive items to be set up into place just yet. He's about to get himself that Divine Sunder, and that's going to be able to allow Ara to tear through all these beefy units. And then we'll just wait for the execution of calling, where that Olaf would not have any sort of answers to the aggression of what Aaron has to offer.
And I don't think Zissou can man-fight Joshi right now. In fact, I think Joshi found him in the jungle. Ellie wanted to help, but he's cut off. Ragnarok forced as well. The meteor is going to drop. Joshi goes golden, and Aaron will pick off where he left off. NGX once more just either escaping or just getting kills. Look at Demon Kite. He's playing that range. He's doing incredible spacing. Team Flash wants to get something done. But the bindings are there. The damage is sufficient. Aaron dashes out of danger. And Chami now shows up. This is the collapse for NGX. And Team Flash, they have nothing on Enigma Galaxy. 4 dead. And Aaron is about to make it 5. An ace for NGX. And can you believe it, Contra? We are witnessing one of the biggest victories, and NGX won that team fight. It is straight to the Baron pit.
And this is the closure for NGX. I don't think Team Flash has any more gas left in the tank. Sure, give away a life if you will. Chammy will not be able to receive the buff, but Enigma Galaxy should have enough damage to secure this one for the books.
Yeah,
Team Flash, there's just no way of getting out of this mess.
Chammy, he's used to this. He's used to giving his life away for the Baron buff. Did it in Game 4, did it in Game 5. Now the longest 2 minutes of Team Flash's game begins. NGX with the Baron power play. Hullbreaker on Chammy, and we all know how that's gonna go. Chammy about to split push that side lane.
Yeah, and there's just no stopping from here on. Team Flash could not afford a single mistake at all. And Enigma Galaxy, they can go in for days. Lose one team fight? Sure, I'll be back in another one.
Oh, that's a false threat. Not one team fight. I think that is risky.
Okay.
But you know, all things considered.
Pick off.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine.
10,000 gold advantage though.
Oh.
This could be a turning point if they can catch Aaron. All 5 of Team Flash's members in the vicinity.
This is looking rather risky. The top side of the wave, still far from reach.
Yeah,
members of Team Flash, they have to attend to either waves simultaneously.
It's the same
Shine's
thing.
not enough.
It's the same thing that they did. The 1-3-1, the 1-2-2. In fact, media dropped as well, and look at that. So much split attention. Can they kill Demon Kai though? Exhaust is there. Demon Kai will not survive. And at least that is something for Team Flash. Slow down that push a bit. They lose that top tier 2, but at least they get to keep the in-hit turrets.
They have to find an opening pick at the very least, and despite Jace being a party pick for most part of the meta, we haven't really seen Joyce being very active on this champion. Early game, he has been able to hold Aaron on this lane, but now there's just absolutely no control there. They were going to be chasing upon him.
And they need Aaron dead. He needs to get over the wall, but the death charge follows him through. And Team Flash maybe can at least walk away with Dragon. Joshi will not contest this.
But the base, though, the top side of Inhib is left open up. We see both Draw as well as Chammy eyeing on him. They can just get this one, and this is a little bit of consolation prize for Team Flash.
Teddy can't stop them. There's no way Teddy can stop this.
And they will siege.
At what cost? I mean, if you're Team Flash, at what cost?
I guess it's just a slight benefit for what's about to be lost either ways. That Team Flash opts to give one in return.
Uh-oh.
But this chase onto Zissou.
He's not getting out of this. There's no target that he can kill. Not Chammy, not Joshi, not Draw.
And there's just no answers back. Coming in from the champions of Vietnam.
And we've seen the dawn of a new era, the fall of grace for Team Flash. Be it the roster change, be it whatever it is. I mean, NGX.
It's a new era.
It's definitely a new era. PS region has been. I mean, if you look at the recent track record, it's safe to say that the PS region is the strongest run that we have right now, and we are not even talking about RRQ in this conversation just yet. That's for tomorrow. But NGX, Dark Horses, they have held this title for the past 2 months. And this is one of the best ways to kind of really vindicate themselves. Give it back to all the people who believe in them.
The true form of Enigma Galaxy. And you just look at the history of some of the teams in the region. EVOS Esports, champions of Southeast Asia at one point.
Oh, yes.
Fallen from grace with Buram United taking over. And that also means that Cerberus Esports have got a lot of pressure on their back in order to keep the Vietnamese flag flying in the tournament. But of course, not all is lost just yet. Team Flash, they managed to hold the line for quite some time until Baron number 2 have spawned up.
Yep.
So it's between this flip of the Baron that decides it all. There is a ward being placed up. Joshi has got himself one as well to just clear it off.
Still one more fight to be taken. Team Flash. Joshi instantly goes in, tries to get something done. GA pop, and now NGX pounce. This could be the final fight, the final push that NGX is looking for. Jisoo first to go. Execution is there. They take out draw, but Joshi gets the reset. Chami is there, and this is the moment of glory for NGX. Nigma Galaxy dethrones what seems to be the best team that we have in the region. And NGX live for another best of 5. The reverse sweep is a reality, and NGX will win Team Flash 3-2.
Nigma Galaxy makes it into the top 4 with a reverse sweep. Some may have not expected this result. And there can be no script pre-written for this. Nothing has prepared Team Flash for this moment of the series. And they will have to bow to the Philippines. Nigma Galaxy, their first ever LAN event internationally. And now they proceed forward to meet up with the rest of the team that's waiting on the lower bracket.
And of course, this is heartbreak moment for Team Flash. Has not been a good past few months for them. They have had a lot of rough patches. It's another defeat in the books for a team that was once renowned as the kings of Southeast Asia, undisputed gods of the scenes. But we found our Hercules, we found the God Slayer, and Nigma Galaxy having the honor to drive that blade into Team Flash and knock them out of this tournament. The night is not over yet for NGX, but it certainly is over for Team Flash.
But the story of David versus Goliath will continue on. The next target that they will have is against Burm United. But let's walk into the series once again in this final match. And we see the team fights were approached so well by Aaron, where he has already snowballed from the early game pursuits. And this was one of the fights through the mid-game that has allowed them to eventually get their hands onto Baron later on. And I just love the layering of how they managed to approach this. Demon Kai brought forth this Lux, has been able to give them a little bit more of that burst from quite the distance. And everyone was just in prime form out of NGX.
Yeah. And the only 2 games they lost was with the Rammus. So my conspiracy theory still stands.
That's the culprit. That's definitely the culprit.
I think Rammus was the biggest problem. And NGS could have won this 3-0. But in all seriousness, I think this is one of those games where if you look at Team Flash, you're just thinking to yourself, maybe the stars are just not in their favor. It's not aligned for Team Flash in this case. So many close kills, so many close calls, but never enough. And at the end of the day, we saw NGX just game number 3. It was a convincing victory, but then game 4 rolled around and we just saw this immaculate macro play from NGX. And game 5 was a culmination of both game 3 and 4, a perfect crescendo to what felt like it could have been a clean sweep for Team Flash.
And this was it, that golden moment as Nigma Galaxy strikes the Nexus down and have secured this victory 19-4. It definitely didn't felt like it was fully NGX that was dominating it from the get-go, where we see a lot of fights happening with Team Flash dropping few members each at a time, usually losing 2 by 2 in the process. And I think that golden ace really was telling that NGX could have got everything in the back. That Chami says, you know what? Just go ahead, have the Baron. I've done my job enough in the team fight.
Yeah.
Go ahead. 4 buffs is all we need.
I actually purchased the Baron buff. It's called a Hullbreaker. Gets the job done just the same, but congratulations to Nigma Galaxy. Can't take a breather just yet though. One more best of 5 awaits them, and it's none other than Buriram United Esports. So that is going to be another fight for elimination. It's going to be a long day for NGX, but it has been one for BRU. All of this made possible by our partners and friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. They've been with us on this journey for not just Wild Rift, but multiple game titles, and we are very honored to have them on board and make this a reality giving the teams, the players a chance to demonstrate what they're made of. And also, we gotta show our appreciation to Monster Energy, allowing everyone to unleash the beast within them. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Last but not least, if you guys are looking for great deals and game top-ups, look no further. Go to www.kachishop.com to get the best deals for your gaming needs. We have an interview coming out with the winners of the series. Let's check it out.
That's great.
สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีอีกรอบนะครับผมก็กลับมาพบกันหลังจากที่ผ่านมาแข่งขันอันดุเดือดมาเมื่อสักครู่
ยาวนานเหลือเกิน
เรียกได้ว่าเป็นที่สิ่งที่พลิกไปพลิกมานะครับ
ใช่
เราลุ้นกัน
ค่ะ
อยู่ตลอดเวลาอยู่แล้ว
ใช่ค่ะ แล้วตอนนี้เราก็อยู่กับทีม
นิกมากกาแล็กซี่นะครับผม
ใช่เอาล่ะ ตอนนี้ถึงเวลาในการถามคำถามเขาแล้วสัมภาษณ์เขานิดนึงแล้วกันนะคะว่าวันนี้เขารู้สึกยังไงบ้างนะคะ Hello
Hi
Yeah How do you feel today
actually we feel a little bit of tired, but we have to keep going because we still have a match.
We feel nervous after the 2-0 on Team Flash. We can't believe we reverse sweep them.
Okay
โอ้โห จะบอกว่าเมื่อกี้ยากเหมือนกัน
ใช่ใช่ยากเหมือนกันนะคะในการเจอกับทีมแฟชแล้วก็
ใช่ครับผม
เรียกได้ว่าก็สนุกพอสมควรเลยแล้วAre you tired? Hungry now?
Yeah, really hungry.
หิวไหมนะคะเหนื่อยไหมนะคะตอนนี้ก็คือเหนื่อยมากหิวมากนะคะก็เดี๋ยวหลังจากนี้เนี่ยจะปล่อยให้ทางนักกีฬานะคะไปได้พักผ่อนกันสักทีนะคะเพราะวันนี้ก็ค่อนข้างจะเลทแล้วดึกแล้วนะคะยังไงก็หลังจากนี้เนี่ยขออนุญาตพานักกีฬาไปพักผ่อนกันนะคะยังไงดีด้วยนะคะ Congratulations
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations with you too.
Just look at the relief of the boys of Nigma Galaxy, and of course they are definitely hungry after such a long series. I believe they definitely deserve a good break before they meet against another worthy competitor, and that's going to be Buriram United, the home favorites of Thailand.
Yeah, and I mean, Thailand might lose their home favorite by the end of the night as well, right? It's a very scary thought for any of the BRU fans out there. But of course, these guys will get a bit of a breather before we head into our last best of 5 of the evening. There's still some great warriors to come, so do not go anywhere. Buriram United Esports against Nigma Galaxy coming right up.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
welcome back on board, and you are just in time for our final series of the evening. Another best of 5 to come, and of course, Enigma Galaxy have won over our hearts, and everybody else is here with a 5 games to be played out against Team Flash, and now they will face off against the hometown favorites of Buriram United. It's Contra as well as Husky still here on the studios, as you guys will be able to enjoy more Wild Rift action throughout the course of the day.
And do not worry, because this best of 5 is going to be equally important. An elimination series, NGX, they only got a couple of minutes to take a breather, but now they will be entering the ring again. First for BRU, they've had a long break in between, but it has been a excruciatingly long day for the players as well. So both teams having to battle fatigue at each other in a slobber knocker.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a feisty match between the two. And you could definitely tell that Enigma Galaxy have a very similar style of play as compared to Buriram United. Though today, over on the upper brackets matchup, Buriram United have shown very different cards in hand, where they were playing double assassins, which is something that we don't see all too often coming in from BRU.
And that's something we see a lot coming from NGX as well. And so far, BRU, they have been very, very inclined, very adamant in running that Yone jungle. And I wonder how Enigma Galaxy is going to respond to that, because when they fought Team Flash, Yone was played in the mid and Baron lane, but never in the jungle.
Exactly, and I think like there might just be very slight contests if they really want to try their hands onto having that Yone on NGX's side. But they have been able to face off against Team Flash, arguably one of the best teams that we have in the tournament, and triumph over them. This is definitely going to be something that they have already been way too familiar with overall for the course of the couple of weeks that Yone has been released.
Yeah, and so far, I think, judging by the matches that we've seen, it definitely felt like NGX are coming off on more of a high, especially this victory over Team Flash. Take a look at the bracket recap. We have Cerberus Esports beating BRU 3-1 and advancing into the upper bracket finals tomorrow to face up against RRQ. Enigma Galaxy just beat Team Flash 3-2, sending Team Flash out of the tournament, and now they will face off against Buriram United Esports to find out who will get a slot in the lower bracket final and eliminate their contenders.
Enigma Galaxy, I really do hope that they do have enough stamina to basically make this run, because tomorrow is going to be another long day if they do get the win. But of course, you got to do everything to make it there, because you flew all the way into Thailand for this very moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you also secured top 3, and that's another badge of honor that NGX can wear if they win this series. Same for BRU. All of this made possible by our partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. Again, they have been incredibly great people to work with. It's an honor to be a part of this project, and they've manifested a lot of people's dreams into reality, giving these players a platform to play, and even making this happen in Thailand.
Exactly, and of course, you can unleash the beast with monster energy on top of that, so make sure you check that out. But time for predictions yet again. This time, I think we should, of course, correct our mistakes. And
correcting our mistakes is half of it, right? But yeah, I think looking at the record so far, I think BRU and NGX, even in the challenge group stage, have had decent competition. But after this, I do think NGX is coming in a bit stronger. But my stance still remains. Even though I think NGX would win, I still look for a very close series.
Exactly my thoughts as well when we take a look at the way that Enigma Galaxy has been able to approach some of all these team fights. I really wonder what does Buriram United has in response. They've been watching the grand best of 5 that has been going on between some of these teams, and we'll just have to see if Buriram United can basically edge them off.
We're gonna take a minor breather. When we come back, the last best of 5 of the evening will commence, so do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
I think all of the team is candidate for champions, yeah.
Since we made a lot of mistakes on playoffs, we did a little adjustment on our playstyle.
I think that's when back on playoffs because we worked a lot on that recently. So we will try to overcome that weakness so we can do better on finals. All teams is candidate to like be the best. Be champion. Top one, NGX.
NGX. Of course.
Well, we have an advantage to them because they recently adjust their roster, so I think that's their weakness at the moment.
Of course, our main focus right now is the experience and Yeah, having a lot of experience and going to finals, of course.
We can promise that we will do our
Very
very
best.
best for you and look up for it.
NGX win! It's our first time competing in international tournaments and we had a lot of we are lack of experience. That's our weakness.
We learned a lot from that match. Since we lost, we review a lot. We also focus on our communication, which is what are we lacking. Let's have a good match and we're looking forward for it.
Yeah. Watch
We're
for
gonna
us.
win!
Yes.
สวัสดีครับ พวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับ จากทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตนะครับ ผมชื่อนอยนะครับ ส่วนชื่อในเกมชื่อโนเอลครับ เล่นตำแหน่งบาลาเลนครับ ก็จากที่ได้เข้ารอบไฟนอลนะครับ จริงๆ พวกเราก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเยอะครับ เพราะว่าพวกเราคิดว่าพวกเราเข้าได้สบายๆอยู่แล้วครับ ก็ชิวๆครับ ก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็คงเป็น RQ ครับ เพราะว่าจากที่เราซ้อมกับเขามาครับ เราแทบไม่เคยแพ้เขาในซ้อมเลยครับ แต่ว่าเวลาแข่งเนี่ยไม่เคยชนะเลยครับ ก็น่าจะเป็นทีมเดียวที่มีปัญหาสำหรับเราครับ ครับก็ถ้าพูดตามตรงก็มีกังวลบ้างครับ เพราะว่าจัดในไทยครับกลัวตกรอบแรกครับ เดี๋ยวคนไม่มางานครับ ถ้าเป็นจุดแข็งแล้วครับ น่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นของพวกเราทั้ง 5 คนค่อนข้างมีเมคานิคอลที่ส่วนตัวที่ค่อนข้างเก่งครับ ส่วนจุดอ่อนน่าจะเป็นสมองครับ ถ้าจะให้แก้ก็ต้องศึกษาเรื่องเกมเพิ่มนิดหน่อยครับที่1ก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์อยู่แล้วครับ ที่2ผมให้ RQ นั่นครับ ส่วนที่3นี่ส่วนตัวคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นนิกมานะครับ เพราะว่าเขาอาจจะเล่นในรอบเก็บแต้มได้ดูไม่ค่อยโดดเด่นเท่าไหร่ แต่ว่าจริงๆเขาเป็นทีมที่มี potential สูงมากครับ ส่วนอันดับ4น่าจะเป็นทีมเซบรัสครับ ส่วนอันดับ5เนี่ยที่ผมให้ Flash เพราะว่า Flash ได้เสียตัวหลักอย่างโคโยเต้แล้วก็เอ็มตี้ไปนะครับ ก็อาจจะมีปัญหาเรื่องผู้เล่นนิดหน่อย ถ้าเอาตามตรงเนี่ยพวกเราก็อยากคว้าแชมป์อยู่แล้วครับ ยิ่งด้วยว่ารอบนี้แข่งจัดในประเทศไทยเนาะ ก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ได้ภูมิใจ แล้วก็พวกเราก็ไม่อยากให้ผู้คนที่มาดูต้องผิดหวังด้วยครับ ก็
And we are ready to kickstart our final series of the evening. It's been a long day here in day one of the playoffs, currently happening in Thailand. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift presented to you by ESL.
Yeah, very interesting best of 5 coming up. NGX getting to catch a bit of breather and Buriram having a slightly longer break, but doesn't discredit the fact that these guys have been here since the very beginning, especially BRU having to deal with a loss against CES early on and now fighting for the tournament lives is definitely not easy, but here we have it, NGX back on the stage, just coming off a triumphant win over Team Flash in that earlier lower bracket series. Now another best of 5, awaits them against BRU, and only one team gets to go back to sleep and wake up to play another day.
They have managed to etch their name in the history book to be able to defeat Team Flash. And that is by no means any easy task at all. Now having to go up against the best of Thailand. So if they have, well, let's actually count this, right? Like, if Rem United has actually won over some of the players of Team, well, actually, scratch that. Team Flash has won Rem United before.
Okay.
Enigma Galaxy beats Team Flash. The odds for Enigma Galaxy to win.
Yeah. You know,
well, what are the odds?
I would 55-45.
55-45.
The thing is, rock, paper, scissors never works in predictions.
Hey, 5%er is actually pretty huge.
It's actually pretty huge, huh?
Like, that's a live tournament to you.
Actually, I feel like if you do a fan poll right now, if you do a fan poll just now, Team Flash would be through the roof against NGX. And then they defy the odds.
Yeah, of course, the Thai fans would beg to defer. They'll be voting back against that odds itself. So when we look into some of the hit over the bottom lane, because what the Jazz have been very significant in some of all these plays. Though in the upper brackets, that Nautilus is kind of like the Rammus for Buram United. I want to see more of the Arakan. I want to see more trash and anything that could basically cause a threat to Nick Galaxy if they really want to win this matchup.
I mean, they're very similar champion pools at one point, right? But of course, you look at what the Jazz, it doesn't really say that much when we pair him up against Draw in this head-to-head. Obviously, for what the Jazz, he has significantly higher KD, and I'm looking at the total goal at 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure Draw doesn't just have 14.7 goal.
Are you telling me that he has 14,000 instead of like 1,400? Well,
14.7 goal is what you accumulate in 10 seconds when after the game starts. So
well, fair enough. Per second. I think it pretty much counts. Draw is looking to be the unstoppable unit throughout the course of the series that they have just finished out. And you look at them rejoicing. Now the smiles are put back into the face of Nigma Galaxy after that historic win, as we've mentioned beforehand. Now, I think like they have some creative ideas in store. Hopefully not the Rammus.
Hopefully not the Rammus. I completely agree with that.
I would accept a Soraka. I would accept... Would you accept a Teemo?
I don't know. Absolutely not. Last time we saw a Teemo on the regional stage, it was a loss. So no. In fact,
it remains to be a 0% win rate.
Yeah, well, in fact, Teemo was playing on the world stage. For Worlds that was happening, the group stage, I think last week, and that was a loss as well. So the lesson here is Teemo does not win new games.
Exactly that. And of course, the players are going a little bit overtime for today.
Yes.
And I wonder, within that 5 minutes of a break, has Nigma Galaxy gotten a bite of their dinner at the very least?
Well, good to know that NGX are still in high spirits, right? You can see that they are. There's a lot of smiles, a lot of cheers, but on BRU side, it feels more of a tense atmosphere. There's some electricity in the air. I mean, understandably, the case, but the draft is ready. We can jump right in. Picks and bans for the first game between BRU and NGX kicks off right now. NGX on the blue side and BRU on the red.
And so far, we've been able to see Archony pulling a lot of great plays on champions like Zed, which Nigma Galaxy has been constantly banning out on their previous series. I think this will be the sort of constant that we're looking at. And on the final game where we saw Nigma Galaxy play, they let the J slide over the picture, but Buram United is a complete different demon when you present this champion towards them itself. So we'll continue to lock it away for our very first game. No Karma, we've seen what Demon Kai can do with that. The match that initial few wins against Team Flash early on. But heading into final bans though, does Buram United want to target ban any champion pool from the players of Nigma Galaxy?
I was thinking of that mid lane target, but you're also limiting Archony, right? With the assassins that has been a focal point of Team Flash's bans against NGX early on. But I think BRU might pivot away from that. And that is in the event they want to secure that opening Z for Archony, which they have done twice against CES. I do see that being a possibility, but and that also might just lure NGX to run that Akali, run that assassin in response. But we are seeing very standard bans, barring that Gragas by NGX in the first phase.
And indeed, and it's really interesting to see that they are also allowing this Zed to go through. Perhaps Nigma Galaxy wants to have it a go and see where if Buram wants to go on an attempt where they could basically clash with swords on both ends. Buram United, a couple of times that they played over in the upper bracket, have seen them coming up with picks on Akali. And that's also another pick that we've seen quite a number of coming in from either Chami or even Aaron.
Oh yeah.
Yone stolen away.
And NGX just very confident with that opening pick. And I do think this is a very great opener for NGX just because BRU has been really adamant in running the Cold and Feet Yone in the jungle, and he has very positive results, even though those games, he did lose some of those games, but overall, Cold and Feet on Yone jungle really does feel like a big threat. And I think NGX taking that away eliminates some of that pressure, and they're fine with giving that Gwen and Renekton away.
But the thing is that we haven't really seen Joshi on a Yone, and it's definitely not a favorable matchup if you were to put that Yone up against this Renekton. And Enigma Galaxy shows their hand, like they're considering that Morgana, but opting to get this Garen to have a favorable matchup against the Renekton. So we expect the Gwen to be piloted by Cold and Feet instead, which they have managed to also get such a great game off of that series.
Honestly, I think even if it's not in the jungle, like we did see the Morgana picked up by NGX, and this is an indicator that NGX they have no intention of running the Yone in the jungle, right? This most likely would be an Aaron Yone or a Chami, depending on what NGX wants to go for, because they have the Garen in play as well. So the Dragon Lane is definitely a mystery for BRU. They will pivot back to that Nautilus, something that they are very comfortable with, but I foresee a lot of focus on that Dragon Lane in terms of the second phase ban.
Exactly that, and we have seen the Nautilus to be quite the enabler for Cold and Feet to have successive ganks coming out. But remember this, when you're picking a Nautilus against a Morgana on the opposite team, one Black Shield could easily cancel out his ultimate, at least on one target at the very least. So that is very much vital for them to keep themselves alive in those team fights. As we move on to the second phase of picks and bans, it's interesting to see that Rum United opts to remove the Rakan, where we haven't seen draw on the Rakan for quite some time. And it was also an advantage for what the Jazz to secure it for themselves. But then again, they've already got a Nautilus, so they don't even have to worry about that. Instead, opting to ban out the Olaf. I think they might have actually misread these though, because it could have actually been went inside of the jungle instead. And Rum United, I guess like they are just trying to force something out of this from BRU. I mean, NGX trying to force a different kind of pick into the lane so that it'll be a more favorable matchup like for this Yone.
And I do think that even if they ban out the junglers, you are still kind of compelling BRU to maybe look at their draft and think to themselves, now we don't have these jungler options. Do we want to run the Gwen? Right? It still could be that diversion that NGX is looking for, but BRU so far unfazed, locks in the Fiora, confirming a very possible Gwen jungle at this point. NGX getting the last two picks in that Dragon Lane. We've seen Morgana Nasus before, so NGX can still pivot away and leave that jungle open for Joshi. But it seems like they're not thinking that far. Just keeping it simple, set being hovered by NGX and locked in.
I actually do love the pickup on the set where, though despite not having the sort of threshold to have Senna babysitting you, I wonder what could be the one to pair it up with. Varus seems to be a really good call for a second. I thought perhaps a Lux could also complement what they could actually offer with the double snare setup that has won the final game of the series for Enigma Galaxy. And indeed, we will still see a Lux, but this time in the hands of what the Jess. Or Bank, I would say.
Yeah, it's a Bank Lux, for sure.
And
Look, this draft from BRU definitely a bit oppressive in that bottom lane. Is get one binding and suddenly just a ton of crowd control to get those simple pickoffs. But we have seen BRU kind of run this against CES in that game number 4, and one of the weaknesses that CES exploited was just that late game timing. And we'll see how NGX deals with this though. They have that Black Shoe again, and when you have that set around, have the Garen around, it's not the easiest target to go on. And it will be Chami with that Yone in that Baron lane, so we get the skill matchup, Yone against Fiora.
But you can see the overwhelming crowd control that Enigma Galaxy has that could easily apply a huge pressure onto Buram United when it comes down to team fighting. So it needs this knowledge to withstand a lot of heat in the middle of the team fight. And I believe that we're about to step right into the rift for our first game. And of course, props to the audience for staying put, having such a long day inside of the mall.
Yes, sir. You're looking at the right camera. Do not turn away.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Keep your eyes here.
Yeah, searching for the camera. But I like the Yasuo hoodie, though. That was something else. I personally might not play the character in-game, but I would definitely like some merch.
Can we also get a Yone hoodie?
Oh, a Yone hoodie would be super cool.
I mean,
you know what I think? You know, Yone has two swords. One for... I forgot the line. One for something and another one for something, but one sword on each sleeve. That's what I meant.
You know, if they actually have a hidden brother, it will be Roronoa Zoro, because he got 3 swords.
I don't watch that, but I for some reason I just wish I didn't know the reference.
It's a One Piece.
I know.
Yeah.
I know the character name. I just haven't watched.
His finishing blow is also a dash.
That's good to know.
It's good to know. But of course, we're not there for animes and such. We're here for Wild Rift. And, well, you've seen the composition. Tell me your thoughts on both ends.
Honestly, I like both composition. I just think that, you know, it's a comfort comp for NGX, right? When you have that Morgana +1, it is the same modus operandi. Morgana plus a Chami hard carry, and you're going to see that support coming very early on. So I do prefer Nigma's Galaxy's draft a bit more over BRU, but I think BRU has a solid comp as well. But game number 1, it's going to give us a good opening. It's going to give us a good eye-opener to who has the upper hand in the series. Nigma Galaxy against Buriram United Esports, both teams fighting for the tournament lives.
Nigma Galaxy have just came into this picture with huge victory over Team Flash. And let's kick off here in a really heated battle. Actually, it's just a little bit of tickle between both ends of the Dragon laners. We have a lot of good stats coming in from both Draw as well as What the Jazz, as we're hoping to see them making a lot of measures throughout the map in order to secure a little bit more advantage for their respective team. Meanwhile, Aaron has already taken a lot of damage coming from the well. This matchup against this Fiora here proved to be pretty daunting, forcing Aaron to use early Honeyfoods to retain himself. But look at that early movement from the well, as this is the first few moments that we are seeing a little bit of switch up coming in from both the solo laners of Buriram United.
Just a lane swap from BRU, right? You want to pair this Fiora against Aaron, and I just love the pressure that Noah is putting, the confidence that he has, making sure that he can shut down this Garen early on. Definitely doing a better job, will do a better job than having a Renekton. And having that Renekton pressure Chami is also a good idea. And Archony having that Kraken Slayer, every time you get that 50 Fury into a Ruthless Predator, a Chami will have to fall back.
Yeah, and he's already being held all the way to the turret range while there's a little bit more commotion over the mid side as it burns both some of the spells coming in from the well, Cold and Feed. Just want to ensure that there's no overextension coming in from the rest of Nigma Galaxy. But the Bob Skull will still remain in favor of Cold and Feed though. So NGX, they usually fight for double heralds, double scuttles. This time they lose both of it. So it's not exactly the best start possible, though they are slightly up ahead in terms of goal. It would have looked to be quite a fight heading into late game, depending on how well they fare in lane.
And I think Joshi doesn't bother about it too much, right? He's already gotten a full clear. He got that early recall, so definitely putting himself slightly ahead of Cold and Feet. Scuffle continues this time. Draw also is around the vicinity. And Noel getting the read right, going for that recall.
It's going for a little bit of an invasive move, slowly getting up ahead against Archony. Chami is going to be able to do a little bit of a trading. There is still a huge wave coming up. Here comes.
Face seal into a binding. It's the easiest binding of Joshi's life. First blood for NGX. And we've seen this coming from a mile away whenever they trap a Morgana +1. And this is the result of that.
Still gets a root attack from Valve lane.
All the combos drop, and across the set comes to a draw. Being the savior, they still lose Demon Kite. But it's going to be what the Jess traded back.
It's 1-for-1. It's going to be a little bit of a halt for now. And as we have Nick Magaxi currently having only slight advantages due to the gank over onto that Baron lane. So, of course, we have to rectify if things are absolutely fine for both sides of the coin before we proceed further through the night.
Yeah, just an unfortunate pause. We will get that fixed as soon as possible. But so far, looking at the game state, BRU off to a decent start. We see this trace left, right, and center. Across that bottom lane trade, BRU would be okay with it, right? You trade a support for a Dragon Laner, just the best case scenario. But it does raise a concern because we are seeing Joshi making those early moves again and helping out those solo laners.
Exactly that. And overall, with a little bit more of a great maneuver through the jungle, they've been able to find that opening pick. And over bottom lane, we see, of course, good exchanges. But what could basically the Gwen offer? Because it's pretty hard for the Gwen to go in for turret dives as compared to some of all the members of Nick Magaxi in return. Is so long as we hit into the mid game, we'll expect this Yoni to have a little bit more room of a breather, so long as he strays away from the grasp of a Runak.
Yeah. And I do think that after that early move from Joshi, Chami would feel a lot more comfortable. The thing is, Joshi can do that over and over again. They have such an easy to execute setup. Fate Seal into a binding. It really feels like there is no way to escape from it, even with a flash. It seems like the players are ready to go head-to-head again. We're going to jump back into the game in a bit.
Of course, we see that comms are online from Golden Feed. That means the game is now live once more. And I guess we will hit that button one more time.
Yeah, I feel like we can't say things are alright. If there's one thing we've learned in the few years of doing this is that do not ever say anything nice.
Should I say something mean?
Actually, well, I should phrase it better. Do not say that things are going well when it just went well. Yeah,
okay.
That's what I meant.
Okay.
Do
I'll try
not
not
be
to say that. Yeah. I'll try not to say that anymore. But fret not. You still have us here with you. I know.
Yes.
We're all waiting all together.
So this is where we launched episode 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Wild Rift podcast. As promised,
What's under the moonlight?
Right, I promised I would sift through the comments and look for some topic. I did not keep my promise.
Bad boy. Very bad boy. Anyways, of course, we still love you regardless. And of course, we've been keeping our eyes on to all these games that has happened throughout this whole day itself. It's been a 12-hour run.
Yep. I know some of the co-streamers have been with us since the very beginning. So shout out to you guys out there. You know who you are.
Exactly. And Autolus, I've already shout out for you. I'm doing it again. Of course, Riku. Riku's great.
Yeah, she's watching. I know a lot of people are. So I mean, to be fair, if you didn't mention that it has been 12 hours, I would not know that it has been 12 hours. I actually lost track of time.
Well, we could basically eat, sleep, while we repeat.
We can.
I could use more eating. I could use maybe a good sleep after.
Definitely. There's a couch in the pantry. I think I saw a beanbag out there.
Make it run all night long then.
We have the only thing I'm lacking is my pajamas, but I can solve that, no problem.
It's okay.
It's okay.
I give you a little bit more privacy if that's the case.
Nice.
And of course, this podcast.
This podcast is brought to you by
Snapdragon Pro Series.
Snapdragon Pro Series. Yes, Snapdragon Pro Series.
Snapdragon Elite Gaming, of course, where winning matters. And I think like the win that came in from Nick Magaxi is definitely matter a whole lot more. Not just for Nick Magaxi themselves. It also positions the Philippines as one of the best in the world in Wild Rift.
Oh yeah, one of the strongest regions, right? I mean, we look at, we look at the track records. SEA has been dubbed, or at least has claimed to be the second best region in the entire world, just behind the WRR region. And with that being said, I still think that we hold on to that title. We just have a new representative in terms of within SEA, so that's the Philippines. And we're still waiting for updates on what is going on down at the venue. But so far, I mean, it's been great, right? We saw this full best of 5 Team Flash against NGX went off without a hitch. This will be totally fine.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I think like actually, well, this is gonna definitely make them a lot hungrier. But fret not, they still have some time to bite on any snacks or so if there's any under the desk. And yeah, a burrito sounds nice.
Yeah, just like you do it Oprah style, right? Just look under your chair.
You get a monster.
You get a. There's a lot in the fridge. Honestly, I actually forgot to take one out. Our friends over at the Masters side has been
spamming on it.
Yes, they have been. They have been living off of Monster Energy. And
Well,
they're doing great. They're doing great. They're doing absolutely sublime over there. In fact, during the break, I went out and they were like, "Give me 5 more games." I'm like, okay.
Be careful what you wish for because it might just come true. And by the way, if you've seen my votes,
yes,
I actually
exactly.
asked for the
See, you guys.
The games are too good.
Yeah, no, that is true, but you guys are the problem, right? But to be fair, we have not gotten most of our predictions right. So maybe because of that, we are going to have a short night. I'm just playing. If it goes game 5, then so be it, right? Because I think these two teams deserve to play the entire series to the fullest. This is going to be the last series for one of them. We're